Duck, do you see Nguyen, Nguyen? Do you need his case number?
No, thank you, Your Honor. I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay. So Mr. Nguyen has walked into the courtroom. Mr. Nguyen, you are here for an arraignment.
Ông Nguyễn, tôi là thông dịch viên. Và ông đang bước vào trong phòng tòa. Hôm nay ông có mặt ở đây là cho một cái việc sắp xếp.
You have an offer today to resolve your case to trespass. It's my understanding you would like to take a plea and resolve it and get out of jail.
Và ông có mặt hôm nay là để giải quyết cho cái vấn đề mà vi phạm mà xâm nhập mà không có sự cho phép. Vậy hôm nay ông muốn giải quyết cái vấn đề của ông để ra khỏi tòa, đúng không? Để ra khỏi tù, đúng không?
Dạ, em có một cái để nói với chị. Được không? Em có được quyền nói với chị không?
May I say something, Your Honor?
You are more than welcome to tell me anything you would like. Just please be aware that you're being recorded and anything you say in here can be used against you.
Ông có quyền nói bất kỳ những gì với tôi, nhưng nên nhớ rằng cuộc nói chuyện hôm nay được ghi âm lại và họ có thể dùng nó để chống lại ông.
Dạ. Em bị tật nguyền, em bị đụng xe đó, em bị tai nạn, nguyên cái thân thể của em nó bị gãy hết rồi. Em là người bụi đời, em không có nhà cửa, nhưng mà mỗi lần em ngồi chỗ nào á, là nó cứ kêu cảnh sát tới bắt em, mà em không hiểu cái câu chuyện đó.
I am a disabled person. I involved into an accident. Now I am disability for my whole my body. I am homeless, and wherever I go, they always call police officer. So I really don't know why.
Okay, I certainly understand your frustrations. I can make sure that the public defender's office, before you leave today, they have some social service people that might be able to help you with some ideas.
Tôi hiểu về cái sự khó chịu và tức giận của ông. Do đó tôi sẽ chắc chắn rằng ở phía bên luật sư của chính phủ sẽ giúp đỡ ông về những cái dịch vụ xã hội sau khi ông được ra khỏi tù hôm nay.
Dạ, cho em cảm ơn bà Tòa nhiều.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Okay. Just so I can be clear, the offer was time served?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer was an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to 1216 East Colonial Drive, and there's a cost of investigation in the amount of $228.80 to the Orlando Police Department.
Madam Interpreter, I was going to say, I'm going to repeat everything that she just said. Can you maybe just tell him that? And then that way you don't have to say it twice.
Vậy bây giờ tôi sẽ lặp lại. Xin đợi chút xíu.
Dạ, dạ.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Nguyen, before I let you plea, I just want to be clear. Do you want to stay here any longer because you don't have a place to stay, or would you like to get out today?
Muốn trước khi mà ông nhận tội hay không nhận tội muốn hỏi ông câu hỏi này.
Yeah.
Ông muốn ở lại đây lâu hơn tại vì ông không có chỗ nào để ở, hay là ông muốn ra khỏi đây hôm nay, hay muốn ở lại đây lâu hơn?
Nếu mà em ở đây lâu hơn thì người ta giúp được em cái gì?
If I can stay here longer, what are the benefits may I have?
A warm place to sleep and 3 meals a day. That's really the only benefit I have to offer you.
Nếu ở lại đây, họ sẽ cho ông một cái nơi ấm áp để ở và 3 bữa ăn mỗi ngày. Đó là lợi ích của ông.
Là cái ở tù á hả? Cái mặt mới về mà đi ở tù mà ở không, trời ơi, em đâu có khùng đâu mà tự nhiên ở tù mà ở không, trời ơi. Ra thôi em đi về chứ bắt mới về ở tù mà đi ăn cơm 3 bữa làm chi, trời ơi. Em đi về bữa nay chứ má mới ở đây ăn cơm 3 bữa làm chi. Em tưởng nó cho em benefit gì, nó giúp đỡ cho em, chỉ bắt em ở tù để ăn ngày 3 bữa cơm, trời em đâu có khùng đâu mà đi ở tù.
I don't want to have 3 meals in jail, so I'm not incensed. I want to go out today.
Cái chuyện mê của ông mà. Không có chơi gì treo phục vi, no.
Most people don't take me up on that offer, Mr. Nguyen. But I know a gentleman told me he thought it was freezing outside. I don't think it's very cold outside, but you may have different thoughts. So I thought I would at least ask. I'll take his plea form, though, if he signed it.
So, Your Honor, being that he's using the interpreter, it's in English, so I don't know if you want him to sign it anyway. That was my only thing.
Okay, let me ask, Madam Interpreter, can you ask Mr. Nguyen, the plea form he's going to sign is in English. Is he comfortable signing that, or would he like me to go over it with him?
Ông Nguyễn, cái đơn mà ông ký vào sẽ là bằng tiếng Anh. Ông có thoải mái ký vào không? Hay là muốn giải thích trước?
Dạ, em muốn nói một câu thôi rồi xong rồi đó. Em không biết lý do gì mà cái thằng mà gọi cảnh sát em á, em không biết mặt mũi nó, em không biết nó là ai, và cũng em chưa từng gặp nó bao giờ, em cũng chẳng biết tên nó, cứ mỗi lần nó gặp em là nó kêu cảnh sát, em không hiểu cái gì xảy ra với nó. Em không biết nó là ai bao giờ, mà em chưa nói chuyện với nó 1 phút qua bao giờ nữa. Em cũng chẳng biết tên nó là cái gì nữa. Cái nó gặp em là nó kêu cảnh sát mà em không hiểu, em không hiểu cái gì hết.
I just say one more thing and that's all. I don't know why he called the police officer. I don't know who he is. I never spoken to him and we never have any conversation. So I really don't know. Every time he see me, he called police officer.
Okay. Mr. Nguyen, that could be a defense. I don't know, but my concern is that what I brought you here today was to take a plea to the charge, which means you're taking responsibility for it in some fashion. Do you want to continue with the plea, or would you rather have more time to talk to your attorney?
Ông Nguyễn,
Dạ.
cái đó là ở phía bên về người ở phía bên về người mà làm đơn, do đó là tôi không có biết. Nhưng tôi đem ông có mặt ở tòa hôm nay là cho cái vấn đề chấp nhận đồng ý hay là không đồng ý trên cái cáo buộc của ông. Vậy thì ông có muốn ký tên vào trong cái đơn không? Hay là ông cần có thời gian để nói chuyện với lại luật sư của ông nhiều hơn?
Thôi để em đi về bữa nay đi, rồi ra em có luật sư riêng của em nói chuyện.
I want to go home today and I will speak to my private attorney later.
Okay. And then as far as the plea form, are you comfortable signing it right now?
Được, vậy bây giờ ông thoải mái ký tên vào trong đơn này không?
Dạ, bây giờ em ký.
I will sign it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Nguyen, I'm being handed the plea form that you signed. We've discussed that you're going to enter a no contest plea.
Được, vì ông Nguyễn ký tên vào trong cái đơn này, có nghĩa rằng là chấp nhận sự kiện xảy ra nhưng không nhận tội là khống tội nha.
Dạ, dạ.
The last thing I just want to make sure is that you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, entering a plea today can subject you to deportation.
Điều cuối cùng, nếu như ông không phải là công dân Mỹ và việc mà coi như đồng ý cho cái quyết định hôm nay nó có thể ảnh hưởng đến cái việc di trú của ông nha.
Dạ, không sao hết.
No problem.
Okay, so sir, I will adjudicate you guilty and sentence you to 23 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for those 23 days and release you from this charge and this charge only.
Và cho cái việc nhận tội hôm nay cho 23 ngày sẽ cho ông thả ra hôm nay và ở cái hạt Orange County trong 23 ngày.
Thí dụ mà em đi ngang nó cũng bắt em luôn hả? Thí dụ em đi ngang cái chỗ đó nó cũng bắt em luôn hả?
If I walk past that location, can they call the police officer to arrest me?
No, that's for sidewalk của government, not for public. That's for sidewalk. That's for government. Everybody can go there. I can go on sidewalk and you call police, take me to the jail all the time. You can do like this. The sidewalk for government, not for your public. That's your public. That's for sidewalk. Do you understand sidewalk? That's for government. You can call police for everybody, take you to jail because my public. You can do that. You can do that. And I walk, you call police. I call walk, you call police. You can do that. When I walk, they call police. I don't know
Mr.
what
Nguyen.
I call police for.
I understand that you're frustrated. You need to understand I'm trying to respect you by allowing the interpreter to interpret what I say.
Yes, ma'am.
But you're responding back to me not only in Vietnamese, but in English. And it's just delaying this process a lot longer than it really needs to. My understanding of the law is that you have every right to walk on a public sidewalk. Now, if you go into a parking lot or part of the business itself, and there's a no trespass warning issued for you, then yes, you are correct. You cannot go into that area. But sir, I need to finish the plea, the remaining plea, and Madam Interpreter, if you could just interpret this part, is that he's not to return back to 1216 East Colonial Drive. There are court costs and cost of investigation of $228.80 to the Orlando Police Department. And I'll go ahead and reduce all that to a civil judgment.
Ông Nguyễn, tôi tôn trọng ông. Do đó là xin cho phép thông dịch viên dịch những gì tôi nói. Đúng, ông có quyền đi bộ trên những cái khu vực mà chính phủ cho phép.
Yeah.
Nhưng ông không có quyền xâm nhập vào những cái khu vực như là cái tiệm kinh doanh của họ, cái bãi đậu xe của họ. Và vì thế, ông không có được quyền đến gần cái địa chỉ 1216 East là hướng đông, Colonial Drive. Và cái số tiền phạt là $228.80, đó là cái phí tòa đóng cho sở cảnh sát của thành phố Orlando.
Yeah.
Okay, good luck, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Vậy chúc ông may mắn nha. Cảm ơn.
Yeah, cảm ơn bà chị.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Interpreter, thank you so much for your help today. Have a wonderful day.
You're welcome, Your Honor, and thank you for using our service. Have a good day, Your Honor. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So the next two are Spanish? No.
Is that Spanish?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Personal Leon, certified Spanish interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Judge Martha Adams. I'm in the BRC at the Orange County Jail. The first case I have today is 2022 MM686AW. The defendant's name is Jose Martinez, and he does have the headset on.
Your Honor.
The interpreter can confirm there is connection with the headsets, Your Honor.
Okay? Yes.
Your Honor, with regard to 22 MM 686, possession of drug paraphernalia. The state announces a no information.
Okay.
No pause.
So, Mr. Martinez, what that means is that the state has agreed to drop the charges against you. So they're going to go ahead and release you as soon as they get the paperwork done. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
The next case I have is Elvin. Nope. He bonded. Okay, so disregard.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm assuming that this is Jesse Rostron Martinez.
Jesse Leonidas Rostran Martinez.
Jesse Leonida Rostran Martinez.
Okay. And sir, you're here on case number 2022 CF 13878AO. I am finding probable cause for the two charges: counterfeit validation sticker on a motor vehicle and no valid driver's license.
Your Honor, I was gonna argue no PCS to the counterfeit validation sticker. Okay. In regards to the counterfeit validation sticker, it was a temporary tag, which is not covered under the statute. Sorry, I can't hear if the interpreter is finished.
I think they're finished.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm finished, Counselor.
The phrase registration license plate, as used in the statute, provides that no person shall counterfeit a registration license plate, validation sticker, or mobile home sticker, or have in his or her possession any such sticker, plate or sticker. However, that does not include temporary tags or temporary license plates. And what my client had was a temporary license plate, so I would argue no PCS to the counterfeit validation sticker of a motor vehicle.
Okay, did the state wish to respond?
Your Honor, based on defense's argument, I did do some research. I found a case, Herrera Lara versus State. It's 932, 7-2, 1138, and it does agree with defense's position, and therefore there is no objection.
Okay. So, sir, what that means to you is that on count one, I'm not going to find probable cause for that charge, and I will ROR you, which means I'll release you on your own recognizance, so you don't have to post a monetary bond for that count. However, the second charge of no valid driver's license, I do believe is valid. I'll go ahead and keep your bond set at $500, and I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Did you have any questions for me?
Yo solo lo único que puedo decir es que yo iba a
I
enviar
would-
un dinero
Oh.
y solo presté el carro para ir a hacer un dinero a enviar a Nicaragua a mi familia. Eso es lo único que yo hice mal. Prestar ese
The only thing that I wanted to say was that I was trying to make some money and I borrowed that car in order for me to be able to go to work, make some money to send it back to my family in Nicaragua. I didn't do anything wrong and I was not trying to do anything wrong.
Okay, well, I appreciate your thoughts about that. I'm really just trying to make sure that we can get you out of jail. You now do have a lower bond amount of $500, so hopefully you can post that with your family, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, respectfully, may I double check the case number 22CF13?
22 CF 13878AO.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and that was everything we had today for Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. You have a wonderful day.
You too. Bye-bye. No, I lost him. Can we bring him up at the end then? Yeah, let's do that, and then I'll just say we found somebody new. And what was that? Okay, there's Elvin. Okay, so, put that there. Ah, there we go. It was just out of- Okay. Okay, good afternoon, ma'am. Is it Sarah Dubois?
Yes, ma'am.
And is your date of birth July 10th of 1985?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, ma'am, you're here on case number 2022 CF 13884AO. I am finding there's probable cause for the charge of possession of MDMA. Your bond will remain set at $1,000. Were you wanting the public defender's office appointed to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. She is currently out on bond on 2 cases. I will not say they're necessarily drug-related, the burglary with an assault and battery, and openly carrying a firearm. It looks like she bonded out on both of these just maybe last week. Did the state have any thoughts in regards to the out on bond?
Your Honor, formal charges have been filed with regard to 22 MM 4709. She has pretrial scheduled for December 9th. And with regard to the burglary with an assault or battery therein, I believe the defendant was released on a 33-day motion, so that was at best 2 weeks ago. Defendant does not have excessive convictions.
Well, can I lean back against?
State has no objection to no action, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm feeling dizzy.
So, Ms. Du Bois?
She's feeling dizzy.
I'm feeling dizzy. Can I lean back on the wall, please?
She's feeling dizzy.
Yeah, did they take the walker away while you're in here? Yeah, that makes sense.
No, she still has the walker, but she
Yes,
feels dizzy.
I feel dizzy.
Oh, okay,
I just had a heart pacer in my heart.
okay. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Okay, well, hopefully this will perk you up a little bit, okay? In the scheme of things. So I'm gonna keep your bond set at $1,000 on the new charge. And the state says, based on your criminal history, and everything that, she agrees will take no action on the cases that you're out on bond. But ma'am, I've gotta make you aware, if you come back in here again with another charge, while these cases are still pending, the odds of that happening again are pretty slim, okay? Okay, good luck to you, ma'am, thank you.
Can I get some help, sir?
There was no action on the
No action,
RR
yeah.
cases. Okay.
And who is this?
Lisa Lewis.
Lisa Lewis? Okay. So Ms. Lewis, I have you here on 2022 MM 6614AO. This is an arraignment for your charge of trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance. I do show the public defender's office is appointed to represent you and that you currently have 65 days time served.
And Your Honor, we're gonna enter a plea of not guilty. She has a competency evaluation pending.
Okay. So,
It's competence, not competency.
okay. Well, Ms. Lewis, we'll go ahead and enter a plea of no contest, or, I'm sorry, not guilty on your behalf, and then we'll get you back in front of Division 61 as soon as possible, okay?
Why can't I just go? I wasn't, what what other details do you have that you'd like to share? Like, apparently people were saying there was a hurricane coming, which didn't make any sense, but to make sure I was covered. So I was just in a well-covered area, and no one had called that owns this building, as I know for a fact. And yet, I was picked up and I was mistreated and I was brought here, and I've been here for, I don't know how many days, and it makes no sense, because certainly it's not keeping me safe for health or from a hurricane, that you're just, have people running around in these stupid cars, putting cuffs on people, when you say there's a coronavirus and tons of natural disasters, which isn't seeming sound for trespassing, so this isn't lawful at all. This is nonsense. It's called stalking for no reason. And you're trying to generate funds for yourself from this, I'm assuming, financially, and that'll be looked into, along with the fact that you've done this. You're not going to be in the clear. You're not going to be in the red about this, that you're sitting there as you're not qualified. And there's no point.
Well,
When
since
you
I'm not
bring up
qualified,
details to
Miss
people,
Lewis, Miss Lewis, listen to me. Since I'm not qualified, you take it up with the COs, and you can take it up with the next judge and see if they're qualified.
I'm
Okay?
telling you,
Take
you're
care.
not a judge. That's what I'm saying. That your process is breaking the cruel and unusual suffering,
Yeah,
and
we can-
this is a timely infraction.
No, she can sit there as long as she wants. No, you can give her days. Oh, this day cannot end anytime soon. Actually, this whole freaking week needs to be over.
Yes,
Is it like a full moon or something?
that's what I was.
Hi, are you Mr. Rogers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is he a move up too? Yes. Giving me a heads up on what I'm looking for. Okay, Mr. Rogers, I just want to verify that you were born on January 13th of 2002?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, sir, I have a case here. Let me get to it. Why is it so thick? What? Why do I have all this bond paperwork? Oh. Oh, yeah, September 11th. Okay. I didn't know that. Good to know. So it looks like Mr. Rogers got arrested September 11th. He then bonded out on this case, which is 2022 CF 1058780. The bondsman came off the bond, and so now he's here for his initial appearance. That seems very odd to me, but whatever. I'll stay the bonds at $1,000 on count one and $500 on count two. Did you want me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or had you hired somebody else to represent you?
So it's 1,000 and 100, Your Honor?
1,000 and 500.
He doesn't understand. I really don't understand either. I don't know.
I would have assumed, quite honestly, that if you bond it out and then they take you off the bond and put you back in jail, that I don't know why you'd be, I don't know.
Because he never went to, yeah.
Yeah, I
Possibly
know.
because
He never
bonded
went the first
before he
time.
appeared at IA. So if he's never been to IA, once he's back in custody, they do the IA.
I'm just going to blame Mr. Barker and say it's probably something that he did a long time ago and now makes us ask to do that. I'm just kidding, Mr. Barker. The main thing is, I just want to know if he wants a PD.
I believe he has a PD on his other cases, Your Honor.
Okay, so let me just go ahead and give him the PD on this case then.
Thank you.
Just got. Possession. I got it in my room. I just got the possession of the cannabis. This on September 11th. I just got that quote. Just
10. Okay.
Ms. George, I think the real reason behind it getting done is so that he's not sitting in here with the bond amount without an attorney. So it was really to come in here and find out if he wants the PD. Apparently he has the PD on his other cases, so I'll just go ahead and appoint the PD on this case. And then that way, if he needs a bond hearing or if there's something else that needs to happen, that can be done in front of the trial judge.
all together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep, thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Are you Dismar Cooper?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Cooper, I have you here on case number 2021 MM5871AO. This was a failure to appear capias that was issued when you failed to appear at a status hearing back in September. The Public Defender's Office does represent you on this case, and your bond is set at $100. Okay, good luck, sir. Thank you. Cirillo Garden?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Garden. Is your date of birth January 2nd of 1987?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, sir, I have two cases. The first case I have is 2022 CF 13874AO. The other case is the 2022 MO 1319AO. They are related. I am finding probable cause as to the charges. I'll go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I'll stay the bond at $2,500 on count one, the Bat Leo. Stay the bond at $150 on the resisting, and I will drop the bond down to $100 on the camping charge on the misdemeanor charge. Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Are you Mr. Delgado?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Delgado, you're here on 2022 MM7984AO. This is assault, domestic violence. Yeah, no.
And Your Honor, we're going to enter a plea of not guilty.
Okay. $50, right? Can I just ask you, does the actual information that the state filed on it list domestic violence in the information, or does it just say assault? It does say domestic? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and move this to Division 50, which is the domestic violence unit, and that way he can talk to the attorneys that are specifically in that division, and we'll get you a pretrial date of okay, you're all set, sir. Good luck to you. Billy Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, your date of birth, October 23rd of 1989?
Correct.
Okay. And counsel, you want to put your name on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Jasmine Jesus Felicia covering for Robert Mandel.
Okay. And Mr. Rodriguez, I did read through this case in 2022 CF 13870AO. I am finding that there's probable cause for the charge of robbery with a firearm, as it is a first-degree misdemeanor punishable by life in the Department of Corrections. You're not entitled to a bond at this time. I will note that you do have an attorney. We can certainly try to get you a bond hearing in front of the Division 17 trial judge as soon as possible, which I'm sure your attorney will do. Do you have any questions? Anything else from council?
No, Your Honor, that's all.
Okay, thank you
that's all I
very
have,
much
Your
for your
Honor.
patience, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Francis? Okay, Mr. Barker, so your client is here. This is case number 2022 CF 13566AO. This was another reason why it took me a little bit longer because, oh my gosh. So I took literally the exhibits for each case and I put them side by side. They're identical until, so it looks like the exhibit A in the case that he's currently out on bond on, the 2022 CF 10716, it ends at like page 12. And then exhibit A, the remaining pages seem to be attached to this. So as best as I can tell, these are not necessarily new charges, they're just extenuations of this event that keeps,
Correct, Your Honor. He
I
was,
hope at some point they'll just stop, but
they will. So yeah, he was arrested on the first case that he's out on bond now on September 15th. And they arrested him on an outstanding warrant, and they're alleging in this new affidavit that when they arrested him, they found some additional items that were drugs and also searched the house and found some items in there. So there, it's not a violation of his release.
right. So I'm not quite sure why Judge Beamer didn't give him bonds. He's actually entitled to bonds, I believe, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, even on the trafficking in fentanyl, while it is a first-degree felony, I do believe it does have a bond. He may not like the bond amount, because I believe, is it 500,000?
So I've got the,
50.
It's 50? Okay. Some of them got really high, so I wasn't sure. What I'm inclined to do, I do show that he was able to bond out on the other charges in the 2022 CF 10716AO on the 16th of September. On those cases, he's put up a bond so far of $200,500, correct? Sounds about right?
sounds about right.
Okay, and Mr. Barker, you represent him on that charge as well?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay. So I guess my question for the state is, because they seem to be additional charges, are you seeking the maximum bond amounts on all of these? What are your thoughts? I thought I would at least ask.
Your Honor, considering that he has put up bond for over 200,000, yes, I am going to ask for the allowable amount. I would also ask that the defendant comply with Florida statute 903.046, sub 2, sub F, maybe switched, which was to verify the funds used with regard to bond, Your Honor.
Is that what we used to call the nebula hold, but we call it something different now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I thought that when we stopped doing Nevia hearings a long time ago.
Well, I think it's because we stopped doing them under that case number because the legislature actually put it into a statute where the state has the ability to question it. But I'll hear from you. What are your thoughts?
Thank you. So obviously, my client knew about the charges when he was arrested because they were alleging at that time they found additional items. So he was aware that he would likely be arrested. He stayed here in Orlando at his house, obviously. So I don't think that there's any flight risk involved. And because he had to pay such a high bond on his first case, I would ask the court to actually set lower bonds than what would be normal. And additionally, we all know that the state's not going to file charges on this until things come back from the lab. So he's going to be ROR'd in 3 weeks anyway. So in order, if the court or if the state wants him out on some bond, I would suggest a lower bond amount so he can post bond, be home with his family for Christmas. And like I said, he's not a flight risk. He's proven that. Most clients don't come here, haven't been able to prove that he has.
Was there anything else that the state wished to say?
No, Your Honor.
No, that's okay. I'll find it.
Sure, 903.046.
that's Mr. Rodriguez. I'm sorry. Nope, I'll do it. It's just, I'm having that kind of day. Frazier, he's right, should be right here. Mr. Francis, did you, you've only lived in Apopka for a year?
Yes, ma'am.
Where'd you grow up?
Excuse me.
Where'd you grow up?
Well, down the street, we're like, in Southern Pines, is right down Long Road.
Oh, still in this area, though?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay, okay. Because I didn't see anything out of state, but I wasn't sure. Okay. And how old are you? 33. Okay. So, I think let's put one issue to bed, absolutely. So on case number 22 CF 10716AO, the case that he's currently being held on no bond because he's out on bond, we all agree that these are all part of the same event. So I'm going to take no action on that, and I'll release that hold. As to these charges, I will go ahead and set bond in the amount of $50,000 on count 1, $50,000 on count 2, $150 on count 3, and $150 on count 4. And you're good to go. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, did you agree with the state with regard to the complying with Florida Statute 903.046? If you would also take note, Your Honor, that part of Mr. Francis' history is that he was convicted in 2019 for trafficking in illegal drugs.
I saw that. How about I'll make you both a deal. I am going to agree that the state, they have the ability to request it, so I am going to allow it. Mr. Barker, what I can do, if you'd like, is make sure that we can get you in front of Judge Alvaro if you need to set that for a hearing as soon as possible. Do you want me to see if he can see you tomorrow?
That'd be great. I'm in front of him tomorrow anyway.
You what? You're in front of
I'm
him?
in front of him tomorrow anyway.
Okay. Let me see what I can do. And if I can't get it by tomorrow, I will let you know, but I'll try to get it as soon as I can.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Okay? Okay. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
So are we placing the Nibia hold or no?
Yes, so I did put that pursuant to the statute. Do you need that statute? She's going to put it on the paperwork.
That's fine. We have a,
You have it too? Okay.
yes, I was just putting a detainer in the system.
Who is this? What's your name?
Efrain Melendez.
Okay. So this was Efren Melendez, and you're here on 2010 CT 1538AO. The Public Defender's Office represents you, and this looks like it's a violation of probation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
¿Hablas español?
Sí.
¿Sí? ¿Hablas inglés?
No, poquito.
No,
entiendo.
un poquito. Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Peresno Leon, certified Spanish interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
Hi, this is Judge Martha Adams again. I'm back at the jail on case number 2010 CT 1538AO.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
The defendant's name is,
He's bonded on that case right now. It's in the process. Can you advise him that he has an immigration hold?
okay, well, let me finish
Would you
telling
like-
the interpreter. His name is Efren Melendez,
Thank you, Your Honor.
and he does have the headset on.
Sí.
The interpreter can confirm there is connection with the headsets, Your Honor.
Mr. Melendez, the jail's notified me that you have bonded out on this violation of probation. The reason why you're still here is there's an immigration hold. Did you want to try to resolve your violation of probation today, or did you want me to
Sí.
go ahead and set this for a hearing down the road?
No, yo quiero pedir perdón, ¿va? Por lo que pasó hace 12 años atrás. Ahora soy una persona nueva, tengo mi esposa, mis 3 hijos, y si ella me puede dar el privilegio de darme de nuevo la probatoria, yo la cojo.
No, I would like to say something. I would like to apologize for what I did 12 years ago. And I would like to request, if possible, that you can give me the opportunity to be released on bond, to be with my wife and 3 children, since I'm a new man way after what I did. And I would like to see if I can be released on bond.
Well, sir, just so we're on the same page, you have been released on bond on this charge.
Sí.
I'm not holding you here. What's holding you here is your immigration status. So the Department of Homeland Security is the one that has you here. My only question is, I don't know what they're going to do. My only question is, since I'm seeing you right now, did you want to go ahead and take care of the charge that you're here for so that you don't have to come back later? Or do you want me to go ahead and set this for a date and let you see what you can do with immigration?
For the immigration.
En un futuro sería bueno.
Okay, but can I not?
If you
Wait, just stop for 1 second. Can I not take a plea on him if I want to? Just because he's bonded out, does that mean I somehow lost jurisdiction over his case? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be snappy. I'm just, my point is, let's be realistic. It's quite possible that Homeland Security will take him tomorrow and I'll never see him again, nor will you, nor anybody else in this room, nor his family. And sir, I'm not trying to make light of anything situation that you're in, but it is also possible that tomorrow immigration may decide that, yes, you can get out and you've bonded out on this case and you can go on your happy way. If that happens, you're going to have to come back to court at some point and deal with this charge. So in the meantime, I was just trying to find out if you would rather resolve it today as opposed to waiting to resolve it down the road. That's really all I'm asking.
¿Y qué haría para resolverlo?
And what is it that we're going to do in order to resolve it?
Well, that would be my next question. Was there an offer?
I didn't make an offer, Your Honor, but
He's got 5 days so far, and he was adjudicated previously. And his license will remain suspended until he completes all of the terms and conditions that he originally had to do, with the exception of the community service hours. That would be it.
I apologize. Can you tell me if it's a no valid or a duelist?
The DUI.
Oh. And
Which is why I think he may not come back.
he still has conditions pending?
I didn't look to see what the violation was for. I'm assuming since it's from 2010, that he just absconded in essence and didn't do anything. But I would have to look.
Yo me presenté, yo llamé a la policía para presentarme.
I showed up. Actually, it was myself who called the police and turned myself in.
Oh, that was very nice of you, sir. Thank you.
Gracias.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
So let me just look real quick. So it looks like the violation of probation was issued back in July of 2010 after he had pled to the charge and obviously been placed on probation. Alleged that he in essence, what I said, he changed where he was living without procuring consent with probation. He did not do the DUI counterattack school nor the victim awareness program. And then he failed to obviously keep appointments. And then he's also $120 in arrears on the cost of supervision. I could maybe do like 10 days with 5 days time served.
Yes, Your Honor.
Would that be okay? Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Melendez, if you wanted to resolve your case today, the state has agreed that if you admit to the violation of probation, we could go ahead and revoke and terminate this probation. I would have you serve 10 days in the Orange County Jail. You've already served 5. And then that way you would do 5 more. And then if immigration allows you to go home, you go home. If immigration keeps you longer, then that would be between you and the Department of Homeland Security. Is that something that you think you might want to do this afternoon, or did you want to have some more time with your attorney to talk to her?
Necesito. Puedo pagar algo, ¿no?
Can I pay a bond or something?
Dar una
So
fianza.
as I said before, your family already posted a bond on this case. You're not here in front of me because of this case. You're here because you're being held by immigration. I'm only asking you as a courtesy and sort of as
Okay.
trying to help if you
Okay.
want to resolve this case today, or you can come back later and do it. What would you prefer?
Terminarla. Hoy.
No, I would like to resolve it today.
Okay. So I believe that the,
Oh, we're trying to make sure because of the bond issue, the bond, apparently they're downstairs trying to pay. So, I was just gonna let them know not to take the money since he's gonna resolve.
okay, that would be great. Thank you. So, sir, I believe your family is downstairs right now trying to pay the money to get you out. What I will do, pretrial services has said that they will notify them that you're just going to resolve the case. Hopefully, they will also let them know that while you've resolved this case and it's now no longer holding you, the only thing that is holding you is the immigration issue, which they'll need to talk to the Department of Homeland Security about. So Ms. George is filling out the violation of probation form. If you sign that, basically it just means that you're admitting that you didn't keep your appointments and you didn't finish the items with your probation. And then in return, you're going to be receiving 10 days in jail with credit for the 5 days you served. And then any monetary amounts, I'll go ahead and give you a year to pay that back. But please keep in mind that your driving privilege in the state of Florida is going to remain suspended until you finish that DUI counterattack school and the victim awareness program. Do you have any questions about that, sir?
Si quiero salir, okay, por ejemplo, con la fianza que pagaron, ya soy libre. Y Puedo salir con esperar que migración venga o no venga.
Yes, I have a question. With the bond that is being paid, am I going to be able to get out? Or do I wait for immigration to come or not to come?
So the bond's really irrelevant if you go ahead and accept this plea.
Okay.
So again, this will not be holding you here in jail, just the immigration. Does that make sense?
Okay. Entendí. Entonces no.
I understood.
Your Honor, so it's revoke and terminate.
10 days. And then any remaining money that's left over, I'll give him a year to pay that back.
Okay, perfect.
Okay?
Gracias.
So
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sir, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Juro.
Okay.
I swear
Nada más que la verdad.
Okay, then can you
to
just,
tell only the truth.
thank you. Can you just sign the bottom of that form for me?
No, aquí no estoy firmando como que me quedo aquí, ¿no?
I am not signing this and saying that I'm staying here, no?
No, you're signing that to say that you want to resolve your case and get out of jail.
No. Ajá. Ahora mismo.
Right now?
Coming. So,
Okay. No quiero los 10 días de cárcel. Sí.
I do not want to be held 10 days in jail.
Okay,
Quiero pagarlo.
then,
Año.
okay, then.
I would like to pay it.
Yes,
Okay.
lo que tengo que hacer.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'll go ahead and take a plea of not guilty, or you're denying the violation of probation. What's going to be his next date? Okay. So, sir, we'll see you back January 9th. You're going to get out on this charge, and good luck with your immigration.
did they leave?
Did I stop
Gracias.
it too
Gracias.
fast?
Thank you.
You have a hold for immigration.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm-
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, I found one other Spanish case. Can I do that with you as well?
Of course, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Very welcome.
So I was looking for Elvin Lopez. Are you Jasmine? Yes, ma'am. I'll come right back to you in just a second. I've just got the interpreter on, so trying to make use where we can. Hey, good afternoon, sir. Are you Elvin Lopez Mendez?
Yes.
And were you born September 23rd of 2000?
Yes.
Sir, I have two traffic cases that you're here on, and they are 22 CT 1872 AW and 1873 AW. One is a charge of driving under the influence. The other charge is driving without a valid driver's license. I have reviewed the charging affidavit in this case.
Charges, can you advise he has a hold for immigration?
Okay. So, sir, you, your family or friends have already bonded you out on the criminal charge. So you're not actually being held for anything that I have any control over. You're just coming to me so I can tell you that you're being held by immigration and you have to deal with the Department of Homeland Security. Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Okay, I guess that was all I needed to tell him. Thank you.
Will you need the services of the interpreter further, Your Honor?
No, unless you want to go have drinks later. No, I'm just kidding.
You have a wonderful afternoon, Your Honor.
Thank you. You as well, sir. Take care. Bye-bye.
Likewise.
Okay. Okay, Jasmine, your last name is Brigham, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I have you here on, this looks like a city case for an open container in 2022 MO 1269 AO. It looks like you've served 18 days. You do have the public defender's office representing you. Were you wanting to see if we could try to resolve this today?
Who is this?
Yes.
Wait, which one is this? Brigham?
Jasmine Brigham.
Your Honor, from what I
can't-
see, she's on parole.
I'm on Interstate Compact from Texas for probation.
Okay.
So I would enter a plea of not guilty.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do that, because I don't want a simple open container to revoke your probation in there. So, okay, so let's do a plea of not guilty. You do have the public defender's office. We're going to get you a pretrial conference in front of Judge Bigney, and that's going to be on,
Okay.
okay. Good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. How about, I had a Ray DeLeon. He's not. Okay. So, but Dennis Williams refused? Okay, so that one's 2022 MO 1270 AO. He does have the public defender. It's in Division 62, so we'll set him for a pretrial conference.
Will waive and enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Okay.
I apologize, Madam Clerk, was that the 18th or the 19th? Okay, thank you.
How about, who did you guys have next? Fisher? He refused as well? Okay, so in 2022 MM 7347 AO, he does have the public defender. You want me to go ahead? I'll waive his appearance, enter a plea of not guilty. He'll see Judge Bigney on December 21st at 1 o'clock, you said? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How about Vesta House? Wow, are you guys having another party down there again?
No, I'm like, what is going on?
Okay, so it's all right by me, makes this go a little bit faster. So on Miss House in 2022 MM 7320 AO, she has the public defender. We'll waive her appearance and her plea of not guilty, and we'll set the pretrial on.
Thank you.
How about Durante Lewis? Okay, so he also has the public defender's office in 2022 MM 7438 AO. We'll go ahead and waive his appearance and our plea of not guilty. This will also be in Division 63 with Judge Bigney on December 21st at 1 o'clock. How about Mr. Durante Lewis? Did we do that one?
Your Honor, he has two cases.
Oh,
He has two
he has two cases. I apologize. I was like, didn't I just say that name? Okay. So that second case, I'll do the same thing. The second case is 2022 MM 7439 AO.
Your Honor, I have that in Division 62.
Yeah, since they're different divisions, he'll have different retrials. How about Kenneth Lyman? Hi, Mr. Lyman. Good, sir. You're here on 2022 MM 7443 AO. The Public Defender's Office represents you on a petty theft.
Okay, we're going to enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and enter that plea of not guilty. And this is in Division 63 with Judge Bigney. She'll have her pretrial conference December 21st at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Ms. George, I think Mr. Lyman wants to ask you a question.
Oh, I don't know, multiple cases. You're gonna have to call the attorney. It's multiple cases.
The pretrial is December 21st. My guess is the trial date will probably be in January, but you'll find that on the 21st, okay? Thank you. Sean Mascara?
Your Honor.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. This is 2022 MM 748580. You're here on a charge of trespass. The Public Defender's Office represents you. Are we going to try to resolve this or no?
Yes, Your Honor. The offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to 3608 Alamo Avenue. And Mr. Mascara would like to enter a plea of no contest and accept the state's offer.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is that Mascara?
Okay, so, sir, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
I have your plea form. You signed it at the bottom. Any questions about the rights on the form?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
And she says you want to enter a plea of no contest. You understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, that can cause problems with immigration?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
Okay, so I will go ahead and accept your plea. I will adjudicate you guilty, sentencing you to 28 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for the 28 days that you've previously served. I'll go ahead and release you from this charge and this charge only. I'm going to order that you not return back to 3608 Aloma Avenue, and there are court costs, but I'll give you a year to pay that back.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
Okay, good luck to you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Julia?
Julia is a bond, Your Honor.
She bonded? Okay. And how about, this would be Tarvis Williamson? Mr. Williamson, you're here on 2022 MM 759480.
Yes, Your Honor. The offer from the state on the trespass is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to 480 North Terry Avenue. There's also a cost of investigation in the amount of $118.88 to the Orlando Police Department. Mr. Williamson would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
Okay. Mr. Williamson, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you did sign the plea form. Do you have any questions about any of the rights that are on the form?
No.
And she says you'd like to enter a plea of no contest. Has anyone forced you or threatened you to do that today?
No.
And you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, entering into a plea could subject you to deportation.
Yes.
So I'll go ahead and accept your plea. I'll adjudicate you guilty. I'll give you, sentence you to 8 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for the 8 days you've previously served. I'll release you from this charge and this charge only. I am going to order that you not return back to 480 North Terry Avenue. There's court costs as well as cost of investigation of $118.88 to the Orlando Police Department, but I'll go ahead and give you a year to pay that money back.
And Your Honor, can you give him a year from the date of release because he has other charges?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say, how about this? Yeah, I'll say you have a year from the date of any incarceration, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Okay, and this is Mr. Perry?
Yes.
And it's Rakeem Perry, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you born on July 23rd of 2001?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm assuming that this lady next to you is going to be your attorney, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
Good afternoon, Judge. Alicia Adamson for the record appearing for Rakeem Perry.
okay. Ms. Adamson, do you also represent him on the charge that he's currently out on bond on?
I do not, but I will be. I was just retained, so I apologize for not having a blazer on. I usually would, but I wasn't planning on coming to court today. But yes, I do plan to file a notice of appearance on both cases. I did speak to the state on the case that he's out on bond for 2022 CF 11531, and the state has no objection to the court taking no action on that bond, and we would just ask for a reasonable bond to be set on the fleeing attempting to elude on this case.
And so in that case, just so we put it all on the record, 2022 CF 1153AO, I'll take no action. As to 2022 CF 13888AO, I'll go ahead and set your bond in the amount of $1,000 on count 1, $1,000 will stay on count 2, and you're all set.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience this afternoon.
No, good to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you too. Take care. So now are we at Cumberland?
Mental health, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm sorry, who was mental health?
Cumberland?
Thank you.
So on Cumberland, 2022 MM8063AO, I did find probable cause, so I will go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent him.
Can I have a
I guess my only question is, do you want me to just go ahead and waive his appearance, or do you want me to try to bring him back since it's a pleable?
Yes, Your Honor, could we at least try for tomorrow? It looks like he's on Social Security disability. I didn't see any competency issues. So I would just ask that we try one more time tomorrow.
Okay.
There's an offer.
So I'll go ahead and stay the bond for now at 500, but I'll reset him to see if we can get him back here in person. This would be Nathaniel Cushing Garcia.
Mental health also, Your Honor.
Okay. Same thing with him?
Yes, Your
Okay, so I'll just go ahead and reset him for tomorrow to see if we can continue the initial appearance.
Mental health also, Your Honor.
De La Cruz? Okay, so Raymond De La Cruz.
Same.
So this one I did want to ask you about. I do show that in the case he's out on bond, they did file a competency motion on the 23rd, and then the judge signed the order on November 30th, getting Dr. Duros to do an evaluation of him.
Yeah,
So,
you do. So I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
okay. And then, does the state have strong feelings about, I'd like to say that they missed an appointment, but I don't even think that Mr. De La Cruz even knows about the appointment yet, possibly. This may help them, I don't know.
Are you asking me about the out on bond, Your Honor?
Yes.
And we believe this individual has competency issues, but we've not been able to locate him?
No, they just actually set the eval.
Yesterday. It literally, the order appointing Dr. Duros as the doctor to evaluate him got signed yesterday, which is why I'm saying I don't even know that he knows about it, because they probably haven't set up an appointment yet. They've just gotten the paperwork to get her paid.
Yeah, they had comp concerns and now they just got the doctor assigned. So he hasn't missed any evals.
He hasn't missed anything as of yet.
Your Honor, well, no, he has an address. It is another trespass, Your Honor, but the defendant hasn't had any convictions in over 10 years, and he only has misdemeanor offenses. I have no objection to either a no action or a revoke and double.
What if I do this? I will go ahead in the 2022 MM8064AO, that's the new charge in Division 83. I'll go ahead and set his bond at $1,000. And then on the case that he's currently out on bond, the 2022 MM6208AO, I'll go ahead and take no action.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then that way, Ms. Altuan can certainly let me know if he's not getting out on the $1,000 bond.
Since you did give him bond, Your Honor, can I get a no return?
Yes, and Avis, no return to that 7-Eleven. Is this Mr. Fuller? Fuller?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Mr. Fuller. Were you born on September 25th of 1957?
Sure was.
Okay. Well, this looks like they charged you with loitering and prowling in case number 2022 MM8062AO. I wasn't sure if the state wanted to make an offer in this case.
There is an offer to resolve, Your Honor, with an adjudication of guilt, credit time served no return to 4725. Is it North Island or Vineland Road?
Car dealership.
Is it Vineland Road?
Vineland Road.
Okay, yeah. Vineland Road. Sorry, Mr. Fuller.
Ma'am, can I say a little something about the police and everything? I really would.
Oh, the police, yeah.
I was arrested. I know it's normal practice for the police to handcuff people, but I've got injuries. I'm not seeking damages. I have injuries. They were very rude to me. I pled with them, and I'm glad I'm here, and I'm glad you're going to release me. But I've been arrested 4 times this year, and every time I've got nerve damage in my shoulders and fractures in my wrist. I have to take drugs to sleep. I don't know what to say, man. It hurts too much.
Okay. I can't give you any legal advice, but I can always tell you that you certainly have the ability to seek counsel and see if they want to file charges against the Orlando Police Department or any other entity that's arrested you. That's something you certainly have the right to look into.
I said, I know the difference, between right and wrong, but it's just, they were a little rough down through the years. They kind of poorly.
Okay. Well, knowing all of that, do you still want to resolve this charge today?
Yes, I'll plead no contest, guilty if you would like, to time served and not to return to the business that I was hanging around.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay. And you signed the plea form acknowledging that and that you wanted to enter a no contest plea. I'm understanding that nobody's threatening you or forcing you to do that. And then my last question is, you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, entering a plea today could subject you to deportation. Do you understand that? Yeah. Okay. So, sir, at this time, I'll go ahead and accept your plea. I'll adjudicate you guilty. I'll give you credit for the day that you served previously in the Orange County Jail and release you from this charge and this charge only. There are court costs, which I'll give you a year to pay, and then the no return, you know exactly where that is on Vineland, and you are correct, it's the Audi dealership. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
And you're taking no action on his out on bond or ROR?
He was out on ROR. I asked that you take no action given that he resolved his case today, Your Honor.
Yeah, because I didn't know about it either, so that's good. Are you Madison?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And were you born on February 10th of 2004?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
I have 22 CF 12397. I believe it's supposed to say AO. You're welcome.
Wait, for who?
The last person, the out on bond. Did you have the out on bond?
Oh, okay. I'm looking at Madison Gibson like, what? Yeah, sure. Let's see.
Okay, so Madison Gibson,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're here on 2022 MM8047AO. Did you make an offer on these cases?
I don't, Your Honor. There are things that have to be done per statute. I know some of them can be done at the jail, but to be completely honest, I don't know which ones can be and the time limit type of thing. So, and quite often we also offer PTD, but we don't do that at the jail. So, even if need be, she does not appear to have any history and an address, although it's not local. I have no objection to either ROR or does not qualify for PTR, or if you want to reduce the bond, Your Honor.
Ms. Gibson, let me ask you a question, and I'm not asking you anything about the facts of the case or how you got arrested or anything that. This is more for me to determine bond. I know you listed that you live in St. Albans, New York. Are you just here visiting? Is it your intent to go back to New York?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a cell phone
I do have a cell phone, yes.
and an email address?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay.
I
So-
believe I put the, oops, I'm sorry.
No, what I was just gonna tell you is, I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Okay.
The reason why I asked that is, in the Ninth Circuit, our clerk's office has something where if you put in your cell phone number, into their program, they'll send you, text messages every time it's due for you to come to court. But most importantly, I can release you on an ROR. It's a but if you violate it and don't have contact with your attorney or come back to court, it automatically turns into a $2,000 bond, which is, you can see, is far more higher than what you would normally bond out on.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just want you to understand that. So I'll ROR you, appoint the public defender's office. The email address is important because if you stay in contact with the public defender, I don't necessarily need you to keep coming back to Florida. You can do things from New York. And the state is correct. They do have a diversion program, so it could be that you might be able to do that from New York as well.
Okay, yes,
Okay.
ma'am, thank you.
Do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm assuming same thing for the.
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. Are you Miss Langhorn?
Yes.
Okay, and Miss Langhorn, your date of birth, July 16th, 2003.
Yes.
So I have the same questions for you. Do you have a cell phone?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an email address?
Yes.
Okay, and is it your intent to go back to New York as well?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'll do in 2022 MM 8048AO is, I am finding probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I'll release you on your own recognizance, but keep in mind, if you don't keep in contact with your attorney or come back to court when we need you to, you can, that can be revoked for a $2,000 bond. We don't really want to do that because that's far higher than I ever would have given you today. But otherwise, you should be free to go and just stay in contact with your attorney and make sure you're up to date with all your court dates, okay? Good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you. Jesus Marquez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Marquez. Were you born September 25th of 1971?
I was born January 30, 1974.
1974?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so I do show that you're here on 2022 MM 8059. This is a charge of trespass. Did you want to try to resolve it today?
Yes.
Okay.
The offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, 15 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for, is it 2, Madam Clerk?
2 days.
No return to 325, is it Parr Street? Was it Parr Street or Parr?
Parr
Okay.
Street.
Sometimes I can't remember.
It's Circle K at
Yes.
325 East Park.
And he would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest, sorry.
And so, Mr. Marquez, can you raise your right hand for me? You swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor, I will.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Marquez, you understand, right now you have 15 days in the Orange County Jail. I will give you credit for 2 days, so you will spend a couple more days here. Are you good with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I have your plea form. You signed it here. Any questions about any of the rights on the form?
No, Your Honor.
She indicated you'd like to enter a plea of no contest. Has anybody forced you or threatened you to do that today?
No, Your Honor.
And you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, entering into a plea could subject you to deportation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and adjudicate you guilty, sentencing you to 15 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for the 2 days that you previously served. I am going to order that you not return back to the Circle K at 325 East Parr Street, and that's in Orlando. Actually, that intersection's weird, but anyway, there's court cost. I'll give you a year to pay that back, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Pierre Lewis, his behavior.
Your Honor, could we try to reset for tomorrow? He actually has an offer to resolve both of his cases.
What both?
Not both, not the out on bond. I meant to say both charges. I'm sorry, it's been a long day. I meant to say the new law, not the out on bond, Your Honor. So, could we just try tomorrow, and then, if not, I will waive the appearance.
Yeah, I will tell the state, because you may want to just talk, the loitering and prowling, He was sitting on the side of 7-Eleven. There's no entrance there, and he doesn't seem to be able, but I thought part of the loitering and prowling was usually that the officer turns around and Mirandizes them and then asks them what they were doing there. And if it doesn't dispel his fear of why he wasn't there, then you can arrest him for loitering and prowling. So, well, I'll keep the bonds as they are for right now, but just,
We can address.
we'll readdress this tomorrow then.
Thank you.
Janice Harris is bonded.
She bonded, okay. And then, next I have Kiana Bonilla.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, Miss Bonilla. Is your date of birth July 9th of 1995?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is case number 2020 MM8793AO. This was a failure to appear. Capias issued with a $2,000 bond. The public defender's office was appointed. Are we trying to do anything or just, okay. So we're just gonna go ahead. You do have a $2,000 bond. You're more than welcome to bond out. You also have the public defender, so they can talk to you about having a bond hearing if you're not able to. Okay, good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Trevor St. Juste? Trevor Allen St. Juste? That's this?
You.
Did I say your name improperly?
You were like.
What's your name?
Trevor St. Just.
Trevor what?
Trevor St. Just.
St. Just. You're
Oh, okay, okay. And when were you born?
March 11th, 1993.
Okay. Were you expecting to see Mr. LaFay in here? No? Okay, you were looking around and I did notice that Mike LaFay filed a notice of appearance on this charge, which is 2022 MM536AO. I think part of the problem though is that, there's two cases. I don't know. Yeah, I think what happened is they're in two separate divisions, and so the judge, oh, no, they're both in 82. I don't know. He filed a notice of appearance, but it is possible that the order hasn't been signed, turning over the case to Mr. LaFay, as the PDs still have it. So, in any case, sir, you do have bonds. Your bond amount is $1,000 on count one, $1,000 on count two. That's on the resisting and the battery charge in the 536. And then on the 3697, you have a bond amount of $1,000 on the resisting on that charge. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Is there anything we could do to resolve any of this today?
Not today, I don't believe so, especially not without Mr. LaFay here. Up here telephonically? Oh, I saw the motion to withdraw, so I was assuming it was the motion to come off by the PD. I could be wrong about that. Okay, that may be where I got confused then.
Blair Desmond, bonded.
Bonded? So this would be Mr. Falua?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Falua, were you born on March 2nd of 1983?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, what are, Mr. Falua, did you make him an offer?
Withholding credit time served on this case and the outs on bond.
Oh, okay.
And you would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest as to both.
Okay, so we're gonna resolve both cases. As to the 22 MO1318AO, obviously I can figure that out. That's 2 days time served. As to the case that he's currently out on bond in 2022 MO1225AO, I would assume he's got 22 days?
23. 23 days.
23?
Yes.
23? Okay. Okay, so sir, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The truth.
Okay, thank you. Sir, you did sign the plea form. Any questions about the rights on the form?
No, ma'am.
And she's entered a plea of no contest on your behalf. Has anybody forced you or threatened you to do that today?
No, ma'am.
And you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, entering into a plea today could subject you to deportation. Okay. Sir, as to case number 2022 MO 1318AO, I will withhold adjudication. I'll give you, sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for the 2 days that you previously served. I'll release you from this charge and this charge only. I am also going to accept your plea as to 2022 MO 1225AO. I will withhold adjudication, sentence you to 23 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for the 23 days that you previously served, and I'll release you from that charge as well. There are court costs and filing fees, and I'll give you a year to pay everything back. If you don't pay it back in a year, they will try to suspend your driver's license. So you can always write to the court if you need some extra time. Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Madeline Ortega.
Bonded.
Jamalet Ramirez Jacino. Ann Kang.
Bonded also.
Jonah Crumpton.
You have a book number for that one?
I remember Mr. Bostic's case.
You have a booking number?
I wrote on it because I remember reading it. Here it is. Okay, I'm sorry. So, Mr. Bostwick, your date of birth is February 11th of 1972?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is the one I didn't have a chance to look it up. Is he entitled to a bond or no?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I didn't think that he was, but I just wanted to be sure. So, sir, you're here in 2022 CF 13895AO. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I am finding probable cause. I will go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, and the bond, based on the fact that it's a first-degree misdemeanor, will remain at no bond. So your attorney can get you in front of the Division 17 trial judge to see if you can get a bond hearing at a later date. Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
So they have to have an Arthur hearing because it's punishable by life. So call the attorney and they'll have the motion.
How about next I have Jonah Crumpton? Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and Mr. Crumpton, were you born on January 28th of 2001?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There we go. So, sir, you are here on case number 2022 CF 13877AO. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for the 3 charges. I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, and I'll stay the bonds at $2,500 on count 1, $150 on count 2, and $150 on count 3. I will order that you not possess any weapons or firearms, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
That's it.
Kenneth
Bonded.
Bonded. How about Leo Devlin? Good afternoon, Mr. Devlin. Is your date of birth February 24th of 1972?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were there, this feels thicker. Okay. So, Mr. Devlin, I did review the charging affidavits in this case. I do find that there's probable cause as to each case, and I will go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. As to 2022 CF 13885AO, I'll go ahead and stay the bond at $3,500. As to 2022 CF 13886AO, I'll go ahead and lower the bond to $500, and you're all set, okay? Good luck to you, sir, thank you. Joshua Faulkner? Mr. Faulkner, good afternoon. Is your date of birth August 16th of 2000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, sir, I have reviewed the charging affidavit in this case. I'll go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. In 2022 CF 13881, I'm going to go ahead and stay the bond at $3,500. I am going to order that you have no contact with the alleged victim in this case and that you not return back to that location on Gloucester Street.
Looking at multiple.
And that you not possess any weapons or firearms.
All right.
That's no scars. I did. So I got started.
Okay, Myron France.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. France. Your date of birth is January 18th of 1980, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So this is the one that I was having a little bit of confusion with. If you read the charging affidavit, it talks about how Mr. France has an Ohio identification card. I read through it a couple times. I can assume his license is suspended in Ohio, but I don't certainly see any statement where the officer writes that. The other concern I have is that he bases the charge of a third DUI within the past 10 years based on the fact that he claims that Mr. France I think he says, post-arrest, the defendant advised that he had at least 2 prior DUI convictions in Ohio, with at least one of those being a felony. I contacted Orange County Teletype, who confirmed this and was informed that he has multiple prior DUI arrests and that at least one was a felony.
Your Honor, if you're not,
I just don't know if it rises to that level.
would you, it's not going to change anything.
And can I just explain why? So you understand, because I'm saying if he has one that is a prior felony, there's no time indication. And the problem also I have is that, like, in the state of New York, if you go back to a lot of defendants that have multiple DUI arrests out of New York in the 70s and 80s, I almost think they treated them like Dubois back then because they don't have the same effect that the DUIs have in the state of Florida. That's, and how do I know the felony arrest isn't because that was with serious bodily injury? He's made a lot of assumptions is my problem, the deputy.
Your Honor, would you give the state 24 hours to clarify?
Absolutely. The only thing I was going to suggest is that he obviously doubled the bond. I was just going to come back down and say, maybe could we make the bond $5,000 that he not drive without a valid driver's license and $100 on the driving while license suspended. Or I can leave the bonds as they are and give you 24 hours.
Oh, no, Your Honor, I like your solution better.
Okay. I think Mr. France would probably like that solution better too. So Mr. France, what I've agreed to do is, on the bond amounts on count 1 on the DUI, I'll reduce that to $5,000. On the driving while license suspended, I'll reduce that to $100. I am just gonna ask that you not drive without a valid driver's license.
Okay, I'm here from out of town, and my friends leave on Sunday, so.
So what I'm doing is I'm appointing the public defender's office to represent you. Reach out to them. There's a lot of things that you can do while you're out of state. They can waive certain appearances on your behalf, and then that way, the only time that you would have to come back is if you actually wanted to resolve the case or if you wanted to enter or go to trial or something like that. So just stay in contact with your attorney so that they can waive your appearances. And that way, I'll allow you to go back to the state of Ohio.
Is there no way I can get a personal bond at all? I don't have any cash or any money on me.
So people call things different things. In Florida, we have two kinds. We have a cash bond where you have to put up the cash in the full amount, and then we have a surety bond where you can go to a bondsman. If you give them collateral and pay them 10% of the bond, they'll provide the remaining portion. So I don't really know, when you say personal bond, I'm not really sure what that means. What does that mean to you?
Personal bond where you don't have to pay anything, just on your own recognition that you come back.
Oh, like an ROR? No, unfortunately, under our administrative rules, we're not allowed to do that. But maybe talk to your friends, see if they can help you. Since I lowered the bond down to $5,000, they would only have to pay $500.
Okay.
Okay?
To a bondsman?
I'm sorry?
Pay that to a bondsman?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, good luck, sir. Thank you. Kiera Frazier? Oh, Ms. Frazier, you were born September 23rd of 1999?
Yes.
Okay. This is another one that I really had a hard time with. And I think it's because I certainly appreciate Officer Sotomayor with all of the work that he did, but the problem is, and Miss Eugene, maybe if you can help me, what I'm gathering is he's charging her with grand theft, robbery, and simple assault based on the incident that occurred at the Publix at 440 North Orlando Avenue on November 11th.
Okay.
But if you read that, because that's kind of like in that first paragraph, it says they list the different suspects, and they list her as
Suspect 1.
suspect 1, and say that, let's see here. So in paragraph 3, they list what she was wearing, and then they go down to say suspect 1 is observed taking lottery scratch-off tickets from one of the public employee's hands, walking behind the counter and walking away with them. So I certainly think one could argue if the tickets are valued, we could do the grand theft and the robbery, because you have robbery by sudden snatching. The simple assault, though, I thought that was linked more towards,
I think they would.
are you
all
doing
of
it because
them-
of principle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that was my question. It was just kind of,
Yes, yeah, because of the male with the bottle who threatened in the first paragraph, Your Honor. So I think they're just all being lumped in the same conspirators type of thing.
Okay.
They all benefited.
okay. And that's what the problem was then when he starts talking about all these other incidents that occurred in other places, I just got very confused. So, Ms. George, do you have any issues?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Ms. Frazier, let me ask you, I don't have an affidavit for you, but did you want the public defender appointed to represent you?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I'm gonna leave your bond set at $150 on count 1, $2,500 on count 2, and $100 on count 3. I am gonna order that you not return back to the public liquors at 440 North Orlando Avenue, and that you have no contact with the co-defendants in this case, okay? Good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you. Jacob Jacques, bonded. How about Jelena Johnson? That's her, okay. And good afternoon, Ms. Johnson. Were you born on February 11th of 1995?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, ma'am, at this time, I have reviewed the charging affidavit in 2022 CF 13906AO. I am determining there's probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you and stay your bonds at $1,000, okay? Good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you. Next, I have Jovens Joseph. Good afternoon, Mr. Joseph. Were you born on June 23rd of 2001?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, sir, this is an arrest warrant that was signed by Judge Beamer. He's determined probable cause. You are entitled to a bond, and it does look like he qualifies for pretrial release. Does the state have any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Joseph, I'll go ahead in 2022 CF 13907AO. We'll set your bond in at pretrial release. That way you don't have to pay a monetary bond to get out of jail, but you will be supervised by pretrial services. I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
And do you have any conditions? If it's pretrial?
Won't get in trouble again?
Don't run from the police. No, she said any conditions, Your Honor.
Don't run from the popo? Okay. Dante Lawrence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Lawrence. Is your date of birth June 22nd of 1990?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. So, this was a warrant that was signed by Judge Higbee. It's for a charge of burglary of a conveyance with assault or battery therein. It's actually punishable, it's a first-degree felony punishable by life, so it does mean that you're not necessarily entitled to a bond. Were you going to be trying to hire your own attorney, or did you want to see if you qualified for a public defender?
Public defender.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. How many children do you have?
One.
Okay. And you work and you get paid monthly?
I do government contracting with my mom. We do catering for the military.
Okay.
So,
So it just really depends on if you have jobs or not.
yes, ma'am. We actually had something coming up in January.
But when's the last time you got paid?
What's this? What was September?
Okay. How much did you get paid in September?
We had
you
a
recall?
payout of like 79,000, but we had to pay a couple of employees and then the cover of cost of food and stuff like that. So
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Does your mom, does she usually like once all the, so the money comes in, she pays out like the
I pay out
employees, all the
everybody.
things,
yes, ma'am.
so then do you take the remaining portion and split it between the two of you?
Yes, ma'am.
On a job like that where it's $7,000, how much do you usually get to bring home, you, after you've taken your mom's cut out?
So with that one we just did, we got a 79. I probably brought in like 24,000.
24,000 or 2,400?
24,000.
No, Your Honor,
he said
it's
24.
79,000, and he takes him 24.
Okay, I was missing where the comma was on that one. Okay, so, but let me ask you a question. So that was a deal that you got in September. The next one you have is in
January.
January.
Well, I have a bid for it.
Oh, you have a bid for it.
Yes, ma'am.
How about I ask you this? This might be the easiest way to do it. Do you pay taxes?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. When, did you send a tax form for the 2021 year?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How much did you list that you made?
Okay, so that was without the government contract, and that's when I was working before COVID and stuff like that. So I probably made.
How about this? If you had to guess, how much do you think you're going to make this year just on those government contracts?
I would say last year on my taxes I did 30,000. The year before that I did around 42. But this year that we just did, I didn't do taxes yet, but I did more.
Okay.
Definitely.
How much can he make in a year with Yeah, they don't want you to make any money to get a PD. Okay, so you actually don't qualify for the services of the public defender. You make too much money.
Okay.
So I can't give you the public defender, but let me ask you this. Does your mom know that you're here in the Orange County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Your Honor?
yeah.
I apologize for interrupting. On the face sheet that I have, this defendant has no criminal history, and I have been able to read the affidavit. Again, unless he does have some history, the state has no objection to setting a bond for him.
Okay, okay. Since I didn't read it, can you kind of give me an idea of what your thoughts are?
He is alleged to have punched someone through a window. It sounds as though it's probably road rage, Your Honor.
Okay, so maybe do like a $5,000 bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's do this. Technically, the charge that you have, it doesn't necessarily mean that's what the state's gonna file on, is punishable by life, but because the state says you have no criminal history, I'll go ahead and reduce your bond to $5,000. I am gonna ask that you not have any contact with the alleged victim in this case. That way you can at least get out and try to hire your own attorney, okay? Okay, good luck to you, sir, thank you. Pierre Leaks?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Leaks. Is your date of birth March 29th of 1986?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, I have a couple cases. Let me do the easier one for me, only just because it's something I just have to tell you. So it looks like you got picked up when all this happened. There's a warrant out of Seminole County. Judge McIntosh issued it for a failure to appear for a docket sounding. So she set your bond at none on that case. So you've got that hold from Seminole County. Then I have the two charges that came in with this case. So let's talk about which one came first, but we'll do this. Oh, they're both add-ons. What are they adding on to?
I think they served the Seminole first.
Okay. Oh, maybe they're the add-on to the warrant? I'm not gonna worry about it. It doesn't matter. Okay, so Mr. Leaks, I did review the charging affidavit. I think it's all here. I tried as best as I could to link it up to all the different things. I guess my only question would be, are you going to hire your own attorney, or did you want the public defender's office to represent you?
The public defender's office.
I'm sorry?
The public defender's office.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Then let me ask, based on, because I was trying to do with the amounts, I think the trafficking in cocaine, regardless of the amount though, when you add the firearm, does that keep it at a no bond?
It should, Your Honor. However, oddly enough, if you look at the bond schedule, if you add a firearm, especially if it's cocaine, it just doubles it. So whatever and I believe it would start at 50,000, then it's doubled to 100,000.
Okay, weird, okay. So, I guess, Mr. Leaks, what I'll do then is on 2022 CF 1390880, the bond amount will be $100,000 on count 1. I'll do $1,000 on count 2. I'll do $1,000 on count 3, $1,000 on count 4, $1,000 on count 5, $100 on count 6, $100 on count 7, and then in regards to 2022 CF 1388280, I'll set that at $1,000 on count 1, $1,000 on count 2, and $1,000 on count 3, and we'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Jadarius Martin. Mr. Martin, your date of birth, March 18th of 1991.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, sir, this is a probable cause order based on a capias where the state filed an information. They've charged you with trafficking in 10 grams or more of substituted cathinones. Okay. That's in case number 2022 CF 5596AO. The bond amount on that is $50,000. I will go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Also, there is case number 2022 CF 13852AO. That's aggravated assault with a firearm. I did review the charging affidavit in this case. I am finding that there is probable cause. I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, and I'll set your bond at $3,500. I am going to order that you not possess any weapons or firearms, and that you not have any contact with the alleged victim in this case. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Thomas McCrimmon. Sir, were you born November 14th of 1973? Okay. So, Mr. McCrimmon, you're here on 2022 CF 13894. Did you want the public defender, or are you going to hire your own attorney? Okay, I'll go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I am finding probable cause for the possession of MDMA, and I'll stay the bond at $1,000. Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you. DeQuain Mobley. Hi, Mr. Mobley. Your date of birth is July 27th of 2000?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me just get to, got a little behind here. Here we go. Okay, so, go big or go home. Okay, so, sir, I will go ahead in 2022 CF 13850AO. I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I am finding that there's probable cause for the charges. For the attempted robbery, I'll set the bond amount at $1,000. At carrying a concealed firearm, I'll stay the bond amount at $1,000. I am going to order that you not return back to the 7-Eleven on South Orange Blossom Trail, and that you not possess any weapons or firearms. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Dana Elise Morris. And your date of birth, March 16th of 1982?
Correct.
Okay. So I read the case in 2022 CF 13867. Let me ask, were you wanting to hire the public defender, or are you going to, or see if you can get the public?
I have an attorney.
You have an attorney? Okay. Okay. So I'm not going to appoint the Public Defender's Office. I am finding probable cause. I'll stay the bond at the possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver at $150. The aggravated assault, I'll set the bond at $2,500. The possession of the psilocybin, $150. Possession of weapon, $150. I'm just going to order that you not possess any weapons or firearms. And I'd like for you not to have any contact with Mr. Lopez, but I understand that you live in the apartment complex and he's the maintenance guy.
Well, I don't personally live there. It's my daughter lives there.
Okay.
With my daughter. It's the first.
Do you need to go there anymore?
No, I don't need to, but when I found out I was in jail yesterday, they put a 7-day eviction notice on her door. So we're going to have to, I'm going to have to end up helping her.
Okay. Well, let's just put that you have no contact with the victim. If you accidentally run into him, just obviously realize you're the one with the no contact order, so just walk away. Okay? Good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you. Jacqueline Newsom. Hi, good afternoon, Miss Newsom. Were you born July 10th of 1967?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I do have you here on case number 2022 CF 13904AO. I will go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I'll find probable cause and keep your bond stayed at $1,000, okay? Good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you. Caleb Oliver,
Mental health.
okay? On Mr. Oliver,
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
okay, we'll go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office in 2022 CF 13844AO. It is a first-degree murder charge. He's not entitled to bond, so we'll go ahead and keep the bond set at none and let him try to get a bond here. Farhat Pierre?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Pierre, good afternoon. Were you born on January 25th in 1978?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I did read the charging affidavit in this case. Let me get to your page though. There we go. In regards to 2022 CF 13893AO, I will go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Oh, that's right. He got out of the car and ran. So it doesn't look like he has, well, he qualifies for pretrial release. Is the state okay with me placing him on pretrial release with conditions that he not possess illicit substances?
Yes, that's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Pierre, what I can do is I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office. I'm going to release you on straight pretrial release. That way you don't have to post any money to get out of jail. The only conditions are that because of the possession of cocaine charge, I'm going to put on here that you're not to possess any illicit substances. Do you think maybe we should wait about 30 days before they test you if they need to test you for illicit substances? Ask for that automatically? Okay. So I'll go ahead and say that you can be, you're ordered to have random testing, but that testing won't begin for at least 30 days. And then, obviously, my next point's more of a condition, just common sense. Let's not run from the police anymore. Then that way, maybe you don't get yourself in this situation. But I can't put that as a condition. So just good luck to you, okay? Thank you. Wilson, is it Pimentel?
Bonded.
Bonded? Gilbert Ramos?
Ma'am.
And Mr. Ramos, were you born on April 24th of 1985?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Gilbert, let me ask you a question. I know Mr. Joshi represents you on your other case that's currently open. Was it your intent to try to hire him on this charge as well?
That's, I was under the understanding that he would be here today, but I don't know what
He was trying to. I believe his co-counsel was wanting to appear telephonically, and I don't allow telephonic appearances on due process charges, so that's probably why they're not here. So I just want to let you know, he definitely was trying to be here. I think I might have prevented that because I did require him to be here in person. That being said, I did review the charging affidavit in case number 2022 CF 13846AO. I am finding that there's probable cause. I guess my question for the state was, I could do a couple things. I can keep the bond stayed and no bond on the case that he's currently out on, or I could increase the bond if you had a preference.
Your Honor, I would like you to revoke and hold him at no bond based on, one, it is another fraud case, and the state has filed formal charges, and his last conviction was also for fraud, Your Honor, and that was just 3 years ago.
So, Mr. Ramos, what I'm going to do is I will give you the $1,000 bond in regards to the case that you're in on today. But as it pertains to case number 2022 CF 713AO. I am going to revoke your bond. I'm going to set the bond at none, but my guess is Mr. Joshi is going to immediately contact the trial judge in Division 20 and see if we can try to get you a bond hearing. Did you have anything else for him?
Yes, on his out-on bond case, he's bonded on count 1, 2, and 3. Count 4 was added later, so it wasn't really a bond. So
Oh,
how
okay.
did you want to address count 4?
Yeah, if we could add all the bonds, or all the counts to no bond.
Okay.
So I'll revoke the previous 3 bonds, and then I'll hold him on no bond as to all 4 counts. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would also ask, unless the defendant lives at 3000 National Parks Drive, that he not return, and that he also have no contact with the co-defendant.
So I will order that you not return back to that location and that you have no contact with the co-defendant, in this case, Jose Vega. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Armando Rentas? And sir, were you born on August 27th of 1989? So can I just ask you a question? Because I know on his, it says that he wasn't interviewed, but then I also show there's nothing here. Usually, even though you may not have interviewed him, you would still put if they have prior criminal history. So am I to assume he has none?
And felonies, typically,
I don't know that
on the felonies.
I don't really know that it matters because he's got a no bond. I guess let me do this. Let's start all over. So, Mr. Rentas, you're here on case number 2022 CF 1839AO. So when you failed to appear at a status hearing on November 21st, the judge in Division 15 set your bond at none. So I can't change that. I have to keep it at no bond. What I'm more concerned about was I don't believe you had an attorney representing you on the case beforehand. Were you wanting to see if you qualified for the public defender for today? Or are you going to try to hire your own attorney?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to hire
You do show that they were previously appointed?
I had us appointed, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm just showing that on this affidavit, he doesn't qualify, so I'm gonna throw that away, and then we don't have to worry about it. And then that way you do have an attorney, and they can try to get you a bond hearing in Division 15. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Carlos Robledo? Mr. Robledo, were you born February 17th of 1981? Okay. This is a capias that was issued when you failed to appear for trial. The judge in Division 14 set your bond at none, and then does he have an attorney on that one? So the PD's office was previously appointed, and so they'll represent you and try to get you a bond hearing in that division, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Casey Dawn Smith?
Yes, yes,
Bonded?
that's yours. That's yours.
Oh, that's, I have 2 cases for her. Strobridge? Are you Mr. Strobridge? Strobridge is in the hospital? Okay.
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
Okay, so there is a bond amount on that capias of $2,500, and that's on 2022 CF 1017AO. This would be Sky Sweetser? Okay, and ma'am, you were born September 28th of 1980?
Correct.
Okay. So, ma'am, you're here on 2022 CF 1390. I did review the charging affidavit in this case. I will go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and I'll stay the bond at $1,000. Okay? Thank you. Thomas Wanza. Mr. Wanza, good afternoon. Is your date of birth September 13th of 1960? Okay. Ms. Eugene, what were you looking for on this case?
As it's a felony, as it's a felony, it's already set at 1,250. I have,
Right, I don't have a problem. Well, I didn't know because he just bonded out on the 23rd in 2022 CF 13621.
Your Honor, it's a possession of cocaine. This too is essentially a possession of cocaine with a loitering or prowling.
I gotta be honest with you, I was inclined to revoke. But, okay. Did you want to say anything, Ms. George?
Your Honor, if you are inclined to revoke, the only thing I would argue is that you revoke and hold him, revoke and double as opposed to holding him at no bond. It's a nonviolent offense. Additionally, he has 0 failures to appear in his criminal history. So I just ask that you consider that, as opposed to just holding him here at no bond, as it's not violent in nature.
What I was a little confused about is how is he out on an ROR? Because I only show he got arrested on the 22nd and bonded on the 23rd. So somebody cut him a break on that charge, for sure.
I have no idea. Oh, I do remember.
Was there a PC issue or somebody?
This was, I think you were here. Were you here that day when we were talking?
I hope not.
We were. Your Honor, yes, he was given a break because he was trying to get into a program, but the issue was that he was having trouble entering into a program because they wanted a driver's license, social security card. He did not have the money to get those things, so we provided him with it. I guess it was a foundation or nonprofit that actually pays for all of those things so that he could actually enter into a treatment program because he wanted help. So I remember that's why he was ROR'd.
Okay. Well,
So that
Mr.
makes
Thomas,
So if you
appreciate the fact that you were trying to get into a program. It doesn't seem like it worked out too well. So what I will do, sir, is in the 2022 CF 13892AO, I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office. I'll stay the bonds at $1,000 on count 1, $250 on count 2. In regards to 22 CF 13621 that you're currently out on an ROR, I'm going to revoke that ROR and set your bond at none. You do have the public defender's office. I'm sure they can try to get you a bond hearing in Division 16. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, for the new law, can it be no return to the Family Dollar?
Yes, and no return to that location. Okay, Jose Vega? Mr. Vega, were you born on March 9th of 1981?
Yes.
Okay, this is in case number 2022 CF 13847AO. I will go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I am finding, I just wanted to make sure I read this properly.
This is the Cody case, Your Honor, where they are alleged to have stolen the mail from, I think it's an apartment complex.
That's right, okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and stay the bond on this charge at $1,000. But based on the fact that you're currently out on bond,
And Your Honor, in 2022 CF 8806AO, from what I can see, he was seen at initial appearance July 29th, and to date, no information has been filed, so I will ask that you take no action in that case.
No objection.
okay, I won't take any action. You know what, let me do this then, because I don't want to revoke on a Twillis. So here's what I'll do, Mr. Vega. I'll make a deal with you. I'm not going to take any action on the cases that you're out on bond, But keep in mind, if you keep going out and getting arrested, you're gonna give us no choice but to hold you on no bond on all your cases, okay? But what I'll do is, instead of the $1,000 bond on the felony that you picked up today, I am gonna double it to 2,000, but then I won't revoke the bonds that you're out on. Okay?
Your
And
Honor, I apologize.
No, no,
Again, I
that's
would ask for the no return and no contact with Cody.
yeah, and the only additional thing is I'm gonna order that you not have any contact with the co-defendant in this case, Gilbert Ramos, and that you not return back to that location, okay? Good luck to you, sir, thank you. Audrey Walker?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Miss Walker. Your date of birth is December 21st of 1982? Okay. Ms. Walker, I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I am finding that there's probable cause in case number 2022 CF 13901AO. I'll stay the bond at $1,000 and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Okay?
Thank you.
Good luck. The last case.
Key is hospital, Your Honor.
Okay. So
Oh,
this is
wait.
the one, is this the one that I brought back?
Young? Which one is them?
Oh, no, this is, okay, never mind.
Key is hospital.
Oh,
So Young Keith, he has two cases, 2022 MM 506AA is a possession of drug paraphernalia. Can I just ROR him on that?
the drug.
He's got the felony
Oh,
case.
I thought we were only here on the CF, no?
Young.
Oh, he does have two cases, which is, and one of them is the drug paraphernalia?
Yes, ma'am, the drug paraphernalia is listed under 2022 MM 506AA. It's all the exact same stuff, but it's just on a separate affidavit.
Just split it.
Maybe because they knew it was gonna probably go away, I don't know.
I apologize. I don't have that in front of me, so yes, Your Honor, if you want to RR him on that. No
Okay,
objection.
I'll just ROR him on the possession of drug paraphernalia on the misdemeanor case. On the 2022 CF 10362AO, I'll go ahead and stay the bonds that Judge Walker gave him $1,000, $100, and $100. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent him.
I ain't even gonna say anything. Okay.
Is there anybody else? I feel like we're missing something, but I don't remember. So, can I just ask you, I had a Ray Delian that was set for an in-jail arraignment, but it's on a summons, so. Okay. Yeah, well, I was gonna say, if he's a summons, he shouldn't be set for an in-jail arraignment. I know exactly what happened, was he probably came downtown and somebody goes, oh, he's in jail, set him for an in-jail arraignment, and we really shouldn't. What should happen is it should go back to the state. So can I just go ahead and say that I will note that the defendant is incarcerated in the Orange County Jail, but that the state needs to return the case, take the case back to perfect service. And then they can send their investigator out and serve him.
Your Honor, can I confirm that he really is in jail? Because when I do a name search, he's not in jail.
Oh, is he in jail?
Do you have a booking number or what is it?
I have a, oh, I don't even have a booking number. You know what? Never mind. Let's just not take any action. Disregard me. Okay, that's everything for today. Thank God. Oh, wait, I did have, no, we did him too. Okay, never mind. So we're adjourned until tomorrow.
Okay, can we unmute? Mr. Perez Garcia, would you raise your hand for me, please?
Señor Pérez García, ¿podría usted levantar su mano derecha para mí?
Mr. Perez Garcia, can you hear and understand the interpreter?
Señor Pérez García, ¿puede usted escuchar y entender a la intérprete?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down, sir.
Okay, señor, puede bajar su mano.
Mr. Bryant, I asked for you to be present also because you're in the same position as Mr. Perez Garcia. So I'm going to ask you to please pay attention and I'm going to deal with him first, and then I'm going to come to you second. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Perez Garcia, my name is Brad Gardner. I am a magistrate judge here in Clayton County.
Señor Pérez García, mi nombre es Brad Garner y yo soy un juez del Tribunal de Primera Instancia aquí en el Condado de Clayton.
The purpose of this hearing is not to take a plea of your case or to have a trial of your case.
El propósito de esta audiencia no es aceptar una declaración a cargos en su caso o tener un juicio en su caso.
You are here on what's called a fugitive from justice warrant.
Usted está acá en lo que le llaman una orden de arresto porque es fugitivo de la justicia.
And what that basically means is that there's a warrant for your arrest out of a different state.
Y esto básicamente lo que significa es que hay una orden de arresto para usted en un estado diferente.
And that state has indicated that they wish to extradite you.
Y este estado ha indicado que ellos desean extraditarlo.
And what that basically means is they want to bring you back to their jurisdiction to have a trial possibly on these charges.
Y lo que esto significa es que ellos lo quieren traer a usted a su jurisdicción para posiblemente tener un juicio en su caso.
And in your case, sir, there is a warrant for your arrest out of the Westchester County Department of Public Safety for a DUI.
Y en su caso, señor, hay una orden de arresto de Westchester y esto es por un cargo de manejar embriagado.
And it says that it's a felony warrant and that they intend to extradite you.
Y dice que esto es una orden de arresto por un delito grave y que ellos tienen la intención de extraditarlo.
Now, for warrants as this, you have options.
Ahora, para orden de arresto como esta, usted tiene opciones.
You can demand to have an extradition hearing to determine whether you are the person named in the warrant and whether the warrant actually states a charge.
Usted puede tener una audiencia de extradición para decidir si usted es la persona nombrada en la orden de arresto y para decidir si en esta orden de arresto existe un cargo en su contra.
If you were to tell me today that you wanted to have an extradition hearing, sometime between today and the next 90 days, there will be a hearing.
Si usted me dijera en el día de hoy que usted quiere tener una audiencia de extradición, a partir de la fecha de hoy o entre hoy y 90 días, entonces usted tendría esa audiencia de extradición.
The purpose of that hearing will not be to determine whether you are guilty or innocent. It will be solely to determine whether you are the person named in the warrant and whether the warrant actually presents a charge.
El propósito de esta audiencia no sería para determinar si usted es culpable o es inocente. El propósito de esa audiencia sería solo para determinar si usted es la persona nombrada en la orden de arresto y si esta orden de arresto presenta o contiene un cargo.
At the end of that hearing, if the judge determines that you are the person named in the warrant and it does present a charge, the judge will sign off on a governor's writ, which would allow the state of New York to come and pick you up.
Y al final de esa audiencia, si el juez determina de que usted es la persona nombrada en la orden de arresto y de que sí existe el cargo, entonces el juez firmaría esto o se lo pasaría le pasaría la orden al gobernador, la orden sería firmada por el gobernador y el estado de Nueva York podría venir a buscarlo.
Upon signing that extradition warrant or governor's warrant, New York would have a minimum of 30 days to come and retrieve you.
Y después de haber firmado esta orden, o después que esta orden haya sido firmada por el gobernador, entonces el estado de Nueva York tendría un mínimo de 30 días para venir a retirarlo.
If the state of New York asks for an extension, they potentially could get an additional 30-day extension.
Y si el estado de Nueva York pide una extensión, ellos potencialmente le podrían dar 30 días adicionales.
The sheriff of Clayton County may decide to either grant or deny that request for an extension.
Y el comisario del condado de Clayton podría decidir otorgarle la extensión o negársela.
If the state of New York does not come and retrieve you within the time period, you will be released.
Y si el estado de Nueva York no viene y lo retira durante ese periodo de tiempo, entonces a usted lo pondrían en libertad.
However, the warrant does not go away.
Sin embargo, eso no le quita a usted la orden de arresto.
So if you are released, you can encounter another law enforcement official 5 minutes after being released, and they will run your information, see that you have a warrant, and this process starts all over again.
O sea, que si a usted lo ponen en libertad, puede ser que usted entre en contacto con un agente del orden público 5 minutos después. Ellos revisan su información y luego este proceso tendría que comenzar nuevamente.
You also have the option of waiving the hearing that I discussed earlier.
Usted también tiene la opción de renunciar a tener la audiencia de la que hablamos anteriormente. O sea, no tener esta audiencia.
If you were to waive that hearing today, the 30 to 60-day period that I mentioned earlier will begin to run today.
Y si usted renuncia a esta audiencia en el día de hoy, el periodo de 30 a 60 días que yo le mencioné anteriormente comienza a contar a partir del día de hoy.
No matter what decision you choose to make here today, it is in your best interest to retain an attorney to represent you in Westchester County.
Y no importa cuál sea la decisión que usted tome acá en el día de hoy, lo que a usted más le conviene sería contratar un abogado en el condado de Westchester.
If you hire an attorney, that attorney may be able to negotiate a bond up in Westchester County for your release.
Y si usted contrata un abogado, este abogado podría negociar una fianza en el condado de Westchester para que usted lo pongan en libertad.
As I indicated earlier, Clayton County has no interest in your guilt or innocence in this case.
Como yo le dije anteriormente, el condado de Clayton no tiene ningún interés en su culpabilidad o inocencia en este caso.
And if the sheriff of Clayton County were to receive information that you have a bond on this charge, you will be released.
Y si la comisaría del condado de Clayton recibiera información de que a usted lo pueden poner en libertad porque ya tiene una fianza, entonces a usted lo pondrían en libertad.
Do you have any questions so far?
¿Tienes tú alguna pregunta hasta acá?
No quería regresarme a mi país.
Usted dijo que usted quiere regresar a su país.
Sí.
I would like to go back to my country.
Okay, that's beyond the scope of this hearing.
Esto está fuera de las cosas con las que estamos lidiando en esta audiencia.
If you want to go back to your country, that is something that Westchester County would have to consider.
Si usted quiere regresar a su país, eso sería algo que el condado de Westchester tendría que tomar en consideración.
So, sir, do you know, well, first, do you have any other questions?
Primero, señor, ¿tiene usted alguna otra pregunta?
No.
No.
Do you know what you want to do? Do you want to have a hearing or waive the hearing?
¿Sabe usted lo que usted quiere hacer? ¿Quiere usted tener la audiencia o quiere renunciar a la audiencia? O sea, no tenerla.
No lo entendí eso, preguntas.
Repita. Repita, por favor.
No lo entendí la pregunta.
I didn't understand the question.
Sir, do you want to waive the extradition hearing to Westchester County, or do you want to have a hearing to determine whether you should return to Westchester County?
Señor, ¿quiere usted renunciar a la audiencia de extradición para el condado de Westchester o quiere usted tener la audiencia para determinar si usted va a regresar al condado de Westchester?
Continuar con la audiencia de Winchester.
Repita.
Continuar con la audiencia de Winchester.
To continue with the hearing to Westchester.
Okay. So we will set a hearing sometime between now and the next 90 days to determine whether you should go back to Westchester County. However, I want you to understand, sir, Westchester County is the only place that can determine whether you go back to your country or not.
Ok, entonces nosotros vamos a fijar una audiencia entre ahora y los próximos 90 días para determinar si usted va a regresar al condado de Westchester. Sin embargo, tome en consideración que el condado de Westchester sería el único que puede decidir si usted va a regresar a su país.
Okay, thank you, sir. You'll receive notice of the hearing.
Ok, señor. Usted va a recibir una notificación diciéndole cuándo va a ser la audiencia.
Okay.
You're free to go back, Mr. Perez Garcia.
Puede retirarse, señor Pérez García.
Thank you, Ms. Bermudez.
You are very welcome, Judge. It was nice talking to you.
It was nice talking to you too. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Mr. Bryant. Sir, did you hear the conversation I had with Mr. Perez Garcia?
Yes, sir.
You are here on a warrant, it appears, out of Wayne County, Michigan.
Oakland County.
I'm sorry, sir?
Oakland County?
It says Wayne County, Michigan, Detroit PD, for failure to appear for homicide by vehicle.
Yeah. I mean, it's in Michigan, but it's supposed to be Oakland County. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you have any questions based upon what you heard my explanation to Mr. Perez Garcia?
No, sir.
Do you have an idea of what you want to do?
Yeah, I'm ready. Send me back up there. Send me back to Michigan.
Okay, once you sign the waivers, sir, they'll send them over to me, and then I will sign them and the clock begins to run today. But again, like I said to Mr. Perez Garcia, it's in your best interest to get an attorney as quickly as possible.
No, I got a lawyer up there.
Okay. Okay. All right, sir. if you don't have any more questions, you are free to go back.
All right, that's it.
Thank you. Okay, let's begin with the full group. Okay, are you Mr. Eberhardt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Eberhardt, and this is for everyone. My name is Brad Gardner. I'm a magistrate court judge here in Clayton County. I'm not here to take a plea in your case. We're not here to have a trial in your case. I'm here simply to tell you what you've been charged with, give you court dates to see if you need the assistance of an attorney and answer any questions that you may have. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Eberhardt, you're charged with 1 count of simple battery. This is a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. There's going to be a stay away provision on this bond, a stay away from a Frank Antonia Calloway. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to find that you do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No, sir.
Okay, you're free to go back.
Thank you.
Mr. Farmer.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Farmer, sir, you're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. That's a misdemeanor offense. Bond is going to be set at $1,000. You're also charged with 1 count of disorderly conduct. Bond is set by schedule at $1,500, which means it's automatically set. And you're also charged with 1 count of obstructing an officer. Bond is going to be set at $2,000. These are all misdemeanor offenses. So your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
So I'm retired military.
Okay. Now, being retired military, you know that was non-responsive to my question.
What's the question?
Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
You said you're retired. I'm going to find that you do qualify. Now, these are misdemeanor offenses. I know that Judge Mack in Superior Court has started up a veterans court. With these being misdemeanors, I don't know if you'll be able to get into that program, but I have appointed a lawyer to represent you, and I would ask you to make that request of your lawyer. So I know sometimes they'll fashion a sentence that allows people to take advantage of the program. But that's something that you're going to have a discussion with your lawyer as to whether that's in your best interest or not. Okay?
Sir.
Any questions?
Sir.
Okay, you're free to go back. Mr. James. Mr. James, you're charged with 1 count of burglary, which is a felony offense, and 1 count of possession of tools during the commission of a crime. I've denied bond on both of these offenses because it appears that you're already on bond out of a case in, I believe, Newton County. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 12th at 8:30 in the morning. You're going to have a bond hearing date set for December 16th at 8:30 in the morning. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer? I'm going to find that you do qualify, sir. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me? Okay, sir, you're free to go back. Mr. Kukidal? Sir, you're charged with 1 count of possession with intent to distribute marijuana. I'm going to set a bond in this case. I'm going to set the bond at $10,000. This is a felony offense. There's going to be a preliminary hearing date set for December 12th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, please.
Okay, sir, I'm going to find that you do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
Mine was 10,000.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. I don't have any more questions.
Okay, you're free to go back. Mr. Lawson. Mr. Lawson, sir, you're charged with 1 count of battery, family violence. That's a misdemeanor offense. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. You're charged with 1 count of interference. I'm sorry, theft by taking. That's a felony offense.
I'm sorry.
Sir, I'm going to allow ask whatever questions you want to ask. Okay, just let me get out what I need to tell you, and then I'm going to shut my mouth and listen. Okay. You're charged with 1 count of theft by taking. That's a felony offense. Bond is going to be set at $7,500. You're charged with 1 count of interference with custody. That's a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $1,500. There's going to be a stay away provision on this bond, a stay away from a Jessica Edwards. Do you understand that, sir? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I understand. I was trying to tell you that everything was returned that day, so and everything was returned that day, so it never was.
Mr. Lawson, let me stop you, please. I promise I'm going to listen. Okay. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 12th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently working? I'm sorry, it's the audio is going in and out. Are you currently working?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to find that you qualify, Mr. Lawson. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Now, I'm going to listen. However, I want to caution you. This is being recorded. Anything you say can be used against you.
Yes, sir.
When you say that, well, everything was returned, that could be considered an admission against interest.
I was saying because we lived together and we used the same car and we shared the same kids, so it was like it was a misunderstanding.
Hey, that's for you and your lawyer to discuss. Okay. I say that because I don't know what Miss Edwards' side of the case is, right? So you're telling me one thing, you're making admissions, but then she may be on a totally different page. And you have cut down the steps that the prosecution has to prove for your guilt, because you're thinking one thing without having spoken to your lawyer. Okay, sir? So whatever happened, I guarantee you that you would not be here if Miss Edwards had not participated in some form or fashion with the narrative that led to these 3 arrest warrants being issued for your arrest. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, sir.
So please speak to your lawyer. Now, with that being said, is there something you want to tell me?
Sir.
Okay, you're free to go back, sir. Mr. Mason. Mr. Mason, sir, you're charged with 1 count of driving under the influence of alcohol. That's a misdemeanor offense. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. You're charged with 1 count. You're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. That's also a misdemeanor offense. Bond is going to be set at $3,000. And you're charged with 1 count of obstructing an officer. Bond is going to be set at $2,000. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Do you want me to see if you qualify? I'm going to let you speak, sir. I promise. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer? Okay, I'm going to find that you do qualify. Now, Mr. Mason, what is it that you wanted to tell me?
Getting booked in that DUI, I had to get a ticket for that 2 days prior, and it was like a ticket warrant. I didn't get charged for DUI at this last incident. I only had two charges. I got when I got sent to the hospital. I was released and I received 3 tickets. So I don't know how I got getting booked in for the DUI when it was already got the ticket for that and got released with paperwork.
So the DUI is from November 27th. These other 2 charges are from November 28th. I can tell you what they say, but this is why we appoint lawyers, so that you can have that conversation with your lawyer. And if there is a way to deal with it, your lawyer can deal with it.
That's what they told me in intake. When they was booking me in, they said it's a ticket warrant. But I already received the ticket for it 2 days prior because I was in an accident, and I got out and they released me with my tickets. But then I just got locked up, and it's like I'm being charged again, and got a bond out on the DUI, but I already got a ticket for it. They gave me my ticket. I'm just waiting for my court date in the mail.
Okay, so what I see is that the officer, Tiamat, came down on November 27th at almost 11 o'clock in the morning and swore out this warrant for your arrest. Now, the fact that you got a ticket.
He gave me a ticket at the hospital and released me.
I understand. That is a discussion to have with your lawyer about, hey, they've charged me twice. I'm not aware of any thing under the law that says you can't receive a citation and then they later swear out a warrant for your arrest.
Okay.
So, but again, that's a discussion to have with your lawyer who's there to defend you. I'm here to just give you the bad news. Okay?
Yes.
All right. You're free to go back, Mr. Mason.
Also, I was told to ask for a signature bond.
No, sir.
Signature bond?
No, sir.
Okay. But I have bond, I can bond out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why is one of my bonds 3,000 and somebody else's was 1,000? Why is mine 3,000 and one of them charged the criminal trespass?
So there are 2 types of criminal trespass. One is being in a place that you were told not to be. That is less than destroying property.
I didn't destroy any property or anything like that, sir.
Okay. I tell you what, Mr. Mason, I'm gonna give you $1,000 bond on the criminal trespass.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
And as far as the DUI, we can't do anything about like being double charged. Like if I had it in paper, then I'd be able to show you, but I'm being double charged on the same DUI.
You're not double charged. So this is what may have happened. You said that you were in an accident. You went to the hospital, right?
And I got released from there. They gave me my 3 tickets and he said I'm good.
So the DUI is something that most often you're going to be arrested upon. If you're in the hospital and there's a warrant pending for your arrest, there has to be somebody sitting there next to you and you got handcuffs while you're sitting there in the hospital bed. So they say, you know what? Let's just give them a citation. We'll get a warrant later, which they can do. So I'll say it this way. You get a citation and then your case goes over to state court and the solicitor decides to draw up formal charges. They can request a bond on that, which means you have to come in and be fingerprinted and post a bond. So I hear everything you're saying. You have to speak to your lawyer about how best to deal with that. Okay? All right, sir. Free to go back. Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, sir, you're charged with 1 count of terroristic threats. That's a felony offense. I'm denying bond on that charge. You're charged with 1 count of disruption of an operation of a public school. That's a misdemeanor. I'm setting a $5,000 bond. And you're charged with 1 count of disorderly conduct. I'm setting a $1,500 bond. You're going to be ordered to stay away from 3187 Rex Road, Rex, Georgia, Clayton County, which is commonly known as Adamson Middle School. If you violate the condition of this bond, you could be held for aggravated stalking and you'll be held without bond. Because of the felony offense, you're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 12th at 8:30 in the morning. You're going to have a bond hearing date set for December 16th at 8:30 in the morning. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer? Yes. Okay, sir, you do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
I understand you denying bond, but I'm not explaining my case. It was my daughter was being bullied, and I went to school, and we had a conversation. But I'm trying to see how it is a threat. I'm just confused because I didn't even know I had a charge on me, and a terrorist threat is something serious. It was a discussion. I'm not trying to argue, but I can just get a bond on it because I have a job. I can't lose my job, sir. And it was just an argument. It wasn't a threat. I'm not. Okay. I just have a job, sir. Please don't. I can't lose my job.
No, I understand, Mr. Thomas. I understand. And I'm gonna tell you why. Okay. So maybe unbeknownst to you, this whole exchange was videotaped. An officer reviewed the videotape. And I'm sorry for the language, but it says that you were screaming at the principal, and I'm going to use the language. You pussy ass nigga, you don't do your fucking job, nigga. You scared, you little pussy ass nigga. I blow through this motherfucker. Fuck this school. Pussy ass school. I'll meet you out there, nigga, off these school grounds, and whatever, nigga, we can do it. To nigga. So with schools being shot up, things being happening. Apparently, you shut the school down. The kids, the release of Eric, they shut everything down because you decided to come there and say these things. I'm going to let you speak. You asked, and I'm telling you. So, sir, you know, the first thing they say about our communities is how bad our schools are. And I know you're saying, hey, my daughter's being bullied. Go to the superintendent. Go to the school board. Go to the places where you can air your grievances. You don't go shut the school down because you feel as though you can do it. You weren't thinking about your job at the time that you went up in there and started threatening people. So, sir, I can only care about you more than you care about yourself. So that's the basis. Now, I've appointed a lawyer to represent you. Lawyer may go to the district attorney and they may agree, look, okay, Judge Gardner was being overly harsh, but that's a decision that they're going to make. And I'm telling you, it does not bring me any joy to do this. I have children in school. Yes, sir.
I promise you, I just let me get a Your Honor, listen. I'm not, Your Honor, I mean, I went to everything you say, Your Honor. I have evidence. I can show you that we did it. The little girl, they jumped on my daughter, and I did say, if you read it, I said, do your effing job. I said, because I went to that guy 7 times.
Okay. Mr. Thomas, you've convinced me. I'm going to give you a $10,000 bond on terroristic threats. Stay awake condition is going to stay in effect. So you're going to have a total bond of $16,500. Okay, sir? Now, what you going to do the next time that your daughter is facing difficulty in school?
We're going back to the superintendent when I get out in the police. I won't go to the school no more. Let my wife deal with it. Because it just, if you would have seen the video, Your Honor, my daughter.
Look.
But I'm going to the superintendent. We already did this, but I'm going back. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to have my wife deal with it. And we made police reports. We got all this in evidence. So
So Mr. Thomas, let me possibly put something else in your mind. Do you understand how that behavior may lead other students to disrespect teachers and principals, assistant principals, staff? Because if Mr. Thomas can come in here and cuss people out, then I can come in here and cuss people out. Sir, I do not know what ultimately happened. I do understand that you care about your daughter, but think about other people's daughters too. Think about the environment. And if something is being done, there are avenues that you can pursue that do not include inviting the school staff out to a fight. Do we understand each other, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're free to go back.
Thank you. So the bonus for everything $16,000.
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you, y'all.
You're welcome. Mr. Wilson. Sir, you're charged with 1 count of theft of services, sorry. This is a misdemeanor offense. Bond is going to be set at $2,000. Because this is a misdemeanor, you're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
You currently working?
Excuse me?
Are you currently working?
Yes, sir.
About how much do you make per hour or per month?
About 30,000 a month.
Okay. I'm gonna find that you qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No, sir.
Okay, you're free to go back.
Have a blessed day.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay, that appears to end the call of this calendar. Thank you all for your attendance and helpfulness. And I'll see you all tomorrow.
How about,
Is this Pierre?
Denelson Pierre Lewis?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I thought he said he wasn't coming.
And I believe this is the one that you wanted to see if he wanted to accept the offer.
Yes, Your Honor, and I believe we did agree that there was no PC for the loitering or prowling, based on the fact that he was merely sitting on the side of the building.
Yes.
And I believe for the resisting adjudication credit time served.
Yes, and no return to the 7-Eleven.
Mr. Pierre Lewis, can I get you to raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Do you swear or affirm? Do you talk?
Have a moment.
Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, I think he's ready.
Okay, so I was trying to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth?
Yeah, I swear.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. So you did sign that plea form. Did you have any questions about any of the rights that are on the form? Okay, and we're gonna have you enter a plea to the resisting an officer without violence. And then, do you have any objection to me dismissing the loitering and prowling
No.
charge? Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
And then, has anybody forced you or threatened you to enter a plea today, sir?
She's talking to you, sorry.
Nobody forced you to do this today, correct? Okay, and are you a US citizen? Okay, so sir, at this time, I will go ahead and accept your plea. As to the resisting an officer without violence, I will dismiss with no objection from the state the count one of loitering or prowling. And then, so on the resisting, I'll adjudicate you guilty and give you credit for the 3 days that you've served previously in the Orange County Jail. I'll go ahead and release you from this charge and this charge only. There will be court costs, which includes cost of prosecution, but I'll go ahead and give you a year to pay that back. And then he's currently out on bond, but because we resolved the underlying charge, I'll take no action on that case. And That should resolve everything for today. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Okay, good morning. Are you DeAndre Brutus?
Yes, good morning to everyone.
Good morning, sir. Were you born on November 19th of 2002?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Brutus, let's start with maybe the easier part. They're indicating that you may not qualify for the services of the public defender. Did you want to see if you did qualify?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you have any children?
No.
Okay, and you're currently working where you get paid every week, is that correct? Do you bring home that same amount of $600 every week without fail?
Yes.
Okay, does it ever go below that?
Yeah, sometimes, but that's because I take breaks on if I don't take breaks, it's 600 or more.
Okay, do you consist 600 a month or 600 a week?
600 a week.
A week, okay, just wanted to make sure. And then, when you say you take breaks, like how often, I guess my point is, would you say that that's pretty much the norm every week as you bring that home? Or are there some times where you do take
Normal
breaks?
be like 580. Normal be like 580. The normal be like 580.
Okay. And then, do you have, so on these liabilities and debts, is that mostly credit card debt? Is any of it student loan debt?
No.
All credit card stuff?
All credit card stuff.
Okay. 5 times 4. So it's $500 a week every week. He's good? Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead, and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. So we got that part down. Let's do, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. So, okay, so in case number 2022 CF 1391680, I am finding there's probable cause for the 2 charges. You do qualify for pretrial release. So I will go ahead and just release you on a straight pretrial release so that you don't have to post any monetary bond. However, the conditions of that bond are that you're not going to be able to have any contact with Ms. Hagens right now, which means that you're not going to be able to return to the home that you share with her. Do you have someplace else you can live for right now?
Yeah, I was going to return to my mother's house, but I have a question because Officer Kirby told me to it's a unit. I live next to a unit, and she told me to just call an officer because all my belongings are still at my apartment.
Yeah, I'm gonna, yes, so definitely. I'm gonna go ahead and allow you to return one time with law enforcement officers so that you can get all of your belongings out of your home, and that you just not possess any weapons or firearms.
Okay, thank
Do you have any questions?
And she gave me I understand for the concealed weapon, I can't get it because I'm underage, but for no.
Baby's fascinated with you. I think you have a new best friend. Okay, Jonathan Scott Dye. Okay. So,
I will waive the appearance, Your Honor, if you'll point.
okay. So in case number 2022 CF 1394380, I am finding probable cause. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent him. From the best I can tell, this is actually an add-on to the case that he's currently out on bond. So based on that, I'm going to set his bond at $5,000. He's to have no contact with the alleged victim. He's not to return to the home that he shares. That's his sister. He's to maintain a separate residence. He can return one time with law enforcement officers to retrieve any belongings, and he's not to possess any weapons or firearms. To be honest with you, I didn't see this second case, but it's 2022 CF 13918AO. This is an arrest warrant that Judge Young signed determining probable cause for charges of armed robbery with a deadly weapon and aggravated battery with the weapon. Therefore, incidents alleged to have occurred on September 18th. The bond should stay at none on count 1 and $3,500 on count 2. He's included the conditions: no contact with the victim or witnesses, no return to location of offense, no possession of weapons or firearms. I do believe that based on dates that shouldn't affect the cases that he's out on bond, so I'll take no action on those cases. And the public defender's office is waiving his appearance.
Thank you.
Nicholas Kessler.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Kessler, were you born on December 23rd of 1990?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, sir, I did review the charging affidavit in this case. I am finding that there's probable cause for the charges that have been listed. I will go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I am going to set your bond at $5,000 on count 1, $150 on count 2, $100 on count 3, $150 on count 4, and $100 on count 5. Obviously, I'm going to also issue an order that you're to have no contact with the victim in this case, Ms. Johnston. That order that you're signing there is just acknowledging that you're aware of this no contact order. If you violate that, you can be charged with a new charge for violating it, plus it violates the conditions of your release. Obviously, that means you're not going to be able to return to the home that you share with her. You need to maintain a separate residence. I will allow you to return one time with law enforcement officers so that you can retrieve any weapons, or I'm sorry, I don't want you to retrieve any weapons, so that you can retrieve any belongings that you have and that you're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Travis Tomlinson? Travius, thank you, sir. And Mr. Tomlinson, were you born on November 3rd of 1996?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this is case number 2022 CF 1396AO. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I am finding that there's probable cause on these charges. I will go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Sir, because count 1 is burglary of a conveyance with assault or battery therein, it's my understanding that that is a PBL, and so bond would remain at none. Would you agree?
Yes, Your Honor, it is a PBL punishable, so he's not entitled to bond. However, based on his record and somewhat the facts of this case, the state would have no objection to you using your discretion to set bond.
Okay. So, Mr. Tomlinson, based on that, I'll go ahead and set your bond at $10,000 on count 1, $100 on count 2, and $150 on count 3. I am going to order that you have no contact with the victim in this case, and that you, let's see, is this the one? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to order that you have no contact with the victim as well as the child at this time. mainly because DCF was contacted, so you're also going to need to abide by any orders they put into place. Obviously, you need to maintain a separate residence from her. Do you have any items at her house that you need to get? There's no reason to go there? Okay, perfect. And then I'll just order that you not possess any weapons or firearms. Any questions?
That's, so,
How
what?
about can you ask her, just to be safe?
Your Honor, you did mention DCF, but I don't know if you did the comply with DCF
I
plan.
said, yeah, he needs to comply with any orders or plans they put in place.
Thank you.
Okay, how about Jakari Stefan Young? Good morning, Mr. Young. Were you born on June 23rd of 1989?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, sir, this is a arrest warrant that was in the file that Judge Young signed. I couldn't find the affidavit for it, though. Were you able to find an affidavit?
One moment, Your Honor.
Okay. All I saw was the arrest affidavit.
I have affidavit, ma'am.
That's not what she's referring to.
That's not the one I'm talking about, but thank you, though.
No, Your Honor, I don't have it either.
Okay. Let me do this, Mr. Young, because what happens is when you get arrested, they keep it at a no bond, but then I'm supposed to give you a bond, and you're entitled to a bond, but without me being able to read the facts of the case, it's kind of hard for me to come up with the bond for you. So if you just give us a few minutes, we're going to pass over it, and let me see if I can try to get that affidavit, okay? Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, how about, is it Addison Coyman? And Mr. Coyman, sir, you were born on December 2nd of 1995? Happy birthday, I guess? Not really where you want to spend your birthday, but, so let me ask you a question. Were you wanting the public defender's office to be appointed to represent you, or were you going to try to hire your own attorney?
Have the public defender represent me.
Okay. So you do have 2 children, is that my understanding? Okay. And you're currently working, you get paid every week at the store?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you always bring home this $1,000 without fail?
Minimum, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Do you have, so you're 26, do you have any student loans or anything that's outstanding that you have to pay back to the government?
I have one student loan left.
How much do you think you have left on it?
It's a couple thousand.
Okay. How much can he make? Okay. And is the amount that you gave me, is that after they take out taxes and everything?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When was the last time you got paid?
Today, technically, or last Friday,
Okay, how about last Friday? How much did you get paid last Friday?
1900.
How much did you get paid the Friday before that?
About 1800.
Okay. Yeah, you're not going to qualify for the public defender. Here's what I can do, though. So I have good news and bad news. The good news is you do qualify for pretrial release, so I can get you out without you having to post a monetary bond. I'm just not gonna be able to give you an attorney right now. That being said, just make sure you stay in contact with pretrial services and keep up with any dates that they give you. Obviously, right now, without your wife being present, I do have to issue a no contact order. Do you have someplace else that you can stay for a little bit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna order that you not return back to the home that you share with her. Obviously, if you need to get some belongings, I will allow you to do so one time with law enforcement officers. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. And since I didn't really have many facts on that case, that's about all I'm gonna impose. Okay, so good luck to you, sir. Do you have any questions?
When do I find out my next court date so I can see my wife?
They'll give it to you when you bond out, but pretrial services will come by and make sure we set everything up for you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. John Meters? You refused, okay. So on case number 2022 MM689AW, I reviewed the charging affidavit. I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent him. It's at a battery, but I do think that based on the injuries, it could be upgraded, but I'll keep it set at $500 with the condition that he have no contact with his girlfriend at this time. He's gonna need to maintain a separate residence from her. It's my understanding they're living in a car, so if he needs to return one time to the car to get his belongings out, he can do so with law enforcement officers. He's not to possess any weapons or firearms. That being said, though,
Your Honor, in the out on bond, he was arrested, looks like September 18th, and to date, no information has been filed, so I would ask that you take no action.
and I will say, I read through that charging affidavit. It looks like he was with the child. For some reason, she wasn't around that day, but it does appear that the children have been taken out of his custody, which was really the most important part that I was concerned about. So I'll go ahead and take no action unless the state has an objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Kylie? And do you say your last name Peroni or Perone?
Prone.
Perone. And were you born on October 5th of 1997? Yes. Okay. Okay, so ma'am, this is a case number 2022 MM927AO. It's a capias that Judge McGinnis issued when you failed to appear for trial back in August. He has set your bond at $2,000, and I do show that the Public Defender's Office was previously appointed to represent you.
Yes.
So you're all set, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, do you have a second case, violation of condition of PTR? 22 MM927? Oh, never mind. Never mind.
I think what he did was, that was already in there, and he just kind of put them together, if I had to guess. Vladimir Theodul?
Yes.
Mr. Theodul, were you born on November 10th of 1987?
Yes.
Okay. So, sir, I did review the charging affidavit in this case, 2022 MM8088AO. Let's see. Well, let's first talk about this. They're saying that you don't qualify for the public defender. I know that you do have one child with your wife, but do you help support her daughter as well?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you,
Same household.
yeah, that was how I understood it. So, the pay that you bring home every 2 weeks, is that without fail the same amount? Or does it kind of go up and down?
It is, base pay is a fixed schedule. It's at 1,400 after tax, pretty much for, let's say like 1,300 every 2 weeks.
Okay, so adding in your stepdaughter definitely helps. So we'll go ahead and put that you qualify for the services of the public defender. And then may I ask, on the sheet from pretrial services, I show that there's an first appearance detainer, but I don't have a orange sheet.
I have the gold.
Oh, you have the gold
For
sheet?
case number 21 CT 0446 AA, and he's out on pretrial diversion.
Oh, it's pretrial diversion? Okay. Mr. Theodore, let me ask you a question. On the DUI, have you signed the contract for pretrial diversion?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So here's what's probably gonna happen. I'm not gonna take any action on that. I'm just gonna leave it alone, but keep in mind, they may kick you out of pretrial diversion because of this new law violation. That being said, stay in contact with your attorney because a lot will depend on what happens with that new charge. If for some reason that charge were to go away or something, it could be that they may let you back into PTD, but they may not. It just kind of depends. But as to this case, I'll go ahead and set your bond at $500. Right now, I do have to issue a no contact order between you and your wife. I think the officer had you sign that order. It's just acknowledging that you realize that until Judge McGinnis changed the conditions of your release, if you violate the order, you can get arrested for a new law violation as well as violating the conditions of that release. Obviously, that means that you're not going to be able to return to the home that you share with her right now, but you have someplace else that you could stay in the meantime?
Yes, I could stay at my parents for now. And,
Okay.
I do have a question, like, what about my stuff? Like, I do have my car over there.
Yep, so I'm going to tell you, I'll go ahead and allow you to return one time with law enforcement officers so that you can retrieve your belongings, your car, whatever you need. The only other condition is that you not possess any weapons or firearms. Okay, do you have any other questions? Okay, you're all set then. Thank you. Good luck to you.
And Your Honor, on the previous defendant, it was two different, same case number, but two different warrants for the violation of pretrial release. Were you taking any action or keeping the amounts the same?
Let me back you up just a little bit. Are you talking about Mr. Theodore?
No, the previous defendant before him. The
For him was
Hailey
Hailey Peroni?
Yes. So we addressed the failure to appear.
Oh, so because there's two, so Judge McGinnis did not fix that problem.
No.
No, okay. So what ended up happening was she has, if you look at this, there's 2022 MM927AO. At one point, Judge McGinnis signed a violation of condition of pretrial release and set her bond at $2,000. I don't know. Let me fix it first and then tell me if you still need it if I fix it. Oh. Can you get them a copy of the violation of pretrial release? It's in the court file if you just print out. It's already in this file. It got filed like, it's 22 MM927AO. Yep. So if you look at it, they entered a violation of pretrial release. Judge McGinnis signed it. And then the case got set for trial. Well, when she failed to appear for trial, then he issued a capias and he made the capias $2,000 as well. So technically there's two warrants, but what he meant to do was just, he should have never issued the second capias and just said there's already an outstanding warrant for the violation of pretrial release. So how about I'll just say, because obviously I can't double arrest her. So will take no action on how about this? I'll take no action on the violation of pretrial release. Or do you just need me to say I ROR her on that? What's easier? The ROR? Okay, so let's do this. So on the violation of pretrial release, I'll do an ROR, but then on the capias, the bond that Judge McGinnis gave her of $2,000, that will remain in effect.
Your Honor, I understand the logic behind doing it, I really do. But do you have the jurisdiction to do it since Judge McGinnis was the judge in the trial division, it's in his division, and he set this capias he set this?
I have no idea. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea. I just know that because I actually take the time and listen to my trial clerks and do that, I would never have done this in the first place. So because he just doesn't like to open his computer or do anything, you know, that's how you get this. So I'll leave it the way it is. If she can't get out, she can't get out.
So it's gonna be 2,000?
Yeah, I'm not going to sit around and fix other people's problems if they can't take the time to do it themselves. Okay, good morning. Are you Matthews Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Davis, were you born on July 4th of 1977?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so sir, there is a warrant out of Dade County on a case, and it does have 3 counts, but all 3 counts have no bond. So Dade County has about 72 hours to come and pick you up, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. John Figueroa. Hi, good morning, Mr. Figueroa. Were you born on February 8th of 1970?
Yes, ma'am.
So, sir, you have 3 counts on a case out of Broward County. All 3 counts list no bond. So, again, Broward County has 72 hours to come and pick you up, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Good luck, sir. Thank you. Adrian Guerrero. And, sir, were you born August 18th of 2003?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, you have a warrant out of Sumter County on a case. You do have bonds. The count 1 has a $25,000 bond, count 2 has $10,000 bond, and count 3 has $10,000 bond. You can either post those bonds and get out, and then you'll get dates for your new Sumter County cases, or you can wait for Sumter County to come and pick you up, which should be in about 72 hours. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Larry Darnell Jackson. Mr. Jackson, were you born on December 9th of 1988?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, you're here on a case out of Highlands County, and they set your bond at $100,000. You're more than welcome to post that bond and get out on that $100,000 bond, or you can wait for Highlands County to come and pick you up, which they have 72 hours to do that. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Is it Leavitt? Levitt. Levitt Enrique Perez. And Mr. Perez, were you born on September 4th of 1992?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Seminole County, this looks like Judge Orth issued a bond or a capias for a violation of probation. He has set your bond at none. And I'm just making sure that's the same case, right? Yes. So Seminole County usually has 24 hours to come and pick you up. Okay? Good luck, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Would you be able to tell me why I was violated?
I don't. All I have is the capias, and it just says that he signed it for the violation.
Oh, one last question.
Huh?
So what can I expect? You said they're gonna pick me up within 24 hours?
They should pick you up within the next 24 hours. It could be a little bit later, but then they'll take you back over to see Judge Orth. And you'll go, he's the only one that can change it.
Understood.
Okay? Good luck, sir. Thank you. You know, I just don't know what to do. Okay.
We can just reset it, Your Honor.
You have it? Huh? You do have it. She has it.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Okay. Let me, here. how about, you want to take a look at it and then show it to Miss, oh, you were printing it for him? Oh, she says she's gonna print
It's
you your
just
own
that
copy.
it's going slow, but I was printing their copy.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. In the meantime, are you Austin Clements?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, were you born on November 29th of 1994?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So this is a violation of probation out of Division 11 with Judge Navarro. She did set your bond at none. How does he not qualify?
Thank you.
No, that's okay.
Thank you.
I now because I'm like, I don't know the amount, but they seem to keep going lower. So there was just a mistake on the affidavit of insolvency. So I am going to go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. The bond is set at none, but your public defender can try to get you a bond hearing in front of Judge Navarro, okay? Good luck, sir. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So I have a court date December 8th for Polk County because that's where I violated at. So I think on my paper it said bring back on the 16th if I'm picked up. I don't know if that's.
So usually what happens, because you're here, Orange isn't going to let you go because you're on a no bond. So you'll probably have to see Judge Navarro. And then so what I'm understanding is the incident in Polk County is what violated your probation. So yeah, you're going to want to get with your attorney to see if maybe they can do a bond hearing or at least do a transport order to let you resolve the Polk County issue so that you can then come back and resolve the Orange County thing. But that's going to have to be done with Judge Navarro.
Okay, do I have a next court date here?
They'll give you one. It should be, I would call your public defender though and see if you can get it sooner. And that's the number, okay?
Alrighty, thank you.
Okay. Good luck, sir. Thank you. Hi, good morning, sir. Are you Jeremy Charles Dewitte?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Dewitte, you are here on 2019 CF 12733AO. Mr. Dewitte, if I remember, don't you have Mr. Ledan?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay.
He's just in court today. He has multiple cases at the courthouse downtown.
Okay, but he knows you're here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there's not much, even if he came this morning, that he could do because the warrant's been signed and I can't change it, so the bond's been set at none. So we'll get you back in front of Judge Wooten. The main thing was I just wanted to make sure he knew you were here. So, okay, you're all set. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Malik Gillings?
The previous person had an HRSO detainer as well.
Oh, that's right. He's a sex offender. I forget that one. Okay. Okay, are you Malik Gillings?
Ma'am.
And Mr. Gillings, were you born on April 10th of 2001?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, let me first do this. Mr. Gillings, do you have any children?
I have one about to be born.
One on the way?
Yeah, this month.
Okay. And then you get paid every week at your job?
Yeah.
Is that without fail, you're always able to bring home the same amount, or does it kind of go up and down?
Up and down.
Okay. So if he has, okay. So I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I have 3 cases for you. So let's start with carrying a concealed firearm in 2022 CF 13937AO. I am finding probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Then I have 22 CF 3993AO is a violation of probation, and I am finding probable cause for that. The bond has been set at none. And then it looks like there was an arrest warrant that was signed by Judge Young. That was in 2022 CF 13872AO. I will go ahead and set your bond at $5,000 on that case and appoint the public defender's office. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
Can I get released on pre-trial? Because they said it was available for me. All right.
You don't qualify.
Not with the VOP. Yeah, okay.
And then, Your Honor, for
violated at 25. Todd Jordan Major? Mr. Major, were you born on August 14th of 1985?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's see here. So this is a violation of probation. Judge Bleckman set the bond at none in 2020 CF 11836AO. Were you, oh, you are. There's the paperwork. And I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tommy Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell, is your date of birth December 1st of 2022? No, that would be today's date, sorry, or yesterday's date. Your date of birth is September 2nd of 1982, correct? Okay. So I have two cases here. I have 2022 MM 8079AO. That's for the fraudulent urine testing. I am finding probable cause. I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and I'll stay the bond at $500. In case number 2020 CF 2257AO, that does violate that probation. The bond on that is set at none, and the public defender's office is appointed. Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Paul Stephen Patterson?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Patterson, were you born on January 27th of 1990?
Yes.
Sir, you're here on a violation of probation in case number 2020 CF 5982AO. Judge Wooten set the bond at none. I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you, okay? Good luck, sir. Thank you. Raymond Cesar Salzado?
Ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Salzado. Is your date of birth November 11th of 1988?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I think I have four cases here. So I have case number 2022 CF 13926AO. Let me first ask this. Mr. Barber represents you on some other charges. Were you going to try to have him represent you on these?
Yes.
Okay. Does he know that you're in custody right now? Okay. I'll make sure that we reach out to him and let him know. But so I will not appoint the public defender, but I am finding probable cause in the felony. I will stay the bonds at $2,500 on count 1 and $500 on count 2. Then I have case number 2022 CF 13936AO. That is the drug charges. I'll go ahead and stay the bonds at $1,000 on each count. And note that you're gonna hire probably Mr. Barber. And then on the violation of probation, I do have two cases, a 2021 CF 3840 and a 2021 CF 3841AO. The bond on those have been set at none. And I'll go ahead and keep that way.
Can I have a bond on those, ma'am?
No, because you have the violation of probation, so that has no bond. What I will do, since he's got, I think if I'm correct, the case that he's currently out on bond for is one of the things I thought that was violating his probation. Hold on. Or did they take it as the new ones? I got the impression this was so much older, though, that was, oh, no. I know what it is. The case he's out on bond for is a violation of probation, which is 3841, which is one of the cases for which he's being arrested. Which that was the part that was confusing me. Does that?
No, I get that. We
You
can
get
do,
that?
yeah.
So I guess, do I just say I don't take any action because he's already being arrested for the case for which he's out on bond for?
And he's being held no bond, Your Honor, so yeah.
And he's being held no bond, so, okay. I just wasn't sure language-wise how you guys wanted that, so. Okay, so sir, you do have bonds on the new law violations, but you have no bonds on the violation of probation. but I'll make sure Mr. Barber knows that you're here, and he can try to get you in front of the trial judge for the VOPs as soon as possible. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Carlos Shade. Hi, Mr. Shade. Were you born on August 31st of 1982? Okay. Mr. Shade, do you have any children?
Yes, ma'am.
How many? 5? Okay. So he definitely qualifies with 5 kids for the public defender's office. That wasn't listed on the affidavit. So we'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I do have case number 2021 CF 4107AO. That's a violation of probation. Judge Wooten signed the warrant. He set your bond at none. Then I have 2022 CF 13940AO is the possession of MDMA. I'm finding probable cause. I'll stay the bond at $1,000 and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. He is currently out on bond for possession of cocaine in 2022 CF 11316AO. I'm assuming it got ROR'd based on a 33-day, and we're still, I'm assuming it's an FDLE issue. Do you have any, did you want me to take any action, or because he has the VOP to just let it go?
Let it go, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'll take no action on the case that you're out on bond. So the only thing that's holding you is the violation of probation, but your PD can get you in front of the trial judge for a bond hearing, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, he also has a HRSO detainer.
Okay, thank you. Kyle Ray Salitsky?
Mental health, Your Honor.
Mental health? Okay. So on 2020 CF 10438AO, I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent him. It's a violation of probation. Bond's been set at none.
And I will waive the appearance.
Thank you. Mental health. George Thaler. And Mr. Thaler, were you born on May 30th of 1997? Okay. So I have 2 cases here. I have the violation of probation in 2015 CF 13846AO. That was Judge Strobridge set your bond at none on that case. Then you also have 2015 CF 13968AO, also another violation of probation where Judge Strobridge set your bond at none, but that's with 2 counts. I will go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you on both of those cases, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna come back to Mr. Young.
Man, I've been living with 3 step-kids that been getting on my tail since I've been dating their mama.
I'm sorry?
I've been living with 3 step-kids that been on my butt since I've been dating their mom.
Okay.
Stop.
Okay. Well, we were able to get the charging affidavit to determine the underlying facts for the case. So Judge Young is the one who determined probable cause. It is, this case is assigned to Division 11. He did indicate that the conditions of your release are that you're to have no contact with the alleged victim or witnesses in this case, to maintain a separate residence. You are allowed to return 1 time with law enforcement officers so that you can retrieve any belongings, and that you're not to possess any weapons or firearms. I will go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and I'll set your bond at $5,000. Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Okay, Miss Eugene, I have the 33-day orders. Are you ready on those?
Ready.
Okay, so the first case I have is Kaylin Savon Bush, 22 CF 12672AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Not sure how you say the first one. Zakus Trevion Williams, 22 CF 12829AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Change all the dates. Jamson Livence, 22 CF 12808AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Matthew Lee Kradzinski, 22 CF 12735AO.
Denied, information was filed.
Jamie L. Britton, 22 CF 12695AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Mary Ellen Scott, 22 CF 12621AO.
Denied, information was filed. The information was also filed on 12620.
Perfect, thank you. Edward Peter Wallace, 22 CF 10765AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Curtis Castillo Coleman, 22 CF 12674AO.
Denied, information was filed.
Raina M. Bird, 22 MO 1224AO.
Granted, no objection to ROR.
Darian Lee Jackson, 22 CF 12464AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Ryan Royal Peterson, 22 CF 12741AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
And the last one I had was Danielle Cobbins, 22 CF 12840AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
Okay, I think that's everything for the morning.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Question. I just received an email saying that there is a victim in regards to Lopez Recio case. I'm not sure if she's still downstairs. If she is, did you want to see her, or is it?
Where's she been? Sitting downstairs the whole time? Or she just got here?
According to the email, it stated that she wasn't told a certain time to be here.
I find that hard to believe, but, what case did you say it was? Lopez?
Lopez Recio? Yes. And he was, I think.
Well, what's interesting is it says victim contact was made at 1:23 hours. Victim was provided with defendant's initial appearance information. Victim does not intend on attending IAs. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure she was told. She just decided she changed her mind. So unless the state is desperately wanting me to call her back, my guess is I'm also gonna have to get an interpreter for both of them again.
Yes, Your Honor. The only concern, Your Honor, is she does have the right to be heard.
And I'm not saying that she doesn't. My only concern is that if I do this for every single person, we could end up being here. I mean, we have to have rules for a reason.
Understood. Is it possible then Because I'm sure he's already been taken to the back as well. Is it possible that we could have him appear at our second session and give her the exact time? And therefore, if she doesn't appear at second session, then we have done everything that we could?
Or let me ask you a question on DV cases. I know sometimes you're able to talk to the victim before we get started. Is that something that you do, or are you just relaying information from a victim advocate?
Relaying information from a victim advocate.
Because I issued the no contact order with the no return. I was just wondering if she wants something different, then yeah, I would need her to testify. But if that's what she wants, then maybe just explaining that to her. Could we kind of do both, where we explain it to her and then have her come back to you, if possible?
We could, Your Honor. Well, if she's a Spanish speaker, no.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's just have her come back. So let's talk about this, though. It's 11 o'clock. What time do you guys want to come back for second session?
1 hour?
An hour?
Yeah, 12?
At 12? Is that okay with the Joe? Okay with you guys? Okay. Why don't we come back? Can we say 12:15 just to make sure I can get everything done? But I'll say 12:15, and then we'll have her come back at 12:15, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Officer Key, will you be able to relay that, or do I have to go downstairs?
I'm emailing her right now.
Thank you.
Someone downstairs to inform her if she's still here.
You have my email, so if I have to go downstairs, just let me know.
We'll be in recess until 12:15.
Okay, good morning, everyone. This is your first appearance hearing before the magistrate.
Stand up, please.
This is your first appearance hearing before the Magistrate Court of Clayton County. My name is Brad Gardner, and I'm a judge in this court. I'm here to inform you of the charges that have been filed against you, to advise you of certain rights, to set bail on those offenses that I'm authorized to set bail, to schedule a preliminary hearing, and to determine whether you require the assistance of an attorney. You have the right to remain silent and say nothing, but should you give up that right, anything you say during this proceeding may be used against you. So please don't discuss the facts of your case. During this and all other proceedings, you have the following rights: to the presumption of innocence, to indictment by a grand jury for most felonies or by accusation for misdemeanors, to a speedy and public trial by jury, to see, hear, and question witnesses who are called to testify against you, to compel the attendance of witnesses to testify on your behalf, to testify on your own behalf or offer evidence in your own defense, and to have an attorney represent you. If you cannot afford an attorney, one can be appointed to represent you if you qualify. Some of you will be allowed to post unrestricted bonds for your release from jail. These bonds may be posted by cash, commercial, or property. Some of you will have special conditions on your bond that prohibit you from contacting certain people or going to certain places. You will also be prohibited from contacting the victim while you are in jail. If you violate the court's order, your bond will be revoked and you can remain in jail until your trial. You could also receive additional felony charges. It is important to note that if someone is listed as a victim in your case, that person will not be allowed to post your bond. Some of you are charged with offenses for which this court is not authorized by law to set bail. In this event, a bond hearing will be scheduled before a judge of the Superior Court of Clayton County, and you will be informed of that date. If you are currently on active probation, this court is not authorized to set bond at this time. Where the bond is appropriate in your case will be reconsidered after your probation officer has had an opportunity to consider this new arrest. The purpose of a preliminary hearing is to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to support the allegations against you. The standard at this stage is very low. A judge determining whether a charge goes forward at this stage only has to determine that it is possible that the crime occurred. Everyone has the ability to waive their right to a preliminary hearing. However, you should speak to a lawyer first if you are unsure about whether it is appropriate to waive your preliminary hearing. If you post bond, your preliminary hearing is automatically waived. You'll receive notice at the address you give of your next court date. Finally, would everyone please raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm any statements you make during this proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Let's begin on the ladies' side with Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones, ma'am, you're charged with a number of misdemeanor offenses. First, you're charged with driving too fast for conditions. Bond is set at $500. You're charged with an improper lane change. Bond is set at $500. You're charged with driving under the influence of alcohol to the extent that you were a less safe driver. Bond is set at $5,000. And you're charged with open container violation. Bond is set at $500. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date that's going to be set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. I noticed that it indicated that you refused as it relates to the attorney form. You're going to hire your own attorney, ma'am? I'm sorry.
No, sir.
You didn't fill out.
I didn't know. I just thought I was gonna bond out and go to court. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. This is my first time being in trouble. I didn't know I needed to do it.
Okay, so ma'am, you have the right to represent yourself. You have the right to hire an attorney, and you have the right to have an attorney appointed if you qualify. But before I can make that determination, I have to look at your financial situation. So do you want me to go through those steps?
If I bond out, that's like saying that I'm guilty anyway, right?
No, ma'am. Ma'am, you are presumed innocent until you go to trial and you're found guilty, or until you plead guilty. As you stand here, you're an innocent person. That's why we try to appoint lawyers as quickly as possible so that you can start defending yourself. But we're not lawyer drug dealers. We don't slang lawyers on you. So it's up to you if you want to go through that process or not.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, are you currently working, ma'am?
Yes.
About how much do you make per hour or per month?
I make 22 an hour.
Okay, you do qualify, ma'am. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Now, you have the right at any point to say, I don't want this lawyer. I'm going to fire this lawyer. I'm going to hire my own lawyer. If you do that, your duty is to inform the lawyer that's been appointed that you no longer require her assistance and that you're going to hire your own lawyer. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
No, not at this time.
Okay. All right, ma'am, you're free to go back.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Slosser, S-L-O-S-S-E-R?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you've also indicated that you are
Yeah, I'm gonna represent myself.
you're going to hire your own lawyer?
No, I'm gonna have one appointed to me.
Okay. So, ma'am, you're charged with theft by receiving stolen property. And are you, what, approximately 19, 20 years old?
I'm 19, sir.
Okay. The facts as I read them seem kind of weird to me, but I'm not going to ask you any questions about that. I'm going to set your charge with one count of theft by receiving stolen property, being a motor vehicle. I'm going to set a $5,000 bond for that offense. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 12th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out. And again, you did not fill out the form. So, ma'am, are you currently working?
No, sir.
Okay. You do qualify. I'm going to come to you 1 second, Ms. Bermudez. You do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions of me?
No, sir.
Okay, ma'am, you're free to go back.
Appreciate it.
And Ms. Bermudez, we have Mr. Perez and Mr. Velasquez. And on the male side, if we could bring up Mr. Perez and Mr. Velasquez, I'm gonna, because we have such a small calendar, I got one more person to do on the lady side. Then I'm gonna come to you, Ms. Bermudez.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Watson, ma'am, you're charged with 1 count of simple possession of methamphetamine. I'm going to set the bond at $3,000. This is a felony offense. So your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 12th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, although I believe it indicated that you have a warrant for your arrest out of Henry County. So I don't know if that is going to impact where you go. Because normally or traditionally, if you bond out here, you'll get sent over to Henry County to deal with that. So would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
I got it. I filled out a piece of paper for a court-appointed attorney.
Yes, ma'am. And I see it says that you have no job, but then it says you make $744 a month.
I get disability, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to find that you qualify, ma'am. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, ma'am. You're free to go back.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let's switch over to the male side and let's have Mr. Perez and Mr. Velasquez. Okay. Mr. Perez, would you raise your right hand for me, please?
Señor Pérez, ¿podría usted levantar su mano derecha para mí, por favor?
And Mr. Velasquez, would you raise your right hand for me, please?
Y señor Velázquez, ¿podría usted levantar su mano derecha para mí, por favor?
Okay, can both of you gentlemen hear and understand the interpreter?
Ustedes dos, caballeros, pueden escuchar y entender a la intérprete.
You both may lower your right hand.
Ustedes pueden bajar su mano.
Mr. Perez, sir, you're charged with 3 driving-related offenses.
Señor Pérez, a usted se le acusa de 3 infracciones de tránsito.
The first offense is driving a vehicle without a valid license.
El primer delito es de conducir un vehículo sin licencia de conducir válida.
Bond is going to be set at $1,000.
Y su fianza va a ser de $1,000.
The second offense is improper turn at an intersection.
Y el segundo cargo es por doblar de manera inapropiada en un cruce de carreteras.
Bond is going to be set at $500.
Su fianza va a ser de $500.
And finally, you're charged with 1 count of improper lane change.
Y finalmente, a usted se le acusa de un cargo de cambio inapropiado de carril.
Bond is going to be set at $500.
Y la fianza va a ser de $500.
You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning.
Usted va a tener su audiencia preliminar fija para el día 13 de diciembre a las 8:30 de la mañana.
That date will get waived upon your bonding out and you'll receive a new court date in the mail.
Esa audiencia se cancela si usted paga su fianza y sale y usted recibiría un nuevo citatorio por correo.
Now, Mr. Perez and Mr. Velasquez, I'm going to give you a bit of information that applies to both of you.
Señor Pérez y señor Velázquez, yo le voy a dar un poquito de información a cada uno de ustedes.
Today is not a day for me to have a trial of your case or to take a plea in your case.
En el día de hoy yo no voy a tener un juicio en su caso, ni voy a aceptar una declaración a cargos en su caso.
Today is a day for me to tell you what you've been charged with.
En el día de hoy es para yo decirle de lo que se le acusa.
To set bond on the offenses that I can set bond.
Para fijarle fianza en aquellos delitos que se me permite fijarle fianza.
to set new court dates
fijarles nuevas cortes
and to see if you require the assistance of an attorney.
y para ver si usted requiere la asistencia de un abogado.
Each of you have the right to the appointment of a lawyer if you qualify.
Cada uno tiene el derecho a que le nombren un abogado si usted califica.
I must caution you that these proceedings are being recorded,
Yo debo advertirles que estos procedimientos están siendo grabados
and anything you say here today can be used against you.
y cualquier cosa que usted diga acá en el día de hoy podría ser usada en su contra.
So please don't discuss the facts of your case.
Para que por favor no hable de los detalles específicos de su caso.
You each will have the opportunity to post bond in one of three ways.
Cada uno de ustedes van a tener la oportunidad de pagar sus fianzas en una de estas tres formas.
The first way is a cash bond.
La primera forma es pagándola en efectivo.
And what that means is you would pay the entire amount of your bond in cash to the sheriff of Clayton County.
Y lo que esto significa es que usted pagaría la cantidad total de su fianza a la cárcel del condado de Clayton.
The sheriff will hold that money and then return it to you when your case is over.
La comisaría se quedaría con este dinero y luego se lo reembolsaría cuando su caso termine.
The second way is to go through what we call commercial.
La segunda forma es usar lo que nosotros le llamamos una fianza comercial.
And that's most commonly known as using a bonding company.
Y esto se conoce más comúnmente como una compañía de fianzas.
The bonding company will charge you a fee to post your bond.
Y la compañía de fianza le cobraría una tarifa para pagar la fianza por usted.
The fee is generally a percentage between 10 or 12% of the total bond amount.
Y la tarifa es generalmente un porcentaje entre el 10 y el 12% de la cantidad total de su fianza.
Whatever you pay to the bonding company as a fee will not be returned to you.
Y lo que sea que usted le pague a la compañía de fianzas como tarifa, esa cantidad no le sería reembolsada.
Finally, you can use property as a bond.
Y finalmente, usted puede usar una propiedad para pagar su fianza.
If you have property in Clayton County that is at least or has equity at least of 3 times the bond amount, you can use that property to post a bond.
Si usted tiene una propiedad en el condado de Clayton que tiene un capital neto que sea por lo menos 3 veces la cantidad total de su fianza, usted podría usar esa propiedad para pagar su fianza.
The sheriff's department will place a lien on that property and then remove it when your case is over.
La comisaría le pondría un embargo a esta propiedad y se lo quitaría tan pronto su caso termine.
Now, Mr. Perez, because you have misdemeanor offenses, your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning.
Señor Pérez, por el hecho de que usted tiene delitos menores, su audiencia preliminar va a ser fija para el día 13 de diciembre a las 8:30 de la mañana.
That date will be waived upon your bonding out.
Y esa audiencia se cancela tan pronto usted pague su fianza y salga.
And you will receive a new court date in the mail.
Y usted recibiría un nuevo citatorio por correo.
Mr. Perez, would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Señor Pérez, ¿le gustaría a usted que yo vea si usted califica para nombrarle un abogado?
No. Yes.
He said yes. Oh, okay, sir, you do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you.
Ok, señor, usted sí califica y yo le voy a nombrar un abogado para que lo represente.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta?
Mi valor total de la fianza sería de $2,000.
Me dijo que si el total de la fianza sería de $2,000. So the total bond will be $2,000?
Yes.
Sí.
Okay.
Okay, sir, you're free to go back.
Ok, señor, puede retirarse.
Mr. Velasquez.
Señor Velázquez.
Sir, you're charged with one count of failure to maintain insurance on a vehicle.
Señora, usted se le acusa de un cargo de no mantener seguro o aseguranza en su vehículo.
Bond is going to be set at $1,000.
Su fianza va a ser de $1,000.
You're also charged with one count of driving a vehicle without a valid license.
A usted también se le acusa de un cargo de conducir un vehículo sin licencia de conducir válida.
Bond is going to be set at $500.
Fianza va a ser de $500.
You're charged with one count of driving a vehicle on an expired or invalid tag.
A usted se le acusa de un cargo de conducir un vehículo con las placas vencidas o no válidas.
Bond is set at $500.
La fianza es de $500.
You're also charged with altering a tag on a vehicle.
A usted también se le acusa de alterar las placas en un vehículo.
Bond is going to be set at $500.
La fianza va a ser de $500.
Finally, you're charged with concealing the identity of a motor vehicle.
Y finalmente, a usted se le acusa de ocultar la identificación de un vehículo de motor.
Bond is going to be set at $500.
Y la fianza va a ser de $500.
These are all misdemeanor offenses.
Todos estos son delitos menores.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning.
Su audiencia preliminar va a estar fija para el día 13 de diciembre a las 8:30 de la mañana.
That date will get waived upon your bonding out.
Y esa audiencia se cancela tan pronto usted pague su fianza y salga.
And you'll receive a new court date in the mail.
Y usted recibiría un nuevo citatorio por correo.
Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
¿Le gustaría a usted que yo vea si usted califica para nombrarle un abogado?
You do qualify, sir. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you.
Usted sí califica, señor, y yo le voy a nombrar un abogado para que lo represente.
Do you have any questions for me?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta para mí?
¿Y cuánto va a ser el total de la multa?
And how much will be the total in fines?
Well, this is a bond amount. It's not a fine.
Esta es la cantidad de su fianza. Estas no son multas.
La cantidad de la fianza, ¿cuánto es?
And the bond, how much is it?
It's $3,000 based upon what I've set. However, the sheriff's department is required to add fees to the bond.
Basado en lo que ya yo le he dicho, son $3,000. Sin embargo, a la comisaría se le requiere añadirles recargos a la cantidad de su fianza.
I do not have access to their fee schedule.
Y yo no tengo acceso a la tabla de recargos de ellos.
So I cannot tell you the exact amount, but it will be higher than $3,000.
O sea que yo no le puedo decir la cantidad exacta, pero va a ser más de $3,000.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sir, you're free to go back.
Okay, señor, puede retirarse.
Thank you, Ms. Bermudez. I hope you had a great holiday week.
Thank you, sir. I did. How about you? Did you have a good Thanksgiving?
I've tried my best. Okay, have a good day.
Thank you, Judge. You do as well.
All right, let's start with Mr. Is it Drobny?
Yes, Your Honor, he's coming out.
Okay. Mr. Drobny, sir, you're charged with one count of terroristic threats or acts as a felony offense, and you're also charged with one count of simple assault as a misdemeanor. I've set a bond at $5,000 for the terroristic threats or acts, and I've set a bond at $3,000 for the simple assault. And that's in recognition of the fact that you appear not to have a criminal history. There's going to be a stay away provision on this bond. However, to stay away from a Monty Barnett, M-O-N-T-I Barnett, B-A-R-N-E-T-T. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 12th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes.
You do qualify, sir. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me? You said no?
No, I'm not.
Okay, sir, you're free to go back.
I just want to know, can I pay the bond
Yes, sir.
with American Express?
So you're gonna have to speak to the jail about what forms.
Will they take that?
I'm sorry?
Will they take that, sir? I bailed
So-
myself out of American Express card. That's what the judge is not going to know that. Oh, okay.
So that's what I'm saying. You're gonna have to speak to the sheriff's department. Yes, sir. Okay.
One other
Thank you.
question, sir.
Yes, sir.
I know I have to stay away from Monty Barnett.
Yes, sir.
He's my caretaker right now. I just got out of the hospital. Can't go back to my apartment is what you're saying, right? We live together, or she's watching me, sir.
Yes. So
Does she have to leave, or
Mr.
do I-
Mr. Drubney, the allegation is that you pulled the handgun and threatened to kill her. Okay.
Yes.
So, sir, let's say I say, oh, okay, well, I'm not going to take that threat seriously. Listen to me, please, sir. I'm not going to take that threat seriously. And then you bond out of jail today and you go and shoot her in the head and kill her. Stop. If it wasn't for the threat, if it wasn't for the pulling of the gun, you wouldn't be here before me. So, sir, do not perform those actions in the future and you won't have these issues. I can't
Yes, sir.
come, I can't come.
I understand.
The sheriff's department can't come. We don't have the resources to have adults act like adults. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, sir. You're free to go back. Mr. Hickson. Mr. Hickson, sir, you're charged with 1 count of obstructing an officer as a misdemeanor. You're charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as a felony. You're charged with 1 count of theft by shoplifting as a felony. There's going to be a $3,000 bond set on the obstructing of an officer misdemeanor charge. Bond is going to be denied for the 2 felonies pursuant to Georgia statute 17-10-1. It appears that you're still on probation. So I cannot set a bond at this initial proceeding on these felony offenses. I'm going to set a bond hearing date for December 16th at 8:30 in the morning. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 13th on the misdemeanor, because that warrant was taken out back in 2001, June of 2001. I'm going to set a preliminary hearing date of December 12th on the 2 felony offenses. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer? I'm sorry, I didn't hear any audible response.
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir, you do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay. All right, sir, you're free to go back. Mr. Nguyen. Good morning. Mr. Nguyen, sir, you're charged with, hold on, give me 1 second. You're charged with several driving related offenses and 1 felony offense. You're charged with 1 count of driving under the influence of alcohol. That bond is going to be set at $5,000. You're charged with 1 count of improper lane change. Bond is going to be set at $500. You're charged with 1 count of simple possession of a controlled substance. The allegation is that it's cocaine. Bond is going to be set at $3,000. You're charged with 1 count of violation of Georgia seatbelt law. Bond is going to be set at $500. You're charged with 2 counts of child endangerment by driving under the influence of alcohol. Bond is going to be set at $2,000 for each of those counts. Because of the felony offense, you're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 12th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes. Do I get a bond today or?
Yes, sir.
Do I get a bond today or?
Okay, so I just rattled off your bond amounts. So is your question, will the bond order go in today?
Okay. Can I pay the bond today to?
Yes, sir. So,
Yes, I do need a lawyer.
okay,
please.
I'm going to find that you qualify, Mr. Nguyen. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
So
Okay.
can you give me a total of what is the bond amount for today?
And I'm sorry, there's sort of an echo, so it's hard for me to understand. Could you say that again?
He wants to know the total amount, sir.
Okay. $13,000.
And then can we do checks or?
Yes, sir.
The county, do they accept checks?
That's up to the bonding company. He's not the bonding company. He doesn't know. We gotta ask the bonding company when we call. Okay? Okay. Have a seat.
Okay, Mr. Thurman.
Come on, Mr. Thurman.
Mr. Thurman, sir, you're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. And the way that it's written, it appears the allegation is that you went into an area of the airport where you were not allowed to be. And there's an allegation that you allegedly harassed a person. So this bond amount is being set at $3,000, and it's being set with an understanding that you went into an area of the airport that you were not allowed to enter. This is a misdemeanor offense, so bond is going to be set at, I'm sorry, bond is going to be set at $3,000. This is a misdemeanor offense. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 13th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon out, and you'll receive a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer? I didn't.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you do qualify, sir. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions of me?
Oh, I don't have any questions.
Okay, sir, you're free to go back.
Wait. You said it was $3,000?
Yes, sir.
That's all you said?
I don't understand the context of the question because I said a lot. So when you say, is that all I said? Are you saying, is that the bond amount?
Yes, sir.
$3,000. Yes, sir.
There's no way I could get a OR bond?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're free to go back.
Thanks.
Okay, that appears to conclude the call of this calendar. Thank you, everyone, for your assistance.
You're welcome, Your Honor. You have a good day.
You too. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Are you Tiara Lucas?
Yes, ma'am.
And Miss Lucas, were you born on November 28th of 2001?
Yes, ma'am.
I did review the charging affidavit in this case, which is 2022 CF 13953AO. I have determined that there is probable cause for the charge of grand theft. I will stay your bond in the amount of $1,000 and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Okay, good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Luz, is it Luz Mullet?
Mullet,
Okay, and ma'am, were you born on September 6th of 1974?
right.
Okay. And you are here on case number 2022 CF 13933AO. I did review the charging affidavit in this case and find that there is probable cause. The only question I had was on count 3. So count 1 is an armed burglary of a dwelling with a firearm, and then count 3 is armed burglary. I wasn't sure why we repeated it twice. Did I miss something?
Probably not, Your Honor.
Okay. And then the armed burglary of a dwelling with a firearm, am I correct? That's an F1?
Yes, Your Honor, that is a PBL.
Okay. So, ma'am, I am gonna, here's what I will do. Your bond will remain at none on count 1. I will give you a $500 bond on count 2. Count 3, I am just gonna ROR you on that charge. And then count 4, I'll set your bond in the amount of $150. I am gonna order that you have no contact with the victim in this case, and obviously that you not return to the scene. And did you want the public defender's office to represent you, or are you gonna hire your own attorney?
I wish I can hire an attorney, but I wasn't ready to be a prayer right now. And I would like to know if I have someone who is fluent in Spanish, who speaks Spanish fluently.
You wanna
I can
speak to
talk.
somebody that speaks Spanish?
Yeah, because I can talk freely when I talk in Spanish. I speak more confident.
Okay, like when you have an attorney?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. And the only problem with that is no agree with the terms and no agree with the case. I'm totally innocent of what happened.
Okay, well, don't tell me anything about that. I totally understand that, and I'll let you talk to your lawyer. Let's go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. And yes, ma'am, they definitely have lawyers that speak Spanish, okay? Good luck, thank you. Okay, David Guerrero? Bonded? How about Dennis Javon Miller? Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Miller. Were you born on January 20th of 1983?
Yes, ma'am.
So I did review the charging affidavit in this case, which is 2022 MM299AE. It's a charge of trespass. Were we going to try to resolve it today?
Yes, Your Honor, the offer was an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to 216 Park Avenue. And court costs, Mr. Miller would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Mr. Miller, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. Thank you. And I do have the plea form that you signed here at the bottom. You can put your hand down, thank you. Did you have any questions about any of the rights that are on the form? And she says you'd like to enter a plea of no contest. Has anybody forced you or threatened you to do that today? And you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, entering into a plea today could subject you to deportation. Okay, so I will go ahead and accept your plea. I will adjudicate you guilty. I'll sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for the 2 days that you've previously served. I'll go ahead and release you from this charge and this charge only. I am going to order that you not return back to that Penuelos at 216 South Park Avenue in Winter Park, and then I'll assess court costs, which I'll give you a year to pay back. If you don't pay it off in a year, they'll suspend your license. So if that's an issue for you, just write to me and we can extend that time out for you. Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you. No, because I figure if we're resolving them, we're just gonna take them off. And this would be Ms. Polidor. And Ms. Polidor, were you born on January 6th of 2000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So she's here on 2022 MM8090AO. Ma'am, were you wanting us to appoint the public defender's office to represent you? Yeah? Okay. I will go ahead and do that for you. Hold on. I'm just trying to to her sheet here.
In her particular case, Your Honor, I would ask for an ROR. She has no history. I did ask if she has a telephone, and she stated she does, in order to maintain contact with her attorney and keep up to date with her court dates. And the state has no objection.
State has no objection? Okay. So, Ms. Polidor, obviously, the ROR means you're being released on your own recognizance, so you don't have to pay any bond or anything. Keep in mind that if you fail to appear at any upcoming court dates, they automatically, under our administrative order, turn the bond into a $2,000 bond, which is much higher than we would have given you to begin with. So just make sure, we'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office and make sure you stay in contact with them. Is it your intent to go back to Texas? Or are you gonna stay here for a while?
I'm gonna stay here for a while.
Okay, okay. So just make sure you stay in contact with them. They can waive certain appearances, but they can only do that if they've been in touch with you. Okay, you are all set. Good luck. Benjamin Tummins. Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Tummins. You're here on 2022 MM 8069AO, a charge of loitering and prowling. Was this something we were going to try to resolve or just go ahead and bond out?
Yes, Your Honor, the offer from the state was an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to 3500 South Cimarron Boulevard and court costs. Mr. Tummins would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
Mr. Tummins, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear, thank you, that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you, sir. So I do have the plea form that you signed. Any questions about the rights on the form? Do you have any questions about any of these rights on here?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay, and she said you wanted to enter a no contest plea. Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, entering into a plea today could subject you to deportation? Okay, so I will go ahead and accept your plea. I will adjudicate you guilty. I'll sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for the 2 days that you've previously served. I'll release you from this charge and this charge only. I am going to order that you not return back to the Lowe's at 3500 South Cimarron Boulevard, and then I'll impose court costs, which I'll give you a year to pay back. You have any questions? Okay, you're all set. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Thomas Leslie Jordan.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Jordan. You are here on a warrant in case number 2022 MM 4079AO. It's for violation of a repeat violence injunction.
I have 85 days time served on that charge.
Right, the problem is this is a capias that was issued by the judge, so you're gonna have to go back in front of that judge to talk to them about trying to resolve the case unless the state was willing to take an offer today.
None at this time, Your Honor.
No. So I think you're gonna have to get you back in front of the trial judge. You do have a $10,000 bond, and the public defender's office was previously appointed to represent you, okay?
When
Good
is
luck,
the
sir.
court date?
I'm sorry?
You know when the court date is?
It'll be on your paperwork. Thank you. Jessica Miller. Hi, good afternoon, Miss Miller. Your date of birth, April 11th, 1992?
Yes, ma'am.
I have you here on 2020 MM 5835AO. This looks like a capias was issued when you failed to appear for a pretrial conference. They have set your bond at $2,000 times 2 for each count, so a total of $4,000. And I do show that the public defender's office was previously appointed to represent you. Okay, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jonathan Soto. Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Soto. Your date of birth, December 12th of 1994.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on case number 2022 MM 3615AO. It looks like this is a arrest warrant that was issued when you failed to appear for pretrial conferences. Is Scott Harrison still your attorney?
I believe so.
Okay. So Judge Bigney set the bond at none. I'm assuming you've not had a a chance to contact Mr. Harrison. Do you want me to give him a call and let him know that you're here with no bond and that you might need a bond hearing in front of Judge Bigney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I will go ahead and do that for you, sir. And hopefully he'll come and see you over the weekend, okay? Good luck. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so this is Brandon Vasquez. Mr. Vasquez, you're here on 2019 MM4773AO. This is an older case that you failed to appear on a status hearing back in March 16th of 2020, and it looks like the bond was set at $2,000. You do have the public defender's office. Are we going to try to resolve it?
The offer from the state was a withhold of adjudication and credit time served. Mr. Vasquez would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
Okay. Mr. Vasquez, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. So I do have your plea form that you had signed. Any questions about any of the rights that are on the form?
No, ma'am, I understand.
Okay. And you're entering a plea of no contest. Do you also realize that if you enter a plea today and you're not a U.S. citizen, entering could subject you to deportation?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. And then how many days would he have total?
3.
3. So, sir, I will go ahead and accept the plea. I'll withhold adjudication, sentence you to 3 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for the 3 days that you've previously served. I'll go ahead and release you from this charge and this charge only. There are court costs, which I'll go ahead and give you a year to pay back. If you don't pay it off in a year, they do suspend your driver's license, so you can always write to me before that year runs out if you think you might need extra time.
Thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
good luck to you, sir. Thank you. I have Brennan Snodgrass. Okay. Next I have Daniel Edward Boyer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Boyer. Were you born on November 29th of 1962?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So, sir, this is a charge of driving under the influence in case number 2022 CT 1563AE. Give me 1 second. Boyer. So I'm going to go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Sir, you do qualify for pretrial release, so I'll go ahead and release you so that you don't have to pay a monetary bond, but that you can just be supervised by pretrial services. The only conditions will be that you not drive without a valid driver's license.
Okay.
Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Jamon Long? Okay, Mr. Long, your date of birth is March 1st of 1994? Okay, so it looks like you're here on a no motorcycle endorsement in 2022 CT 6805AO. Were you wanting to resolve this today? Okay.
And the offer from the state was a withhold, credit time served, and court cost, and Mr. Long would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest. May I approach, Your Honor?
Mr. Long, can you raise your right hand for me? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you, sir. I do have the plea form here that you had signed. Did you have any questions about any of the rights on the form? And she says you'd like to enter a plea of no contest. Has anyone forced you or threatened you to do that here today? And sir, do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, entering into a plea today could subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, I will go ahead and accept your plea. I will sentence you to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with credit for the 2 days that you previously served. I will go ahead and release you from this charge and this charge only. It's not going to put any points on your license. but I will give you a year to pay the court costs back of $301. Just keep in mind, if you don't pay it off in a year, they'll suspend your license, so just make sure you write to me if you need extra time. Because you did resolve the underlying case, I'll take no action on the case that you're out on bond on, and you're all set, okay? Withhold. Yes, ma'am. Cyrus Allen?
I will waive, Your Honor.
Okay, let me see this one. I looked, but where did I put it? Oh, yes, okay. So I guess my question is, so on the probable cause order in 2022 CF 13314AO, there is a bond amount of $1,000. It also includes no return to the scene of the offense, which is a Lowe's. And I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent him. It looks like that was for an incident that occurred on April 5th of 2022. It does look like he's currently out on bond for a controlled substance offense that occurred prior to that in February, but I wasn't sure what the state wanted to do.
What is this? Stealing. Your Honor, the state has filed formal charges. Pretrial is set for January 25th. Neither one is a violent offense, but only because he did commit, or he is accused of committing another crime. While out, I would ask that you revoke and double, Your Honor.
Okay. So he's out, he's technically out on an ROR, so maybe just set his bond at 2,000?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay. So in case number 2022 CF 2089AO, I'll go ahead and revoke and terminate the ROR, setting his bond at $2,000, and the PD's office was already appointed on that case.
Thank you.
Malcolm Xavier Ballard?
No. Oh. It wasn't the one I was thinking of, but yeah, go ahead and do that for this one too.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Were you born on August 18th of 1995?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I have you here on 2022 CF 1178780, sorry. Judge Duckworth signed the warrant on this, finding probable cause for 2 charges, trafficking in cannabis and bringing a controlled substance into the state. He set your bond at $25,000 on count 1, $150 on count 2, and I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Okay.
Your Honor, given that it is cannabis and that my client has no other convictions on his history, I would ask that you reduce count 1. He doesn't have anything that I see, no violent offenses, no drug charges, nothing.
Does the state have a position?
No objection, Your Honor. I was thinking maybe $5,000.
Okay. So, Mr. Ballard, what I'll do is instead of the $25,000 on count 1, we'll reduce that to $5,000, and then the other charge, $150, will remain the same. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Victor Batten. Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Batten. Were you born on February 20th of 1972?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, sir, this is a arrest warrant signed by Judge Beamer. It is for a charge of sale and delivery of cocaine in 2022 CF 13962AO. He did set your bond in the amount of $25,000 with no return to the scene and no possession of weapons or firearms. I will go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Tanya Bland? She refused? Okay.
I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
Okay. So on Ms. Bland, this is 2022 CF 1391180. It's an arrest warrant that was signed by Judge Young. Set her bond at $7,500 and do not possess drugs or narcotics without a valid prescription. I'll go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office. They're waiving her appearance here today.
On her out on bond on the first case, Your Honor, 2022 CF 19680, I didn't see an attorney appointed, so we are on her second out on bond case, not the first, so I would just ask that you appoint us on that case.
Okay, I'll go ahead and appoint on both out-of-bond cases. I was gonna point out, though, that this incident that she's being arrested for today, or being here for today, is from something that occurred on August 30th of 2022. The two charges I see that she's currently out on bond for are for November, so I wasn't gonna take any action unless the state was,
Oh, that's fine, Your Honor, thank you.
okay. But we will go ahead and make sure the PD is appointed on all the cases. That brings me to Ryan Keith Burgos. And Mr. Burgos, your date of birth is November 18th of 1971?
Yeah.
Okay. So I reviewed the charging affidavit in 2022 CF 13902. I am finding probable cause for the charge of grand theft. I will go ahead and stay the bond at $1,000 and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Johnny Dassey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Dassey, were you born October 18th of 1993?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, we're here on 2022 CF 9074AO. This is an arrest warrant that was signed by Judge Sander. He put your bond down at $2,000, and I will go ahead and keep that bond set at that amount, and I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
I've just.
Okay, okay, they got me on probation. That's where I got, that's where I got. So,
Does he still have the violent felony offender hold?
Yes.
So they got the 5 days, you gotta wait until that. Isn't it 5?
Yes.
It's 5 days.
if I had came, they told me, they got me from the probation, office. So they told me that, I wasn't gonna have no violence. They told me that I could be able to bond out and then just go check back in with them. But they didn't say nothing about no hold.
They were wrong.
Okay, I have Brent Eady.
Yes.
Mr. Eady, sir, your date of birth is September 5th of 1990. I have you here on case number 2022 CF 13917. I have reviewed the charging affidavit and I am finding probable cause. I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Count 1 will be a $5,000 bond, count 2, $150, count 3, $100. I'm also going to order that you have no contact with the victim in this case. Sir, the concern I have more importantly, though, is that you're currently out on bond in case number 2022 CF 9492AO. those are almost the exact same set of facts in this case, so I am going to revoke your bond in that case and set it at none.
Your Honor, I would ask that you take no action. Looks like he was arrested back in August. No information has been filed to date. Additionally, I would ask that you appoint us. I don't see an attorney appointed in that case. Or if you are inclined to revoke, you revoke in double. We're in December and no information has been filed yet.
Mr. Eugene?
Your Honor, usually I would agree with defense that if it's taken that long for us to file, that no action should be taken. But if it's the same activity that he's doing, there should be a repercussion for engaging in the same activity.
Yeah, maybe this will help the state move this case along a little bit further, but I'm not inclined to do that. I will definitely go ahead and appoint the public defender's office, but I am going to revoke the bond in that case and set it at none. He can get with Judge Navarro and see what she would like to do, okay?
Thank you.
The next case I have is Patrick Green.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Green, were you born on May 22nd of 1991?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So I read the charging affidavit that went along with the arrest warrant in this case. Judge Beamer is the one that's determined that there's probable cause. I believe he set count 1 at no bond based on the fact that it's attempted second-degree murder, but it's my understanding he is entitled to a bond.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, sir, in case number 2022 CF 135940AO, sorry, I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I am going to set your bond in the amount of $5,000 on count 1. And then Judge Beamer already set $2,500 for counts 2 and 3 each. I am going to order that you have no contact with the alleged victim in this case and you not possess any weapons or firearms. Okay. Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yesenia Gutierrez. Okay. Jody Hayes. Thomas Huggins.
Also bonded, Your
Honor. Lalani Inge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I was trying to add another vowel to it. Sorry. There you go. Okay, and Miss Inge, your date of birth is May 18th of 2004. You are here on case number 2022 CF 13949. Let me just get to her paper. She does qualify for pretrial release, so I can go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent her. We'll go ahead and release her on a straight pretrial release. The conditions are that you not possess or consume any illicit substances. I am going to order random drug testing, but I'll give you a 30-day reprieve just in case. Okay? Good luck. Thank you. Lawrence Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Johnson, were you born on July 31st of 1991?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you are here on case number 2022 CF 13952AO. I reviewed the charging affidavit. There is probable cause for the case and the 2 charges. I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you.
Okay.
You also qualify for pretrial release. So I can go ahead and release you on a straight pretrial release so that you don't have to pay a monetary amount to get out of jail. The conditions will be, though, that you not return back to the Walmart at that South Goldenrod store and that you not possess any illicit substances, and you will be tested randomly to make sure that you're abiding by that, but I'll make sure you have 30 days just in case. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jariah Jones. And, okay, Ms. Jones, your date of birth, August 12th of 2000?
Yes, ma'am.
This is 2022 CF 13939AO. I did review the charging affidavit. I am finding there's probable cause for the charges. I'll go ahead and stay the bonds at $5,000 on count 1, $150 on count 2, $150 on count 3. I am going to order that you not return to that location of that Taco Bell. I can't imagine that you would want to. And that you have no contact with any of the employees or victims that are there. My bigger concern is that she's out on 2022 CF 9570AO, which is an incident alleged to have occurred on August 11th. Interestingly enough, she was alleged to be an employee at Del Taco instead of Taco Bell, but the same type of incident occurs where it's alleged that she pulls a gun on individuals at that store. So based on that, I am going to revoke her bond on that and keep it at none. I do show she has the public defender's office, and I'll let them try to get her in front of the trial judge in 22.
So when would I be able to come back? Because I go to court with them on the 4th, so.
Leo, how do you say your last name?
Lejeune.
Say it one more time.
Lejeune.
Lejeune?
No, Lejeune.
Lejeune.
Camp Lejeune.
Oh, okay, like Camp Lejeune. Okay. But don't drink the water there, apparently. I don't really understand that. Okay, and you are a Christmas Eve baby. You were born December 24th? Okay. So, do you have, okay, I was gonna say, I don't show him out. Thank you so much. Okay. So obviously I read the charging affidavit in this case, which was 2022 CF 13954AO. I am finding that there's probable cause. I was going to stay the bonds at 1,000 and 15,000 and appoint the public defenders. I did not realize, though, that he's currently out on bond. I have the first case is 2022 CF 12999AO. That looks like for an incident in November 6th. It is sale and delivery of MDMA and sale and delivery of cannabis. And then the second case is 2022 CF 10757. Same date, but that charge is an aggravated battery on a pregnant person. So obviously probably too soon to even be filed on. What was the state's position as far as the cases that he's out on bond?
Your Honor, the aggravated battery with a pregnant person, I think actually happened earlier in the year, possibly September. But he wasn't arrested on that, so I would take no action on that one. However, the sale and delivery of meth happened approximately a month ago. And now defendant is accused of selling cannabis and cocaine.
Just out of curiosity, where did that alleged incident, or was it alleged to have occurred? That same 7-Eleven?
One moment, Your Honor. North Pine Hills and North Lane, so is that the same as this one?
This was the 7-Eleven at 4305 North Pine Hills Road.
Let me see. Trying to do it the quickest way. I don't believe so, Your Honor. It seems as though the out on bond was a result of,
Search incident to arrest for the
no, it seems as though he was walking down the street or something like that and crossing the street. He was known to the officer and, oh yes, he had an active warrant. He was known to the officer and he had an active warrant.
Let me do one thing just to fix this. So, Mr. Lejeune, part of the reason why I was asking you how to say your name is because the officer that wrote your name on the charging affidavit just, or no, I guess he, oh, you know what? He didn't butcher it. I apologize. It's
He's
just
a
that
third.
because you're the third and they smushed it all together. So it looked like the 1, 2, 3 at the end were part of your name. So that's why it threw me off. Okay, so that's, I just didn't want to cause problems for him. So I do show for that case that he's out on bond, the bond amount was 1,500, so that must have been reduced or something. So I will go ahead, sir, based on the fact that this is the same type of incident, I am gonna go ahead and revoke your bond in that case. I do show that you have the Public Defender's Office appointed in that case in Division 20, and I'm sure they'll get you in front of that trial judge for a bond hearing, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
So you're setting the,
So on the, I'm sorry, on the sale and delivery, I'll go ahead and revoke the bond, but on the battery or the pregnant person, whatever that second charge was, I'll take no action on that one.
okay, and you're setting it as no bond, count 1 and 2 on the sell and deliver?
Oh, bugger.
What's wrong?
That's between me and PTR. I'm just making all these notes on paperwork I can't keep.
Are you, is it Jadan? No, you don't look like a Jadan. You bonded? Okay, thank you. Okay, how about Burton McDonald?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. McDonald, is your date of birth June 29th of 1966?
Correct.
Okay. So, sir, this is an arrest warrant that was signed previously by a judge in case number 2022 CF 9235AO. That judge determined there was probable cause for the charges of possession of fentanyl and possession of drug paraphernalia. They did set the bond at 1,000 on count 1 and 100 on count 2. I'll go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Your Honor, he qualifies for pretrial release. I would ask for pretrial release in this case. He's on Social Security disability.
Oh, I apologize. I'm looking at Lorraine for his, you're right, he does qualify. So, Mr. McDonald, instead of you having to post a monetary bond, I'll just go ahead and release you on straight pretrial release. So you don't have to pay any money to get out of jail, but you do have to be supervised by pretrial services. The only condition will be that you not possess any illicit substances, and I am going to order that they drug test you randomly to make sure that that happens, but I will give you a 30-day reprieve, so if there's anything in your system, it can get out of your system, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
Jacarius Mims. And Mr. Mims, your date of birth is August 7th of 1998.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. Mims, this was a warrant that was signed by Judge Cameron. So he determined there was probable cause for the aggravated battery on a pregnant person. I did go through and read the charging affidavit. So I'm going to go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I'm going to set your bond in the amount of $2,000. I know this was for something that happened back in August, so let me ask you a question. Ms. Trammell, do you live with her right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have someplace else that you can stay for a
Yes,
little
ma'am.
bit? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and order, without her being here, I have to do the no contact order.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're not gonna be able to go back to her home. You're gonna have to maintain a separate residence. I'll let you go back one time with law enforcement officers if you need to retrieve any belongings. I'm also gonna order that you not possess any weapons or firearms.
ma'am.
I certainly get the impression from the charging affidavit that maybe she was having second thoughts about these types of charges, but make sure you understand if you get in touch with her, you're the one that runs the risk of going back to jail. So just talk to your PD to try to get the bond conditions changed if you need to. Sarah Mitchell bonded?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Frederick Pinky?
Behavior, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
Behavior.
Behavior, thank you.
I will waive the appearance, Your Honor.
I have a little bit of an issue that this is a bad Leo, considering he intentionally struck the bottom of my hat with his right hand, lifting my hat from where it was placed on my head. You're right. Technically, that could be considered a battery. What I was gonna do is maybe just lower the bond amount.
That's fine.
Because we did a bond correction, so the original bond should have been 2,500.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm definitely going lower than that. So in 2022 CF 13919AO, I'll go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent them. They are going to waive his appearance, but I'll go ahead and lower the bond to $500. Rodney Porter? I'm good, Mr. Porter. Were you born on September 18th of 1961?
That would be correct, ma'am.
Okay. So, sir, this was an arrest warrant that was signed by Judge Whitehead. He determined probable cause for the charges, and he set your bond at $7,500 on count 1, $2,500 on count 2. I'll go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Can I ask you something, ma'am?
Sure.
Could you please explain to me briefly, how is it possible to get charged with something Wednesday and go to jail for Sunday, next Sunday? How is that possible?
So the problem that I have, Mr. Porter, is that this was a warrant that was signed by Judge Whitehead, and I'll be honest with you, because he gave you a bond, I didn't read through it. But it says that this was for something that was alleged to have occurred back on August 18th.
But, one second if I can interrupt. Why was I not in jail? And why did I get a charge put on me if I had got, this paper was a criminal offense and I got caught with this paper? Why was I not arrested that day on a criminal offense and come back a month later?
Oh, that's usually because the sheriff's department or the police department, whoever was the arresting agency, if I had to guess, they either they couldn't find you after they saw this alleged incident,
No, ma'am,
or
that's
they
not
were
correct.
trying to work
Not
you
correct.
to
I
do
was
something
there.
else.
I was there, they were there.
For whatever reason, they decided not to arrest you, but then they went and filed it later.
And sometimes, Your Honor, they don't arrest and they send off to FDLE first. So there's a range of reasons that I
would like to have a
see.
people on because you said pistol like that, yeah, there's something wrong with you, you shouldn't be on something, you should be a chief.
Well, let's get you your PD, and then you talk to them, and we'll see what we can do, okay? Good luck, sir. Thank you. Jeffrey Robinson? Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Robinson. Is your date of birth May 10th of 1967?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it looks like there are 3 cases here. I have the 2022 CF 13942. That was for the theft at Lowe's. I'm gonna go ahead and stay the bond at $1,000 on that case with no return back to Lowe's. I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Then there is 2020 CF 13027AO. That is a arrest warrant for failing to appear at a status hearing. You do have the Public Defender's Office on that case, and the judge in that case set your bond at $1,000. And then on 2021 CF 4237AO, again, this was a arrest warrant that the judge set the bond at $2,000, and you do have the public defender's office previously appointed on that. Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
I just talked to them. Take your paper.
John Rosa? Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Rosa. Were you born on January 19th of 1993?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Sir, in case number 2021 CF 632780, looks like the trial judge, when you failed to appear for a plea hearing on November 29th, issued a capias. The public defender's office represents you, and they've set the bond at none. So they can help you get a bond hearing in front of that judge, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Denard Brandon Smith? Is that you, Mr. Smith? And sir, were you born on June 6th of 1985? Okay. So I have reviewed the charging affidavit in 2022 CF 1392580. I am finding probable cause. I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I'm going to stay the bond at $15,000 on count 1 and $500 on count 2. Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Roderick Smith? Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Were you born on January 12th of 1998?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you are here on case number 2022 CF 1395180. I did review the charging affidavit. I am finding that there's probable cause for the 3 charges, and I will stay the bonds at $1,000 on each. My concern more is to do with the cases that you're out on bond on. You do have 2022 CF 1255680, which appears to be an October arrest for possession of alprazolam, methamphetamines, just lots of different drugs. I think there's 7 different counts on that. And then also in 2022 CF 9175, that appears to be an August arrest date for drug charges as well.
And
I didn't get a chance to look.
the second case, 2022 CF 9175, Your Honor, is the only one that I see was filed on. As to 2022 CF 1255680, no information has been filed in that case. I'm asking that you take no action. The state only filed on possession of cocaine in 2022 CF 9175 AO.
Does he have an attorney on that case?
Not on the second case. No, Your Honor. I don't see anyone appointed.
What's the state's position?
Your Honor, unfortunately, FDLE does take longer than 30 days in order to get a report back on what a drug is, so that formal charges haven't been filed on an incident that happened in October 26th is not out of the realm. However, he was arrested in August for a drug charge, arrested in October, and here we are in December and there are more drug charges. I would ask that you revoke and hold him no bond.
Okay, Mr. Smith, I just want to make sure, did you want me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own lawyer?
Currently right now, I'm trying to get enrolled in a drug program. So like with me trying to afford a drug program, and an attorney is a bit too much. I'm really focused on getting a drug program, so I don't have to focus on the attorney. I really need a drug program more than anything.
Okay, what drug programs have you been looking into?
Bridges of America is off Mercy Drive.
I'm familiar with it.
They told me to check in. They told me I could check in on December 14th, I think.
Well, sir, the concern is, it looks like your last conviction was in January of this year for the violation of probation. And then the state's correct. You go and get arrested in August, then October, and here we are in December. So I'll go ahead and stay the bonds. In the new case, it's in Division 15. We'll get you the public defender's office to represent you. I am going to revoke the charges in 2022 CF 1255680 and 2022 CF 917580. I'll appoint the public defender's office, and I'm gonna set the bonds at none, and they can certainly help you try to get into that drug program. It might even be faster this way, okay? So good luck to you, sir.
I have a
Thank you.
question. I don't mind doing the drug program, but how long would a drug program, how long would it take for me to get enrolled in the drug program?
It depends on if they have beds, which it sounds like you found out that they do, so they may still be able to get you in by the middle of 2 weeks from now. Okay, thank you. Kenneth Stevens? And Kenneth Warnell Stevens? Okay.
He's the next one after James.
Okay, here's the inmate number is 2202-8023.
Can you state that number again?
Yep, 2202-8023.
That comes up as Denard Smith. We just seen.
Oh, Steven. Yeah, this is kind of Steven. 2202023.
Yes, let me just type it.
Maybe he's hanging out with Mr. Manosh somewhere deep inside.
His bond is set at 9, so.
Yeah, I really hope he's not gone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is James Lamont Stevens. He bonded. How about Carlos Andres Torres Cardona? He refused. Okay. Well, we'll figure out.
Kenneth Stevens is the alias for Denard Smith, which is the booking number that you kept giving me.
Say that one more time.
That's
He's
his
got an alias.
Yes, Kenneth Stevens is his alias.
Oh, so this is the same gentleman I just saw a second ago, Mr. Smith? So on Roderick Smith, I do show on Roderick Smith, yeah, I don't show him as an AKA for
No, Gerard Smith.
Stevens. Hold on. Oh, you know what? It's Denard Brandon Smith has an AKA of Kenneth Stevens.
Yes.
So he bonded on one charge.
No, he never, he was physically here.
Oh, okay. So we gave him a bond, I'm sorry.
15,500.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
No.
So we gave him bonds in the 2022 CF 13925, the 15,500. And then he also has a failure to appear warrant with a no bond. I'm showing Jill Hampton is his attorney on that one, though. So He'll think he can bond out, but he can't.
They're bringing him,
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks. Oh, yes. There's a third one. Oh, that was, oh, wait. That's America. I apologize. Yeah, there was two. Okay. Hey, it's Smith, correct? But is it possible that you also sometimes go by Kenneth Stevens?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think what got us a little confused was I have this new charge, the sale and delivery of cocaine, that we gave you bond for, and then I think I also told you there was a failure to appear. Did I tell him that one, or did I ignore that one too? They were not attached. Okay, so then there's two failures to appear under Kenneth Warnell Stevens. One is in 2020 CF 6825AO. That's in division, they're actually both out of Division 20. The other case is 2020 CF 7287. Does Ms. Hampton represent you on those cases? Okay, do you think she knows you're here? Okay, I will let her know that you're here and that you have bond on one case, but on two cases, you don't have bond, so that she can try to get you a bond hearing with the judge, okay? Okay, thank you, sir. So that is Denard Smith. Okay. And I did Gerard Smith. Yeah. Okay, and then Carlos Torres Cardona, we said was a behavior.
He refused, Your
Oh, he refused. Okay, thank you, ma'am. So on 2022 CF 1394180, I'll go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent him. I'm going to stay the bonds at $1,000 on count one, $100 on count two. I am just going to order that he not return back to that Polo store on International Drive. Jadarius West.
He bonded, Your Honor.
How about Lewis James Woodson?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing this morning?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Doing fine. I'm in jail, but you know, I'm trying to do okay.
That happens. Okay, so let's see. I have you here, and this is case number, hold on, 2022 CF 13938AO. It's sale and delivery of cocaine. I did review the charging affidavit. I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, and I'll stay the bond at $15,000. Now, his other two cases that he's out on bond on, they are 2022 CF 12849AO. I'm showing that was just a fairly recent case in November, aggravated assault with a firearm. And then 2022 CF 12504, October arrest with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
May I speak real quick?
How about, let me just ask the state one question, then if you want to respond, we'll see.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
if you
ma'am.
do. Miss Eugene, did you have any thoughts about the out on bond stuff?
Can I leave it at your discretion, Your Honor?
Okay. How about, can you do me a favor? Will you talk to her and tell me, let's see if she wants you to tell me what you want to tell me.
Yes, ma'am.
yes, Your Honor, he can go ahead and tell you.
Okay.
Like, I'm having my first child ever in like probably like 3-4 days right now. I'm really trying to be there so bad. I've been working hard for the kid ready for this child. I'm 34 years old. It's my first child. I'm trying to be there for her. That's all I'm trying to do. My family say if I can get a bond, they will help me out. If I can get a bond on this one right here, they will help me. They'll help me out there. I just want to be there for my first child. I've been working so hard over all these years to get me a baby, and I finally got me a baby. And right now, I'm so disappointed in myself.
Okay. Well, Mr. Woodson, I certainly appreciate that. Having a child, I think you're going to find is quite a gut-wrenching experience. Not only because it's,
I pray to God I do get. I hope it be a life learning situation.
I think it will be. It's kind of one of those things where you can't get away from it because it's now going to follow you around for at least the next 18 years, if not longer.
And I know it'll slow my lifestyle down.
Okay. Well, sir, I'll be honest with you, this charge is more of a drug charge. Your other charges are a little bit more concerning because there are firearms and stuff involved, but
They never.
I will go ahead and take no action on those cases. But Mr. Woodson, I got to tell you, you come back in here with one more charge and 3 cases that you're out on bond for, the odds of anybody trying to argue that you should remain out on bond are probably going to stay pretty slim, okay? So good luck, and I hope you enjoy the baby birth. You're welcome, sir. Kareem Young. Hi, Mr. Young. Were you born on January 7th of 1999?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. Young, you're here on case number 2022 CF 13924AO. I did review the charging affidavit in this case. Actually, I apologize. There's 2 cases. I got them mixed up. Hold on one second. Oh, okay, this was afterwards. Okay. So,
Your Honor, he does qualify.
yeah, he does qualify.
And I just asked for the 30-day grace period for the drug testing as well, if you place him on pretrial.
Okay, sir, what I'm gonna do is, I am finding probable cause on both cases. I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. And, on all the charges, I'll go ahead and release you on a straight pretrial release so that you don't have to post a monetary amount to get out on bond. You are gonna be supervised by pretrial services. Gonna order that you not possess, or consume any illicit substances, and that you be tested randomly to make sure that you're abiding by that condition. But I will have them hold off for 30 days just so some things can get out of your system, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
In your honor, to
Anything else?
readdress, yes, the Lopez, Recio case, the victim advised that she had to go to work, so that's why she wasn't able to come for the second session.
Oh, and is
she was
she here
advised to
now?
follow up. No, she's not here.
Oh, you're saying she had to go to work. I gotcha. Okay. Well, we'll leave it with,
She was advised the state attorney was gonna contact her.
okay, perfect. Okay, well, we are adjourned for today. And we'll be in recess till tomorrow. Okay.
I believe her English. You're okay with English?
Yeah, I'm okay. That would be so, so helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, she's.
I have a question about a word,
Yeah.
maybe, but other than that, I mean.
If there's anything you don't understand, ask your attorney. If he can't explain it, I very much doubt that he can't, but we'll try to make sure that happens. And, ma'am, I just want to verify your, let me get the page open here. Catalin Monesrung,
Yes, I am.
and you speak Romanian?
No, I am Hungarian.
Hungarian. Okay, I think the officer wrote in here. So I do believe we have a Hungarian interpreter on the line, and would that be helpful for you?
Maybe.
Yes, okay. You'd rather have that than do it in English, correct?
Little bit, I speak little.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. This is Julia, your Hungarian interpreter. My ID number is 216685. How can I help you?
Hi, good morning. This is Judge Martha Adams. I'm in Orlando, Florida, conducting an initial appearance. I do have a witness here to testify who speaks Hungarian. It's my understanding that you can translate for her?
Yes, I can, although I'm not court certified, but I can. Yeah.
Okay. So I am going to just ask her first if she can raise her hand, and I will swear her in with you.
Arra kérem, hogy emelje föl a kezét. Esküt szeretnék önnel tetetni.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ön esküszik arra, hogy az igazat fogja mondani, a teljes igazságot, és semmi más, csak is az igazságot?
Yes.
You may put your hand down. Thank you.
Leteheti a kezét, köszönöm.
And ma'am, it's my understanding that this is your daughter-in-law. Is that correct?
És azt mondjam, én úgy tudom, hogy ez a személy az ön menye. Így van?
Yes.
And you are currently living with your daughter-in-law and your son at their home in Winter Park, correct?
És ön jelenleg a mennyével, illetve a fiával együtt lakik a Winter Parkban, így van?
Yes.
As the alleged victim in this case, I will be issuing a no contact order unless you tell me you want something different.
Okay. Tehát, mint áldozata ennek az ügynek, önnek úgynevezett kapcsolattiltási rendeletet fogok kiadni, ha csak nem más szeretne kérni.
Is that okay, or would you like something else?
Yes, okay.
Yes, that's okay. And then my next question is, are you staying, scratch that, let me start over. Is it your intent that you're going to continue to live with your son for a while?
És a következő kérdésem az lenne, hogy ön egy darabig a fiával szándékozik együtt lakni, így van?
Yes.
Okay. So, Madam Interpreter, I'm now going to talk to the defendant and her attorney. You are going to want to translate some of this so I don't make sure that she's left out. So, Mr. Natari, I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I am finding that there's probable cause on this case.
Okay. Tehát, Mr. Natari, megnéztem a vallomást, amivel vád alá helyezték, és úgy találtam, az volt a döntésem, hogy indokolt.
You've heard from her mother-in-law that she would like to keep the no contact order, but your client does qualify for pretrial release.
Okay. Tehát hallotta ugye az anyósától, hogy ő igényt tart a kapcsolattiltó parancsra, rendeletre, viszont jogosult arra, hogy tárgyalás előtti szabadlábra helyezzék.
Does she have someplace else she can stay?
Van esetleg egy másik hely, ahol lakhatna?
No, nothing.
Well, Judge, I've informed her that it is certainly within this court's rights to have her not return to that home. That is where her children live. That is where she lives. She has no other relatives here. She has made some arrangements with friends to hope, well, she's not because she's in jail. She's hoping that she can make arrangements with friends when she's released to stay with them. But I would ask if I may inquire of the alleged victim in this matter.
Okay. Tehát bírónő, neki joga van ahhoz, hogy visszamenjen a lakásába, hiszen ott vannak a gyermekei, bár felvette a kapcsolatot néhány ismerősével, vagyis nem vette fel, mert börtönben van jelenleg, de elképzelhető az, hogy ismerősöknél fog tud majd lenni.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, I want to make sure I forget her name.
Miss Mona Throng.
Miss, God, may I call you Mona? Please. All right. Ma'am, are you a United States citizen?
Asszonyom, ön az Egyesült Államoknak az állampolgára?
Nem. No.
Where do you live?
Ön hol lakik?
Hungarian.
Hungary. Are you simply visiting the United States?
Ön csak egyszerűen látogatóban van az Egyesült Államokban?
Yes.
How long is your visa for?
Mennyi ideig érvényes a vízuma?
Jelenleg a zöld kártyá van folyamatban.
Currently, the green card is in progress.
But you are here on a tourist visa, are you not?
De ön turista vízummal tartózkodik itt, vagy nem?
Yes.
Okay. When does that expire?
És az mikor fog lejárni?
A turista vízum lejárt, de be van adva hivatalosan már a igénylés, és így érvényes az ügyvéd által.
Okay.
Your Honor, Your Honor, I actually don't want that translated, which is why I interrupted.
Okay.
Prior to court beginning, this victim actually did have counsel, but unfortunately, he had a 10 o'clock court hearing, so he had to leave. I suspect that what the victim may say may have consequences.
Okay. Madam Interpreter, can you interpret that part for her?
Igen. Of course. Bírónő, arra kérem, hogy engedje meg azt, hogy a tolmács ne tolmácsolja le azt, amit az áldozat mondott. Az áldozatnak van ügyvédje, de sajnos a tárgyalás előtt el kellett mennie az ügyvédnek, amiatt, mert 10 órakor volt egy másik tárgyalása. És attól tartok, hogyha le lenne az, amit mondott az előbb, annak következményei lenne.
Okay. So, Mr. Natari, my question is, I certainly, I see what you're getting at, but what difference does it make? Because even if the visa expired tomorrow.
Well, I understand, Judge, but let me cut to the chase. Sorry, I'll simplify the question. Ma'am, do you plan on residing with your son the whole time you're here, or are you going to get another place to live?
Madam Interpreter, can you translate that for her?
Come on, ma'am.
I think I just lost her. Did I? Madam Interpreter, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. I apologize. You were breaking up, so I thought maybe I had lost you. I don't know if we heard the last portion of the interpretation about what the gentleman, the last question he asked about how long she was going to be living with her son or moving someplace else.
Okay. Mennyi ideig szándékozik a fiánál lakni, vagy esetleg máshol fog majd lakni?
Jelenleg nem hagyhatom el az országot, még a zöld kártyát meg nem kapom. Az folyamatban van, elképzelhető, hogy az pár hónap még.
Currently, I'm not able to leave the country until I received my green card, which is in progress. At the moment, it seems that it's going to be a couple of more months.
And so are you going to live with your son that entire time? Or are you going to go move someplace else? Not necessarily out of the country, but at least not in Winter Park.
Yes, I am.
Tehát ez idő alatt ön végig, tehát amíg várja a zöld kártyát, végig a fiánál fog lakni, vagy pedig máshova fog költözni. Tehát nem az országon kívülre, külföldre, csak itt valahol máshova.
Itt szeretnék maradni a fiamnál.
I would like to stay with my son.
Well, that was my question, really, Judge. All right. Judge, we asked, Ms. Sanchez-Sepia has no criminal history. We asked that the court set a bond at $500 rather than PTR. It just becomes more problematic with PTR. I've discussed it with the state. They're not opposed to that bond amount. No contact with the alleged victim in this matter, and we'll deal with the rest of it as it comes up. Oh, she has children that live there. Obviously, if the court would allow her to return to pick up her belongings, and we'll have to set, her divorce lawyer will have to set something up with child care or child visitation.
Okay. So, Madam Interpreter, instead of you having to, I'm probably going to repeat almost exactly what he's going to say. Maybe if we can just translate what I'm about to say, I think that would be more helpful. I am going to set Ms. Sanchez's bond at $500.
Okay. Ms. Sanchez's letétjét, vagy $500 fogom megszabni, óvadékját.
I am having her sign a no contact order between herself and her mother-in-law.
Alá fogom vele íratni azt a kapcsolattiltó parancsot, illetve az anyósával is alá fogom ugyanezt íratni.
Obviously, that means she can't live with her husband right now, and she will need to maintain a separate residence.
Egyértelműen ez azt jelenti, hogy ő nem élhet majd együtt most jelenleg a férjével, és hogy másik lakóhelyet kell, hogy szerezzen magának.
So she can return one time with law enforcement officers so that they can retrieve any belongings that she may need from the home.
Tehát meg lesz neki engedve, hogy egyszer visszamehessen a lakásba, rendőrtisztekkel együtt, hogy a cuccait el tudja hozni.
I'm also going to ask that she not possess any weapons or firearms.
Illetve arra is meg fogom őt kérni, hogy ne legyen a birtokába semmilyen fegyver vagy lőfegyver.
Ma'am, do you have any other questions?
Asszonyom, van-e más kérdése?
No, thank you.
Anything else from either party? No?
From the state.
Okay. Okay, thank you both. Good luck. Thank you.
Köszönöm szépen,
Judge.
hogy meg sok szerencsét.
Madam Interpreter, thank you so much for your help this morning. We greatly appreciate it.
Anything, you have a wonderful day, Your Honor.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so my next two cases are in Spanish, so let me get the Spanish interpreter call. I don't know that has it hung up on your end? Because it's not letting me. Maybe it will, hold on. Because that's why I was thinking that it's still, it looks like it's still hooked. Let me see. do, but it won't let me get to that. Oh, there we go. No, not the jail. Sorry. There we go.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Personal Leon, certified Spanish interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
Hi, good morning. This is Judge Martha Adams. We're out at the Booking and Release Center at the Orange County Jail. I do have two cases that need interpretation in Spanish this morning. The first one is 2022 CF 13862AO, Peggy Pagan Romero, and she does have the headset on. Oh, I apologize. This is okay, let's start over. This case is 2022 MM 8045AO, and this is Camilla Carrillo Benitez.
Very well, Your Honor.
Sí.
The interpreter can confirm there is connection with the headsets.
I believe in the witness box is Miss Carrillo's husband. And, sir, what is your name?
My name is Henry Norman.
Mr. Norman, do you need the services of the interpreter?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Norman, can I get you to raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Norman, hopefully you've been able to determine from the prior hearing, normally I issue these no contact orders. It's my understanding you two are in the process of divorcing and you do not live together at this time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you want the no contact order to remain in place?
It's not necessary. We can remove.
So if I drop it down to a no hostile contact, you feel safe and comfortable with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And we can do an ROR if you like as well.
I'm sorry?
If you can do an ROR, that will be awesome too.
I'm not going to ROR her, but I will release her on pretrial release. She does qualify, which means she will still not have to bond out with any monetary amounts, but she will be supervised by pretrial services. I will go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. The only conditions, ma'am, that I will have is that you have no hostile contact with your husband, so no fighting, no arguing, and that you are not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you have any questions about that?
No, ninguno.
No, none.
Okay. Was there anything further that you wanted me to know, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you both. Good luck. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, then this is the second case, 2022 CF 13862AO, Peggy Pagan Romero.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And she has the headset on.
Sí, señor.
The interpreter can confirm there is connection with the headsets, Your Honor.
And I believe in the box, this would be Kimber Pagan.
Kimberly Pagan. Ma'am.
Do you need the services of the interpreter?
No, ma'am.
No, okay. And can I just get you to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Pagan, it's my understanding this is your mother, is that correct? Okay. And as I stated previously, I issue no contact orders between yourself and the defendant unless you tell me you would like something different.
Ma'am, my mom has not been taking her medication. She has bipolar and schizophrenia, and she has not been sleeping for the past month. She's been up all night. She's been looking at me crazy, and she's been taking it out on me. You feel me? And all I ask is for either the mental thing, because usually when she gets an episode, she goes to Lakeside for a week and they put her back on her meds. By the time she comes back on her meds, she's more in her senses to deal with. You know, that's all I really want out of this.
Um, okay. Well, here's what I will do. I am finding that there's probable cause in this case. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, ma'am. I will go ahead and do this. I'm gonna set your bond at $1,000 on count 1 and $100 on count 2. I am gonna order that you have no hostile contact with your daughter, but as a condition of your release and of having that no hostile contact, I would like for you to take any prescribed medications that you are currently taking, or that maybe that you're prescribed but are not taking, and that you not possess any weapons or firearms.
Oh, and one last thing. She has all the knives in the house hidden, and I don't know where they're at.
Say that last thing again?
She has all the knives in the house hidden, and I don't know where they're at.
I don't know what to do about that. I can't force her to tell me where they are. Well, how about you can just tell me, do you agree that maybe all the knives are hidden at your house?
It's in the oven.
In the oven?
Yes. I use it for cooking. I don't use it for harm myself or nothing.
Okay. So maybe try the oven?
Okay.
Okay. But maybe that's not a bad place for them to be. I don't know. I'll let you decide that, okay? Was there anything else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Good luck to you both. Thank you.
Can I say something else?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Oh, how about let me do this? I gave you an attorney. Let you ask your attorney what you want to say, and then if she agrees with you, we can go from there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else we need to discuss?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, good luck, ma'am. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Thank you. So that was the last Spanish case I had for the defendant, but could I get the interpreter just to make an announcement into the room to see if there's any other witnesses that might need the services of the interpreter?
Of course, Your Honor, at your service. Alguien más que necesite los servicios del intérprete en español, por favor, póngase de pie.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody showing any hands or anything like that, so I think we're good. So thank you for your help this morning. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You as well. Good morning, sir. Are you Raymond Lewis?
Yes,
And Mr. Lewis, were you born on March 15th of 1984?
March 15, 1984.
Yep, okay. So, Mr. Lewis, this is a warrant that you got picked up on out of Volusia County. Apparently, it has no bond listed. That being said, Volusia usually comes and picks you up in the next 24.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Okay. How about if I talk directly into the microphone? Does that help?
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
No, okay.
Okay, so Sir, Volusia County has a warrant for your arrest. The bond that the judge set was at none, but Volusia should come and pick you up within 24 hours to take you to Volusia.
In 3 hours?
No, 24 a day.
24?
Oh, it takes longer?
72 hours.
Oh, they're all 70?
They said
Oh,
they said I had a court date on October the 4th, but it was a storm, and that's they rescheduled it, and they never told me the rescheduled date of that one.
okay. Well, I'm sure when you get to Volusia, you can talk to the judge there and they can do something about it. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to touch their warrants. So, but they said they'll come and get you. I apologize, it's not in 1 day, it's 3 days.
3 days?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, good luck, sir, thank you. Oh, yes, okay. So I believe, Ms. Altwam, you are here in regards to Devontae Hunter. I have 3 cases, 2022 CT 5624AO, 2022 CT 5622AO, and 2021 CT 2026AW that we were going to try to resolve today, correct?
Correct, Judge. May I approach with the plea form?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunter, can I get you to raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So I do have the plea form here that you had signed with your attorney. Did you have any questions about any of the rights on the form?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And it does indicate that we're going to be amending, are we amending all 3 charges to no valids?
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to the 3 cases previously mentioned, the state is going to amend to no valid driver's license, statute 322.03.
I think it's subsection 1 too, but I don't know that it matters. Okay, and so Mr. Hunter, as to all 3 of the amended charges, you'll be entering a plea of no contest. Has anybody forced you or threatened you to do that today?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, entering into a plea today could subject you to deportation?
Yes.
Okay, so at this time, I will go ahead and accept your pleas. I do find them to be given freely and voluntarily. Do you know how much time he has on all 3?
No.
No? Okay.
Okay, 5624, I have 23 days. 6522, I have 16 days. 2006AW, I have 31 days.
No fingerprints. Okay, so what I will do as to each case, I'll give you credit for the time served that you served on each one. So on the 5624, it's 23 days. On the 6522, it's 16 days. And on the 2021 2026 AW, that's 31 days. And I'll go ahead and release you from these charges and these charges only. That is with adjudication on all 3 counts and court costs. But I'll go ahead and give you a year to pay the court costs back. If you don't pay it off in a year, they can suspend your driving license. So just write to me if you want some more time on that. Do you have any questions for me, Mr. Hunter?
No, ma'am.
Judge, but if I may clarify something for the record, the remaining charges that he does have a bond on them. He should be able to post those and be released. I do want to clarify, just because I was checking the OCJ inmate site. For one of the cases, there's a second charge where there is no action taken, but it appears that it's still holding him. I don't know. I just wanted to clarify that that should not be an issue with, because it's still showing that there's a bond and that that's still a case.
Yeah, so I've been getting that a lot lately.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question, and I'm just asking it to the room in case anybody can tell me. So if, for example, somebody comes in with a 2-count arrest and I give them a $500 bond on one and a count 2 is a $200 bond, but when the state files the information, they only go forward on count 1. It's my understanding count 2 should automatically kind of just go away and it turns it more into like an ROR. But for some reason,
It hasn't been recently. My experience is that usually, yes, it goes away, but lately it hasn't, and we've been having to file motions to delete bond, and it's a hassle, and I do really think that he needs to be released today. And so I just don't know, I'm clarifying for the record, but also because we're here in BRC, just to make sure that that second charge where there was no action taken be removed and not, that he shouldn't have to post bond on that since it's not actually
so let me do this. Ms. Eugene, do you agree that that's usually the general practice, that if you don't charge on one of the counts, the count should, in a sense, go away or become an ROR, the jail should no longer hold that person on that second count because no formal charges were filed, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so then my next question is to the jail. Do we know why that's happening? That they're still being held on counts where the state hasn't filed on anything? You don't have any idea why that's happening?
No, normally we'll say like no action was taken on count 1 or 2, and then you'll just place a bond on a certain count.
Okay. So you agree that in theory, that's the way it should work as well?
Yes.
Okay. How about, Ms. Altuam, since you're so good at this, how about can you maybe give me a list of the cases that you've had to do this on the last couple of times and forward that to me? And I'll forward it to maybe a supervisor and we'll see if we can do it. Because a lot of times what's happened is maybe somebody in their intake has changed and it's just a little glitch where somebody's not pushing the right button. Well, I mean, seriously, it could be something that simple, so.
Filing the motions to delete bond is, I'm sure you don't even want to have to deal with that in chambers.
Well, and I don't, because the problem is it causes a lot of confusion, because basically what I'm saying is get rid of a bond on account. It's a hassle. I agree, it's a hassle all around, plus I don't know legally. It's not something that should be done anyway because it shouldn't be happening.
Yeah. My short-term concern, Judge, is just that since his fiance's here, she wants to post his bond. I don't know who to speak with here at the jail to make sure that she's not having to pay for that extra charge that actually isn't. Yeah, I can give you the case number.
Okay, let's do that. If you give me that case number, what's his case number?
It's 2022 MM 006812AO. It's just charged as a state misdemeanor. The second charge was the resisting without violence. That one is still active. It's just the state misdemeanor is no action taken.
Probably because that was a city ordinance. And
Well, it was charged as an MM for some reason.
that's the
But
problem.
it was confusing. Yeah, I had the same.
So that's actually what the problem is. And I think I said this the other day when I found a charging affidavit where I want to say it was OPD because, no, actually it wasn't. And Miss Eugene, I don't know if you were here or Miss Fleming was here. It was an Orange County Sheriff's deputy. He charged one count of something that was under a county ordinance, and then count 2 was resisting without violence under the state statute. And I said the problem was the case was given an MM case number. So in some ways, I don't think that's the jail's fault, because what the jail is waiting for is for the county to either no bill count 1 or pick it up. And the problem is the county's not going to do anything about it because the county doesn't know anything about it because it's filed under an MM case number.
Yeah.
So I think what's going to happen is that the state somehow in their intake unit realizes that if the officer screws up and puts a county ordinance and a state charge on the same information or on the same charging affidavit, we have to do something. But I'll fix this one today.
Perfect, thank you.
But that may be just some, if that's what I find out happened, I'll send an email to Mr. Smith and try to explain to him what happened. But what I may have to do is just try to tell Judge Caraballo that we have to try to fix this at the jail level, because I think what should have happened was you should have had 2 separate charging affidavits, because I've seen it before. For example, if the OPD says I arrested him under city ordinance and then I picked up a new charge under the state, they actually do 2 separate charging affidavits so that the city picks up one and the state picks up the other. The problem is the county's not used to doing that at all. Whereas OPD, I think, is far more aware of that and so we'll figure it out.
Thank you, Judge.
It could be a huge problem that's not even necessarily a button pusher, but a whole law enforcement thing. So, but in the long run, Mr. Hunter, we'll make sure that you get out today, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. That concludes my business with the court today. May I be excused?
You may. Thank you. So it's, my understanding, count 1 was a state misdemeanor under a county ordinance maybe, and count 2 is resisting an officer without violence. It only lists count 1.
Nope.
Apparently his fiance is here to pay the bond, but they won't let him go. Bye, thank you, Ms. Altwam. Did they no bond him? So that's what needs to happen, is that he needs to be able to get out on the count 1 bond, and then I'll reduce count 2 to an ROR. However, it's easier for me. Okay, sorry, lots of stuff today. Okay, so, you are Radames Camacho?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, is your date of birth November 3rd of 1982?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is a violation of pretrial release that was signed by Judge Calderon. Ma'am, can I get you to tell me your name?
Yolani Castillo.
Okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Ms. Castillo, what was it? So I just wanted you to know that this isn't something that I can really change or do anything with. Judge Calderon has this issued as a no bond, and so Mr. Camacho would not be able to change the bond amount or anything in regards to it until he sees Judge Calderon. Is that okay with you, or were you here to tell me something else?
What does no bond mean? Does that mean he can still get out?
No, that means he has to stay in jail until he sees Judge Calderon. And then Judge Calderon, if I'll appoint the public, oh, well, he doesn't. Oh, Ms. Shaw represents him. And so until Ms. Shaw can get him back in front of Judge Calderon, he would stay in jail.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, I just don't feel safe. He has a storage unit that is, I know the no contact order is within 500 feet, which is why I've called the police those times. But he also has a storage unit that is within a half a mile of the house that he has been using to basically watch me and stalk me, because it's in the one location where I have to pass the storage unit to leave my house, to go anywhere, to go to the grocery store, to take my kids to my mom's house, to go to work. He's just using this location as well to stalk me, and that's where he was arrested yesterday.
Okay, so let me ask you a question so I can understand better kind of the situation. The storage unit, usually those places have like a gate to get in, and then depending on what kind of storage unit it is, it's usually like outside with little garage type places, or
Yeah.
sometimes it can be a building. Is this one more the outside kind?
It's open. You can, he parks his trailer, his work trailer there, because he owns a lawn care company. So he parks his trailer on the part of the street where you can face. So if he parks his trailer there, you can see me drive by every time, because it's not an enclosed fence. It's an open fenced area. So where his trailer is, he can see me driving from there every time.
Okay, so what I think is, Ms. Eugene is here from the Office of the State Attorney. She can definitely make sure that the assigned state attorney to this case in Division 12 reaches out to you. My guess is that's exactly why this warrant got signed in the first place by Judge Calderon. But I would make sure that if Ms. Shaw goes to do a bond hearing, they will let you know, but that's the kind of information that you want to tell Judge Calderon, and maybe he can change it so that, I don't know, he's creative, he can figure it out, but let him know that information so that he can try to fix that so that that doesn't continue to be a problem for the two of you.
Okay.
Okay? Do you have the state attorney's phone number so that you can contact them?
I have Lily Tiff's information. She's the victim's advocate I've been speaking to.
That's perfect, because you're going to be able to get a hold of them much faster than the attorney. So that's perfect. Make sure you talk to her, tell her that you came to the IA today, that he did get picked up on this warrant, and then they'll let you know if there are any more hearings that are going to be held in regards to this case or anything else.
Okay.
Okay? Do you have any other questions for me?
I know there was a pretrial conference on the 15th. Does that mean, do I still have to attend that or no?
More than likely, it will still happen, but I would talk to the victim advocate. They'll let you know that for sure. Okay? And then, Mr. Camacho, like I said, I don't really have much that I can do as far as changing this, so the bond's going to be stayed at none. Ms. Shaw, was she aware that you got picked up today or yesterday?
I believe so.
Okay. I'll reach out to her office just to let her know and let her know that you are in on a no bond so that if she wants to get you back in front of Judge Calderon, she can do that. Okay? Okay. Good luck to you both. Thank you. And Miss George, if you want to, I can let her know or you can let her know, but I did go ahead and just to be safe, I signed an ROR on the count so that it makes sure it gets him out on Mr. Hunter. Okay, hi. Mr. Jordan, correct? Mr. Jordan, your date of birth is April 16th of 1994? Okay. So, Mr. Jordan, you are here on case number 2022 CF 11451 AO. This is an arrest warrant that was signed by Judge Arraignments. She's the one who determined that there was probable cause. I will go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I will go ahead, sir, and I'm gonna set the bond at $7,000 on count one, $1,000 on count two. I am issuing, as Judge Arraignments noted in the notes section, that you are to not have any contact with the victim in this case. It's my understanding the two of you do not live together. Is that correct, Mr. Jordan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have anything at her house that you might need? No? Okay. So, and I'm also going to order that you not possess any weapons or firearms. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Okay, are you Eric Lawrence? Good morning, Mr. Lawrence. Were you born on July 23rd of 1993? Okay. So, Mr. Lawrence, I'm showing that you're here on case number 2022 CF 13898 AO. I did review the charging affidavit. I am finding that there's probable cause. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Obviously, you understand without your girlfriend being present here today that I do have to issue a no contact order between the two of you, which obviously means that you're not going to be able to go back to the house that you live with her to live with her. You're going to have to find someplace else to live in the meantime. Do you have someplace else you can stay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I certainly will allow you to return one time with law enforcement officers so that you can retrieve any belongings that you may have. I am going to also order that you not possess any weapons or firearms. Because DCF was notified, I am going to order that you abide by any plans that they put into place and that you not have any contact with the child at this time. But that could change if DCF determines later that that can be arranged, but that would have to be talked to with the trial judge as well. As to the bond amounts, I am going to set the bond at $5,000 on the false imprisonment, $100 as to count 2, $100 as to count 3, and $100 as to count 4.
Your Honor, I see that he qualifies for pretrial release.
Oh, he does.
I would ask for pretrial release. He doesn't have a history.
Okay. Does the state have any objection to me placing him on pretrial release in lieu of the monetary amounts?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, so instead of the monetary amounts, Mr. Lawrence, we'll go ahead and just do a straight pretrial release, but it will include all the other conditions that we discussed. Do you have any questions about that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
William, is it Sierra?
Yes, ma'am. My last name is pronounced Sear.
Say it one more time.
My last name is pronounced Sear, S-I-E-R-E-R.
So Sear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
So, sir, I do have you here on case number 2022 CF 13891AO. Let's first talk about this for a second. Are you going to be, do you want the public defender appointed to represent you, or are you going to try to hire your own attorney?
I'd like to hire my own attorney at a time, but I shared with public defender earlier that she could share with the courts that I just got out of the hospital. And
Okay, wait.
What I was going to suggest is I don't mind if Ms. George obviously just helps you as a
Yes.
friend of the court
Okay,
today.
that'd be wonderful.
I
Thank
just
you.
don't know that you qualify for the public defender's office to represent you.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am. Thank
okay?
you.
Okay. So I did review the charging affidavit in this case.
And Your Honor, my only issue with it is that there is no victim listed in this affidavit. It just says victims, and there's no names. There's no actual names in this affidavit that I saw.
So I do think that's unusual, but I mean, I think technically the charging affidavit literally only has to list probable cause. It doesn't have to list all the other factors. I do have a witness list that was added as to my copy that lists his wife's name, and it appears to be that they have the same home address. So it was, what was a little confusing was it talks about ex-husband and ex-wife, but then they have the same address together. You're correct. The daughter and the sister of his ex-wife are not listed by name either. I don't know that that necessarily changes the charge in it of itself, though. Do you think? Because I think the only charge is the aggravated assault in regards to his ex-wife.
If we're looking based solely on the four corners of the affidavit that the officer filed, Your Honor, yes. I didn't get the list that you have attached to your affidavit. However, regardless of the fact I was going to ask for you to set a bond or 24 hours for the state to get the additional information. However, if you see that there is PC, I don't have any objection. I just think that
It's a little weird. Yeah, it's,
the officer forgot to put the names. I'm gonna get.
no, he didn't forget.
Right,
He's been an officer with Edgewood for probably about 20 or 30 years. I don't think he forgot. I think he did it on purpose. I think sometimes they take the Macy's law very, very seriously, and so they make it so that anything that's public wouldn't show that, with the theory that the discovery paperwork will follow up with all the personal relevant information.
Okay. The only other issue is that, although it's showing the same address, as a friend of the court, apparently they do not reside together. She actually resides somewhere else. You can explain that, where she resides?
I'd love to. I actually, Your Honor, my divorce was final with my wife May the 5th. And
Of
she,
this past May?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And she had moved to Miami. And for whatever reason, she came back and was living with her grandmother. She has quite a bit of family here in Orlando.
So let me ask you a question.
ma'am.
And don't talk to me about the facts of the case.
I understand. Yes,
Let
ma'am.
me just ask, because you mentioned that you were in the hospital, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
When did you get out of the hospital?
11 days ago, I have 13 blood clots right now that were dissolving.
And I'm sorry, but how many days ago?
11 days ago.
Okay. So when you came out of the hospital and returned back to your home in Edgewood, was she at your home?
Yes, she was, Your Honor.
Okay. Does she have a key to your home?
No, she does not, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Well, let me say this.
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is where criminal and civil kind of go into each other.
I understand, Your Honor.
If she were to be legally able to occupy your residence, meaning that she has a key to it, her name's on the deed, she has all of her belongings there.
Yeah.
I can't allow you to go back.
I understand.
What it sounds like to me is that you're divorced.
That's
She
correct.
somehow just came back and was hanging out. So what I will do is indicate that there's the no contact order between the two of you.
I understand, Your Honor.
But that you just need to maintain a separate residence from her. So that should mean that you should be allowed to go back to your home.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
And I think that if she's there, you certainly have the right to tell law enforcement officers that she's not there legally. They may tell you that you have to sue her civilly to get her out of the house, but hopefully divorce paperwork, she won't make you do that.
I have that as well, Your Honor. But really, I want to share with you what I have physically going on, because today I'm supposed to be having a nurse come to my house every day, starting today, to just do my vitals. And
When that's the
got
thing, I don't
90
want to
days.
upset your heart any more than it probably
I
already
have
is.
I have one clot on each of my lungs, yes, but I have several on my legs. The point I'm making is I've had my bedroom made like a hospital with the raising bed and whatever, so I really don't have anywhere else to go, but I appreciate your
Yeah, no. I mean,
understanding.
it sounds like legally that's where you need to be. So, like I said, this will be, I am finding probable cause on the charge. I am going to give you a bond.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll set the bond at $2,000, the no contact order, the no maintaining a separate residence, and just that you not possess any weapons or firearms. So in regards to that, Mr. Sear, do you have any other questions?
No, but I appreciate Your Honor.
Yeah,
your understanding.
absolutely. And as far as probable cause and having a bond, does that satisfy what you were concerned about as well? Okay. Okay, you're all set. Thank you.
Your Honor, just for my clarification, is the public defender appointed or no?
No.
Okay.
No, he doesn't qualify, and it sounds like he wanted to hire his own anyway. Bond amount I did was, what did I say? 5,000?
2.
2,000. I like 5. It's a nice number, but. Charles Sutton, is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Sutton, were you born on December 16th of 1977?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. Sutton, obviously without your girlfriend being present here today, I do have to issue a no contact order. That's what that order is in front of you. You're just acknowledging that you've been advised that if you violate the no contact order, you can be arrested on a new law violation as well as violating the conditions of your bond. That being said, in 2022 CF 13896AO, I am finding probable cause. This is assigned to Division 15. I will go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Oh, I just saw another case. Okay. So on that case, I'm gonna set your bond at $1,000 with the no contact order. Obviously, that means you're not gonna be able to return home to the house that you share with her, but I will allow you to do so one time with law enforcement officers so that you can retrieve any belongings. I'm also going to indicate that you not possess any weapons or firearms or illicit substances or alcoholic beverages. Because DCF was notified, you do also need to abide by any plan that DCF puts into place. There's a second case here on 2021 CF 2568AO. This is a probable cause order out of Division 14 for a charge of possession of methamphetamines. It does have a $2,500 bond. It also includes do not possess, consume any alcohol, illegal drugs, or controlled substances without a valid prescription, and do not possess any weapons or firearms. Again, I'll go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Okay, good luck to you, sir. Thank you.
I thought it was 1,000, Your Honor. Did you see 25?
It's 2,500 on the possession of meth.
Your Honor,
I'm sorry.
The conditions you did to maintain separate residence, and you did the one-time return with law enforcement, he's stating that she's moved out. So I would just ask if he returns with law enforcement and she's not there, that he can stay there. I didn't know if you issued a no return.
Here's the problem. To me, the no contact means if she lives in the same house that you do, you probably shouldn't return back there unless you need to go and get your belongings that are there. But I put maintain separate residence because if she doesn't live there, then I don't see any reason why I can't go there.
Right.
But that's the problem that you're gonna run into is if you think she's moved out and she hasn't, you're gonna have to find someplace else to stay.
If she's still there, you cannot go there.
Okay, okay, thank you. Maurice Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Taylor. Is your date of birth June 18th of 1988?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, sir, this is case number 2022 CF 13897. I did review the charging affidavit. I am finding that there's probable cause. I'll go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I am going to set the bond at $100 on count 1, $1,000 on count 2, $2,500 on count 3, $2,500 on count 4. Without your girlfriend being present here today, I do have to issue the no contact order between the two of you. That's the order that I'm asking you to sign now. It's just acknowledging that if you violate the no contact order, you can be arrested on new law violations as well as conditions of your release. Can you just sign that for me? Oh, he already signed it? I apologize. I thought they were giving you something different. Okay. So obviously, the no return, if she's there, you need to not stay there. So I'll allow you to return with law enforcement officers if you need to retrieve any belongings, and that you not possess any weapons or firearms. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Next, I have Alexada Alvario.
Yes, ma'am.
Did I say it right?
Alexada.
Alexada? Okay, thank you. And ma'am, were you born on March 9th of 1998?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So ma'am, I did read over this case in 2022 MM 8036AO. There is probable cause for finding a charge of battery. I will go ahead and appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. You do qualify for pretrial release, so I'll go ahead and release you on pretrial release so you don't have to provide any monetary amounts to get out of jail. The only thing is that I do have to issue a no contact order. So let's do this, because I know there was a question about Is it this one? No, sorry. When I read so many, they kind of go together. I apologize. So it's my understanding he's still living at your home right now. So you have someplace else that you can live, just until you work something else out?
My mom's house.
Okay, so let's do that. Keep in mind, if you want this to change or you think he wants this to change, the only person that can do that is Judge McGinnis. So you do need to get in front of that judge to allow that to happen. But like I said, I'll give you one time to go back with law enforcement officers to retrieve any belongings that you need. And the only other thing is I ask that you not possess any weapons or firearms. Okay, do you have any questions?
My car is at the other residence where we were living it, and I don't have access to the apartment because the car keys are inside the apartment.
So what I would do is, because I've allowed you to go back with law enforcement, what you could do is have law enforcement go with you and see if they can reach out to him to make sure that he's there so that you can get into the apartment to get the things that you need, most importantly, your keys to your car.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, good luck to you, thank you. Yeah, I would just put that as well. Okay, this is Natividad Cruz. And ma'am, your date of birth is December 25th of 1985. And now I figured out why you got named the way you did. That's very pretty. I like that. Thank you. Okay. And in the box, I'm assuming that this is Mr. Figueroa.
Yes, her husband.
Good morning, sir. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So, let me do this just as, I can't give you any legal advice, but I just need to tell you, because this happens a lot from when I was in civil court. So if you and your husband own a house, or if you and your husband are on the same lease for an apartment, until you actually get a court to take him off the deed, or you get him off the lease, or you come to an agreement where you both
I
understand.
own the house.
I'm sorry?
I own the house.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to explain how this all works, though, is that, you can't kick anybody out and you can't change the locks. So now, that being said, if you own the house because you're married, unfortunately, unfortunately or fortunately, however you want to look at it, most people would say fortunately, what's hers is yours and what's hers
Of course.
back and forth.
Of course.
So same thing is you can't kick her out until you get it.
I don't want to kick her
Okay,
out.
but I'm just trying to be helpful because a lot of people come in here and they get mad at each other and they start locking each other out of their houses. And I just want them to understand the criminal court's not necessarily going to get involved in that. It's just going to cost you guys a lot of money.
And the officer, when we was arguing in the middle of the street, the officer was coming down the road and I tripped on a rock and he thought that she pushed me.
Oh, okay.
And I told him I don't want to press no charges. I don't want my wife to go to jail. She never been to jail a day in her life. She's 36 years old. She's a good woman. And
well, let me also tell you this, just so you know as well. The state of Florida is the one that brings the charges. So they're the only ones that can drop the charges. Now, obviously, you as a witness, you're an integral part of that. However, the state may take note that Officer or Deputy Parker says he saw what he believed was was her pushing you down.
yeah,
So
because I
you have an
twisted my
independent witness.
ankle.
So I don't want you to say anything, but I just want you to understand that that's how that comes from. Now, you're more than welcome to contact the state attorney's office and let them know your thoughts. But my guess is, based on what you're telling me, is you are okay for her to come home
Yeah,
and you'd like to have contact
Yeah, I
with her.
love my wife.
Okay, wonderful. I'm glad. More husbands and wives
17
should love each
years.
other.
17 years.
Okay, so, Ms. Cruz, what I will do is I'm gonna go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I'm gonna release you on pretrial release so that you don't have to pay money to get out of jail. You'll just be supervised by pretrial services. The only condition is that you not have any hostile contact with your husband and that you not possess any weapons or firearms, okay? If you choose to do something different, that's entirely up to you, but those are the conditions for you to come home, okay? Do you have any questions for me?
How long are the releasing process?
It can take like maybe a couple hours, 3 hours. They like to say 3 just to be safe.
Okay.
Your Honor, DCF was contacted?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I do have a little note on here. It says DCF was contacted. So the other condition is if DCF is, contacts you, you do need to abide by any plan or orders they put in place.
Of course. Yeah,
Okay.
of course.
Okay, thank you both. Take care.
Thank you. You have a blessed day.
Thank you, sir. William Hudgens? Okay. Good morning, Mr. Hudgens. Your date of birth, March 4th of 1996. Is that correct? Okay. And so, Mr. Hudgens, I did read over the charging affidavit. This is in 2022 MM 8055AO. Let's first talk about this. Were you wanting to have a public defender appointed to represent you, or are you going to try to hire your own attorney?
I'm going to try at the moment to get my own private attorney, but if I can't afford one, I will go with a public one if possible.
Well, let me ask you this. It indicates that you get paid weekly at your job.
I do.
Do you bring home $1,000 every week without fail?
Not every week. It's all, if I worked the 40-hour work week, I'd only bring in about $800 a week.
Okay.
But during the spikes at Disney times, I'm working 70, 80 hours.
Okay. But a normal week would be about 800, you said?
Yeah.
The problem is even at 800, you aren't going to qualify for the public defender's office. What I can do is Ms. George can certainly answer any of your questions as a friend of the court if you have any questions for her, but I think probably you're going to have to hire your own attorney.
Okay.
Now, that being said, do you still have the hold or no?
No, he qualifies.
So
We're
he
waiting for his
qualifies?
prints to clear.
Okay, so perfect. So what I will do, sir, is I will go ahead and place you on pretrial release so that you don't have to post a monetary bond to get out, but you're just going to be supervised by pretrial release. Now, you understand without your fiance being here today, I do have to issue that no contact order.
Yes.
And it's my understanding you do have someplace else that you can stay though, correct?
I do, yes.
Okay, so understand that until Judge McGinnis, the trial judge changes that you do need to stay away. I will allow you to return one time with law enforcement officers to the home that you share so that you can retrieve some belongings. But I'm also going to order that you not possess any weapons or firearms.
So he is currently Baker acted. During all of this happened, am I allowed to go get some of my stuff now? Because he's going to be, I know it's a 72-hour hold at minimum.
Yeah, just what I would do is contact law enforcement so that they stand by.
Okay.
The theory being that if he were to show up or he's there unexpectedly, it's protective of both of you.
Okay.
Okay? You're welcome, sir. Good luck. Okay, this is Clara, is it Maisonette?
Masonette.
Masonette. And ma'am, your date of birth is March 20th of 1979?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So ma'am, this is a warrant out of Lake County. And it looks like the bond on this has been set at none. So they will come and get you shortly, hopefully within the next 24 hours or so, and take you back over to Lake County, okay? Good luck to you, ma'am. Thank you.
So that's it?
Your Honor, just for information, I think it's only 24 hours if it's a surrounding county. Anything
Thought it
else
was
is
Brevard,
72.
Lake, Osceola, Polk, and Seminole. All other counties have 72. Am I
Okay.
wrong?
No, that's right.
That's correct? Okay. I'm just going by this little sheet that's in front of me. I know that that's not necessarily always true because, is it Mr. Detroit? No, it's Mr. Escano and I had an issue about a guy that stayed in here for 3 weeks because Lake County was like, we'll get to him when we get to him. Yeah, so. Anthony Edward Morrow?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Morrow. Is your date of birth October 10th of 1970?
That's correct.
Okay. So, sir, you are here on a warrant out of Lee County. It does not have a bond. The bond is set at none. And on Lee County, they do have 72 hours to come and get you. If for some reason they don't come get you in a certain amount of time, they do notify us and we'll bring you back and try to get it. We'll reach out to the judge then if we can't get you out. Okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Daisha Simmons? And ma'am, were you born November 19th of 1981? Okay, it's 1998? That's a big difference. Okay. Yeah, you're not 41. I thought you looked very good for a 41-year-old. So, ma'am, this is a warrant out of Seminole County from Judge Culver, and he did set your bond at none, and they are supposed to come get you in 24 hours, so hopefully they will do that. Okay? Good luck to you. Thank you. This should be Nick, is it Alcy? And sir, were you born April 20th of 1998? Okay. This is case number 2022 CF 888A0. It is a warrant signed by Judge Young for a violation of probation. He has set your bond at none. And I will, is this actually an Osceola County case? Orange County. Oh, it says Orange County. Okay. So we'll go ahead and, did you want me to appoint the public defender's office or are you going to hire your own attorney?
I have an attorney.
Who's your attorney?
I just can't think of it right now.
That's okay. Do they know you're here?
Yeah, he knows I'm here.
Okay,
Sometimes
that's,
I make a phone call to him if I could like let him know if they start working on everything.
okay, that was what I was gonna ask you. As long as your attorney knows you're here, they'll start the process, but if they don't know, I was gonna call them for you. But if they know, that's the most important part. Okay, you're all set. Thank you, sir. Mr. David? How do you say your first name? Is it Shamiles?
David?
Okay. And were you born August 21st of 1998? Okay. So, sir, this is a violation of probation, 2020 CF 14537AO out of Division 11 with Judge Navarro. She has set the bond at none. Did you want the public defender or are you going to hire your own attorney?
I'll take a public defender.
Okay, we'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you then, okay? Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. Autumn Goodley? And ma'am, are your date of birth September 28th, 1985? I have this case is 2020 CF 5168AO. It is a violation of probation. The bond has been set at none. I will go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you, okay? Good luck, thank you. Carl Nolan?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good, Mr. Nolan. Were you born on March 17th of 1984?
Was.
Okay. So, sir, this is 2022 CF 2555AO. It's a violation of probation. Judge Harris set the bond at none. Did you want the public defender? Or are you going to hire your own attorney?
I'm in here innocent. I don't know how to go about this. They no process that in Volusia. I've been sitting since the 3rd, and I'm just hoping to try to go home.
Okay. Well, let me just ask you, I don't have, do you have an affidavit for him? I don't have an affidavit for you, but that's okay. Did you want the public defender so that they can start working on this right away?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's go ahead, especially since you're going to be in here on a no bond.
Yeah.
You're not having any income, so I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office, reach out to them, and they'll try to get you in front of Judge Harris as soon as possible, okay?
Good, thank you so much.
Thank you. Noel Schuler? And sir, were you born December 22nd of 1977? Okay. This is case number 2022 CF 1022AO. It's a violation of probation, or I'm sorry, community control. Judge Calderon set the bond at none. Wanting a public defender, or are you going to hire your own? Public defender? Okay, we'll go ahead and appoint them to represent you, and you can reach out to them to try to get a bond hearing, okay? Thank
Your
you.
Honor, he also has a HRSO detainer.
Okay. Good morning. Are you Jason Christopher Wyatt?
I am.
And were you born October 19th, 1970?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and are you gonna claim this gentleman next to you as your lawyer?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and Mr. Barber, you just want to put your name on the record?
Yes, Michael Barber on behalf of Mr. Wyatt. Thanks, Judge.
You're very welcome. So I do have you here on case number 2022 CF 89080. This is a violation of probation warrant signed by Judge Alvaro. He did set the bond at none. I'm sure Mr. Barber's already called his office trying to see if we can get you some bond hearing time, because I'm not really allowed to change the bond at this time. Okay, was there anything else, Mr. Barber?
That's it, Your Honor. Nothing further at this time. I appreciate it.
Okay, good luck to you both. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Judge.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Judge.
Good to see you too. Good morning, sir. Are you Mr. Davis?
No, sir. Davis refused, Your Honor.
Oh, Davis refused. Okay, so let me just note in 2021 MM 653080, this is a violation of probation that was signed by Judge McGinnis. It does give him a bond amount of $5,000, and I will go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent him. Thank you. DeAndre Donald. Mr. Donald, okay. So this is, I saw you yesterday, right? Or the day before? Huh?
No, I think about 2-3 days ago.
Okay, it was sometime this week though, right? Monday, okay. So this looks like the violation of probation got picked up. Judge McGinnis did sign it. He did give you a bond amount of $10,000. I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender's office to represent you. So you do have the ability to make bond on that case, or you can talk to them about a bond hearing, okay? Okay, good luck. Thank you. Mr. Dutre, is this your client? And I'm good. Yeah. So this is Brandon Michael Cardona. And Mr. Cardona, your date of birth is March 26th of 1996, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So this is actually a capias based on a probable cause order. That means that the state just went ahead and filed the charges on their own. It's aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, so he is entitled to a bond. I think just the way it was scheduled, it has to be set by myself. So let me, I'm sorry, Mr. Dutre, did you want to put your name on the record?
Yes, Sean Dutre. This is just bring you up to speed on this case. Apparently, this incident happened in May. There was a fight with, I guess, his girlfriend's husband, where they took the husband as a primary aggressor, took him to jail for robbery, sudden snatching, DV on her. He intervened. Why the state filed on this, I'm unclear, but we definitely are going to challenge this case.
Yeah, so, Ms. Eugene, I think you may have to help me because when I read the paperwork, wait, maybe look. Oh, there's the PC documents. Okay, disregard, I found it.
Your Honor, this is actually a capias, I believe.
It is.
Yeah, he wasn't taken to jail, released at the scene. They told nothing, you know, he didn't do anything, and why this came about, you know, whatever, months later, we're unsure. I'll get to the bottom of it, but he was not the primary aggressor in this, the husband.
But I guess it is a capias, and there is a probable cause supporting document. But if I'm correct, it says aggravated battery with a deadly weapon is an F2. So even though the clerks issued it as a no bond, he is entitled to a bond.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, my concern was I just couldn't get to the document to figure out where the charges came from. So, So and without him telling me anything about the facts of the case, the way I'm understanding it, Brandon and Daisha are friends, relatives?
Dating. They were dating. Daisha and the husband got into an altercation. Daisha was,
The husband, it's just confusing because you all have Cardona as your last name. That's just a coincidence. Okay, that's the part that was confusing. But Victor is Daisha's ex. Okay,
well,
perfect.
he's the husband now. They're in the process of divorce. But he was the primary aggressor that night, and he was
Right, and I
unarrested.
see all of this.
Yeah, my client knew nothing about this. They got pulled over in Brevard for a tag or a light or something like that, and then this capias was executed. So
So what I'm reading are witness statements that talk about they see a car revving its engine, then possibly after the fact, somebody on the ground and the car driving away, but then the officer says Victor charged at Brandon's,
yeah, he jumped on the car.
it says Victor charged at Brandon's vehicle trying to hit him. Daisha tried to walk away, but Victor spotted her and came back to her. Victor grabbed Daisha's purse and phone from her hands, which caused her to break several fingernails. He threw the phone. Victor hit in the chest what believed to be an open hand. He then grabbed her by the back, once inside. Brandon came towards the residence. Victor charged toward Brandon, and the two got into a mutual physical altercation.
That's right.
Then Brandon returns to his vehicle. Daisha then hears Victor saying he can't feel his legs. So, interesting PC. I call that maybe a battery. But in any case, it's a capias. He's entitled to a bond.
Got no history, just at Willis, I think.
So what I'll do is $1,000.
Fair.
Okay, I'll do $1,000. Mr. Cardona, no reason that you need to have any contact with Victor. So we'll keep that.
And apparently they've moved from that residence, so that's not a problem, not returning to that scene because no one lives there anymore.
Okay,
related to
perfect.
this case.
So the only other things they have is no contact directly. It says victim slash co-defendant slash witness. I'm assuming more victim.
Yeah, he's still with,
I don't see there's any reason why he can't have contact with Daisha
yeah, they're in a
unless the
relationship.
state's,
No, Your Honor.
okay. And then it just says, don't possess any alcohol, illicit substances, and no possess any weapons or firearms, okay? And then I'll note that Mr. Dutray's your attorney. And then you have the $1,000 bond, okay? Okay,
Posted for you and.
Thank you. Thanks. Appreciate it.
you're welcome, thank you. Okay. Anything else? Okay, sorry, that took a little bit longer than I thought, but we're done for the morning. What time would you guys like to come back in the afternoon?
Thank you.
An hour? Could it be, maybe we do an hour?
Yes.
Okay, bye, Sean, take care. So it's 11:15. What if we just say we'll round up to 12:30? We'll do an hour and 15 minutes. Okay, 12:30, we'll be back. Thank you.